say goodbye to old costly cable TV.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Today's gonna be like a little chill, relaxed stream. I'm doing FNC. Today is FNCS Major 1. I'm doing a watch party. This is a EU Group 1. So yeah, we're watching the first group of EU, Europe. Yo, what's up, everybody? What's up? Well, hope you all are doing good. Yeah. So we'll start. We'll start in like 12 minutes. Yeah, it's gonna be like a little chill, relaxed stream. We're just watching a great FNCS great event. Here, see, Group 1 starts today. Group 2 February 8th, Group 3, February 9th, Major 1 Finals, Day 1, February 15th, and Major 1 Finals, Day 2, February 16th. Yeah, it's all good. For me, it's, just a chill, relaxed stream. I woke up not too long ago. I was like, this thing's gonna start around like 11. I just woke up. It's all good. Yeah, so a little chill. Got my coffee. What's up, everybody? Happy Sunday. Good morning. And yeah. Oh yeah, appreciate everyone's coming by yesterday's stream. I played a lot of solo cash cup. But to be honest, yeah, because I played like 3 solo cash cups. I played EU, Brazil, and I think NA East. For me, I like after NA East, I was just too tired to play NA West. Yeah, for me, like after like 3 solo cash cups, which has 10 games each. I'm probably, for me, I was just tired. I just wanted to go hit the hay, go to sleep.
In 2025 is
Here we go. Here we go.
It comes a switch from duos to trios for competitive play. Take a look at a few teams that you need to look out for in both EU and NA Central. The first team, and the team that's certainly been first in a lot of events this season, is Veno, Vico, and Flixi. Since coming together in duos for Major 3 last year, Vico and Flixi have performed exceptionally well, winning that major and placing 4th at Globals. Now with the addition of one of EU's finest players in Veno, this trio have been unstoppable. With 2 first-place finishes in weekly finals this season and not placing outside of 4th. With this terrific trio now situated at one of the best drop spots on the map, Flooded Frogs, and with them being the most consistent team in Europe, it's easy to see why they're the favourites to win it all this season. FNCS veterans Tayson and Trulex have tried out a couple of options for trio mates this season, however have eventually settled on Trulex's good friend, Chicho. Since coming together, this trio from the Balkans have placed 6th and 5th in weekly finals and look very strong, as their drop spot of Foxy Floodgate give them perfect access to the center of the map, allowing this team to base up for Storm Surge tags, like we know Trulex's teams have always loved to do. Widely regarded as the GOAT of Fortnite, Tayson will be looking to rekindle some of that success that he had in trios previously, as the back end of the Duos era won't be one that he'll be looking back on too fondly. But you can never count out a player of his caliber, and with the way that this trio are playing and the experience of all 3, they have to be considered one of the finest in the region this season. The iconic invitational winners Cami and Seti have picked up fellow Polish player Chari for this season. Although Chari hasn't had the same success as Cami and Seti over the years, he's been consistently making grand finals, most notably with Giras, so it's clear to see why he's joined the team. This season has been incredibly solid for the trio, with 3 top 3 finishes in weekly finals, including 1 first place. The main competition for them so far has been the French trio of Akira, X-Squeeze and Podesai, fighting off Spawn at Lost Lake. While currently it seems like the Polish boys have been dominating pretty much entirely, historically, Cami and Seti haven't performed as well whenever they're contested in grand finals. Let's see if the shift in game mode and the addition of Chari is the key to changing that going into the first major of 2025. Now let's hop across the pond to NA, and one player that's quite literally done just that is Vidil, now playing with Cooper and Sphinx. At the beginning of the season, Vidil struggled to find a team, so decided to go to NA to find more success. Although Cooper and Sphinx have had some solid performances with Noxy, they also decided to switch it up. This decision seems to have paid dividends so far, as since coming together, they placed 2nd, 5th, and 2nd again in the weekly finals. And the synergy between Cooper and Vidil when it comes to Fraggy has
what's
been
up, bro?
excellent to watch so
What's
far.
going on?
As for Sphinx,
Morning.
although he's had less overall success than Vidal
There
and
should be more
Cooper,
morning
he is
streams.
proving to be
I
an
think it's kind of my
excellent
vibe.
IGL and helping to keep this team on
No,
track for
guys,
success.
no.
Look out for these guys at
good way to
Master
start the day.
Meadows this season. After the most dominant year in competitive Fortnite history with Poyo, Peter Bot is back and picking up exactly where he left off with new teammates Cold and Ritual. Since getting together this season, they've won every single weekly
saying,
final.
like, Peter
More
Bot
than not, with a
is the heavy favorite
100-point
to win
margin and are
in
widely
NA, bro.
regarded as the best team in NA at the moment. The way that they're doing this is similar to how Peterbot operated before, landing at the best drop spot on the map and dominating from there on out with high eliminations propelling them through the match. Currently, much like Venom's trio, they feel that Flooded Frogs is the best drop spot, with its incredible loot, materials, and early surge opportunities. However, with this team still winning earlier weeks, landing at brutal boxcars, it shows that this team have the skill, experience, and versatility to take it all home. Finally, onto what is likely to be a fan favorite team this season, Clix, Batman Booga, and Iomzo. This is a team that'll have a lot of eyes on them to perform, as Clix always does. And he in particular will be looking to break that 4th place curse, take home his first FNCS title, and fulfill his potential. Batman Booga will be looking to pick up where he left off in duos after a breakthrough year with Rapid. And Iomzo will be looking to bring the firepower that we know he can, but hadn't quite seen to the fullest during Chapter 5. As for performances so far, it's looking good for this trio, as since coming together for Week 5, they managed a 2nd place in Opens and a 5th in the weekly finals. This, combined with their solid drop spot of Lost Lake, make this trio an exciting prospect, and one that fans will be watching closely. Let's hope they can bring the heat in Grand Finals. With so many teams to look out for, it's impossible for us to fit them all into one video. So let us know down below which teams you're excited about going to this.
Yeah, chat, who you got? This is for EU,
very soon
Europe.
for the start of
Do you know who you going for, or any of your players? Any of your favorite players playing today? Here we go. Each elimination 4 points. We're expect to see a lot of W keying. The points, you know, since elimination means like, okay. Gonna be stacked. All right, 4 minutes. Yo, what's up, and what's up, everybody? So it's just a chill watch party for FNCS. You know, if you have any your favorite players playing, you think he's gonna win, just put them down in the chat. There we go. There you go. Do you see any of your favorite players on the screen? Well, this is for EU, but you can have favorite one of players, you know, from all regions. And these right here. So yeah, it's EU starts today. NA, which is North America Central, starts at 4:45 p.m. So yeah, well, this FNCS could take, you know, of course, it's not gonna be a quick run. It's not gonna be like, you know, like any other tournament. This is the big leagues right here. It could be a while. So like probably like as soon as FNCS EU wraps up, probably they're gonna jump right into NA Central. Not very too off, because you know, when it comes to FNCS, I don't expect it to be, you know, like very quick, like no. Oh yeah, and for today's stream, I'm only streaming on my YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble channel. I'm not like for anyone watching, I'm not streaming on TikTok, mainly because like for TikTok, if I stream like if I'm watching someone else's video, TikTok will like hit my stream with a warning. You know, even like, you know, And I like doing a watch party and reacting, giving commentary. Probably that doesn't really matter to them, because mainly because I think last time when I was streaming on TikTok, and I pulled up someone else's video to watch. I was just watching, and TikTok restricted my stream and gave me like a warning, said your live stream is restricted. Damn, restricted to be on the on the live page, bro. Like, and that stream, I like most of it's like a whole majority of it. Most of the time, I was playing a Fortnite, playing our solo cash cup. But then, in between, when I was taking a break, I decided to watch a video while I was taking a break. All of a sudden, like, I think like 1-2 minutes after it was nothing inappropriate. It was a Fortnite video I was watching, pulled up, and like 1 or 2 minutes after watching the video, bam, my TikTok gets a noti that says your live stream has been restricted for unoriginal content. Like, bro, unoriginal content. Like, I've been playing a game for like a couple hours. I pull up one Fortnite video and like watch it for like 1 or 2 minutes. I get I get a warning my live, but it doesn't make it make sense. And I was like watching, giving commentary and giving a reaction. Yeah, but it is what it is. So yeah, but don't worry, if anyone else watch me, I'm live on all the socials, any other socials. Oh yeah, let me check. All right, let me check my mic. Mic check. Mic check. You good? Okay, we're good.
And joining me, Frankie Ward on the desk, 11, 2K and Mini Miner. So let's bring them in now. Omni masking in. Hello, 11. You actually did do a little bit of an Omni mask then. How was the teleportation for you? Feeling fresh?
Smooth. I think I still need a couple minutes to adjust, but I'll be alright. We got some time.
And Mini Miner, you're more of a Typhoon Blade man.
Yeah, I am. I like to keep on the ground, keep traditional in my rotation, but it feels good to be back doing the shows again, man. It feels good to have Fortnite back.
And you know what's interesting to me is the past couple of years of FNCS, it's been all about duos. This is going to be my personal first season covering trios. We're still
trios are back.
You still haven't played with me yet, but we've got no time to discuss why that is, and for me to be
humiliated.
Sorry,
I'm just pulling up.
Want to hear from some of
the
our pro players
format here
about the biggest changes now we've headed back to trios.
All right, we're good. I think that's good. Yes.
I think the most significant change I've seen going from duos to trios is, how much longer people can survive without materials, because people really love spraying a lot more, and like there's a lot more refreshes, but like there's not as much materials being spread out. So people just love to use their armor. I've never noticed it so much. People love.
Yeah, make those mats count, bro.
Like, it's less shotgun oriented now.
Bro.
More like playing as a team and spraying.
I think the most significant change from duos to trios is that
Quizzy, Twisted Minds.
Way easier to be consistent in trios, I feel like.
I heard they recently, or Twisted Minds, the esports team, they recently signed Cold. Alright, alright, cool. Damn, that's a good grab. For Cold, wait, if you don't know Cold's a pro Fortnite player, other choices for Cold was either Falcons or Dignatus.
I think the skill gap is way bigger in trio, so if
Dignitas, alright, that's how you say it.
Good compared to a duo, you can be a good duo and not duo as well, but if you're a good trio, you just do well in every tournament.
There we go. Well, Tripper.
Was it Trip? Is that Man City Trip?
Yeah, if you're an established trio, you're going to do well every tournament. And Trippin has made it through to Major 1 with his partners, Fredoxy and Thomas, in 99th place. What's the significance of coming 99th?
Well, they're actually now in group number 3, so we don't get to see those guys today. But yeah, quite ironic how he says that. But they all make very good points there, right? About how trios, you know, you're going to have a little bit more materials, of course, an extra person's worth of loot to get to that end game. You're going to have an extra person's worth of heals as well, Evan. So almost it makes it a little bit easier to get further into the game. But everyone else is also a trio, right? You're not the only trio. Not everyone else is duos.
Right. It's funny hearing them say that. My good friend Sundown, right, used to be on the show. He used to always say Fortnite's a resource management game, right? It's all about who can get to end game, you know, the most stacked. And so when you have that extra person, I feel like
to be honest,
feel like you can
I tried that during Solo Cash.
to your game. So there's no, you know, surprises as to why they're all saying
my best
that.
placement Solo Cash was 7th place.
The challenges of Surge are going to be something that particularly puts
pretty stacked.
the newer trios
I love
to the test
Twister,
this season.
Shotgun.
I think there's an element of that,
Well,
right?
med kits.
But you know, Surge has been difficult every season.
Yeah,
for
do a
the
little
past
Bob
couple years
Sprite.
now, right? So you sort of have to figure things out, duos, trios.
Yeah, to
you
get
know,
into the end
teams will
game
get the damage however they need
Crazy.
to.
And then the other factor with these trios is the fact
My
that
plan is
it's not just
just
two of them communicating
no,
amongst each other.
take
There's
your
a
time with your
third
with your
voice
mats.
in the mix. So let's
Make
hear
sure
again
be on the
from
lookout.
Alfred.
Again, because during my Solo Cash Cup, my whole strategy,
team
which is, you know,
chemistry
just
and,
try to
like,
play it out on the
communication
storefront.
is
Take my time
always
to
just
fucking
about
make it to
playing
end
well
game.
together and maybe talking
Because I
outside
think,
of
yeah, Solo
tournaments,
Cash Cup, like
talking
once
as
you hit like
friends
say
and
top 10, that's
just
the
talking
most
about how
points.
your
Because 10th
communication
place,
was in the
yeah,
tournament
like
just overall just playing
sure,
well together
40
and
points,
just figuring everything out.
and you
I
know
mean,
those
I feel
places
like
points
trios
stack up.
was always like my upper hand rather than duos. But with my trios with Immersive, we haven't been playing for that long, so right now we've just built chemistry by like having good vibes, enjoying playing together, and you know, just having fun.
How I developed my chemistry with my team, like over the last month I've been playing with them is, well, it's a bit harder because obviously they're fluent German, so it takes time in getting adjusted to things. And for example, when I'm dead and they're duo clutching, they'll just speak German, so it's a bit hard to communicate with them at times like that. But it's nice that we have a coach who can chime in, who's also German, who can tell me what they're saying and give me help me understand things a bit more. But it's been about mostly keeping it fun and lighthearted, because sometimes you have to remember you are playing with people who are younger than you. I'm 20 now, but I'm a bit more experienced, and that's the harder side, keeping it fun, because I see this as a career, and they're not seeing that at that level yet.
I love that Venno is just like, okay, yeah, it is business, but I've also got to remember to keep it fun for my trio, because I'm old now. I'm 20. I've got to be responsible, Levin.
Damn.
No,
That's
absolutely.
Fortnite.
I mean,
What's it, 20
because I know he's
20
had
and up?
some
That's considered really old. Just imagine me.
That babysitter, but you know, you got to do what you got to do, really.
Yeah, and he makes a great point there as well about
I'll be
communication
right
and
back.
language
Let me
barriers. I feel
get
like
some
it's
more
often
coffee
so
to bring
overlooked
myself
for people
up.
that watch competitive Fortnite. We don't get to necessarily hear the comms too often, so it's particularly in Venno's case, of course, he was speaking about the teammates, of course, being German, speaking German. There are other trios that have had that as well. Sky and Scroll, of course, would have spoke Danish when they play with Restguard. Now they're playing with iDrop. They have to switch to English, I'd imagine. So that is such an important element of Fortnite that just often gets so overlooked.
And
No,
yet,
it's
oh no, go on, Levin.
underrated.
Yeah.
No, it's super underrated, right? I feel like when people don't realize it, just because again, a lot of these guys maybe can speak in English as their second language and do it well. But when you look at the history of FNCS winners, right? The overwhelming majority are people who are able to speak in their native language. And when you look at the people who beat that trend, right? The likes of the Queasies, the Taysons, the Venos, what's the trend amongst them? It's literally the best players ever, right? To reach the mountaintop while not speaking in their first language, or not Veno actually, but you get what I'm trying to say. So it's not easy to do. It's super important to have good communication.
It really is, and yet somehow I've ended up managing to get this job despite the fact that my communication sorely lacking at times. But you know what? We have two casters who never are lost for words. Returning to Europe, best region, it is the best Taco and Takata.
Thanks so much, Frankie. But hey, give yourself a pat on the back as well. I mean, the desk would not be the same without you there. I'm sure Levin and Miniminer could agree. But Takata Me being back in EU, home sweet home.
All right, chat. 7 minutes till the game 1 plays for EU.
Because in comparison to Chapter 5,
Man, talking about, like,
we're seeing the
think-
shakeup now. It's no longer
play- when I
focused
play-
around series
when I
points
play
for
EU,
the format. Instead, we're doing
Okay.
things a little
When I
differently.
play EU, I was like,
Exactly. Let's actually take a look here. So instead of
Oh, man.
opens and
think it
semifinals, we
was-
now have the play-in stage and the
it was
group
definitely
stage.
not, I had 90
Play-ins,
ping,
99
but
trios
hey,
will
this we went over the
qualify
100
into the group
sometimes.
stage, and the main
Yeah, chat, remember,
difference here is now there are
remember,
three
if you play in other
different set
regions,
lobbies.
get
To
ready for, you
qualify
know,
from these set lobbies to the major
very high
finals, you
ping
either have
and
to
very
get
low,
top
like very
five on the
low lagging
leaderboard
delay.
or take home one of those 5
Yeah, that's why,
potential
like,
victory royales.
when I play,
The
like,
remaining 3
in other
trios
regions,
will
when I'm playing
qualify from
in
the
high
last
ping,
chance,
that
and
like
we'll have
my
our total
whole strategy is, you know,
33 trios
try
in the
just try to
major
make it the end
finals.
game.
For Taco,
Try
major
to stick behind the
finals are a
storm.
little different
You
from
remember
last
that one
season.
time, you know,
Yeah,
when I
we're
was
not going to see that
playing solo
1.5
cash?
times point multiplier any longer
I
on
almost,
day
like,
2. So
like,
both days, while
like, one
always
time I almost
crucial,
didn't
now
make
just
it.
means that you can't have that
I
fallback
almost died in the
option in case
storm.
you're trying to make up for
And that
some
time that I
lost
have
time,
died in the
but
storm, so
that's enough emphasis on the format. Right now, let's get back to focus on some trios at the desk.
Thank you so much, guys. So there you go. Consistency is going to be even more important than ever when it comes to our major finals. Let's, though, have some early predictions from our analysts, or rather, let's have some from Miniminer, because Miniminer, you've put together your top 5 predictions for winning victory royales today across our 5 matches.
Yeah, that's right. I've decided to pick 5 teams that I think are going to be winning a game today.
What's
my
up,
predictions
FT?
have always gone very well.
What's up, bro?
So let's have a little look at
Going
what
on?
these are going to be. Of course,
Good morning.
number 1
Good
on
morning.
the list 11.
Yep, chat, another morning stream.
So far in terms of the play-ins,
Doing-
they won that
doing a chill,
week.
relax
They had
watch
4
party for
wins in the
FNCS.
play-ins as well. They only played 16 games, so a quarter of the games they actually managed to win. I think this is a no-brainer for a victory royale today.
It's good to see you still sticking with Drop after all these years of him letting you down in predictions.
Hey, good morning, bro.
It's
Good morning.
a no-brainer. I think many people look at this group and they
Yep, so we're watching FNCS, EU, Group 1, Major 1.
You know, they won the play-in, right? So this is clearly the team most
And
informed
NA
in
Central
EU.
starts at
I think they're likely to win a game.
4:45
And the beauty
p.m.
of them is they win games in so many different ways, right? Of course, this season, high ground has been like one of the most obvious ways to win games. We're seeing teams play height from early, and this is an example of a game where they do it so well. The zone pulls towards the island. They play for the island one, so they're going to obviously have that invis coin and a bunch of other, you know, loot and whatnot. But then they can TP, use the Oni TP to get into a good spot where they can build up for height, invest a lot of materials. Scroll getting a bit PC with his scroll will buy and still have no idea how he does that. But ultimately, right, it's all about, you know, investing your mats in these early positions, making sure you're aware of the different zones.
All right, chat. Who you got? Yeah, any your favorite Fortnite players playing in FNCS?
Yeah, I mean, that's highlighted right
For
there
me,
on
for
that screen. You
for
can
this
sort of
one,
see exactly
I don't
where
like. For
they're
me,
positioned. They're
my favorite
looking
players
out
not
for each
playing
other,
for.
making sure that teams
My favorite
can't just
players
trickle
are not
TP up
playing
onto height,
today.
which is a real
They're
danger
playing
this
next week in
season. So playing height is
FNCS
certainly a bit of
Group
an
2.
art this season.
But I still want to watch
that
this.
This trio have is
Be a
absolutely
great,
vital, and that's
give me a
why
great,
they're the
great
team
event.
that had the second most victory royales when it comes to the play-ins, because they just have all of these different facets, all these different
Yeah, so
strings
chat,
to
if you
their
had your
bow.
favorite,
And one of
any
the
of
other
your
strings, of course,
favorites,
that they have is
if any of
the
your
low ground.
favorite
The
players
way
are
that they're
playing,
able to play
your
when things don't necessarily go their way with the
who's gonna,
island, when they can't build up
think's
and
gonna
get
win?
the high
Let me know in
ground
chat.
early on. They use their frag abilities to their advantage on low ground and really pick up so many eliminations and therefore so many.
I think he's gonna win.
as well.
Who's got it?
Yeah, look, this game was, I think, is a great example of how they use it, right? You can see them there making sure to claim space on the opening side of the zone, waiting for these players to drop down. In this specific clip here, right, you see Sky tarping ahead, using the chug splashes that they had this season to claim that position, give them more time to fight and look for refreshes. They're making sure to use those sentinel pump shotguns and the incredible amounts of structure damage that it deals to be able to secure refreshes as well. And again, just making sure they're just using everything available to them in this season as efficiently as possible to win from high or low ground.
Well, you've convinced me, Miniminer. I'm pretty sure that these guys are going to be taking a victory royale today. But what about the other 4 names on the list? So, Teeny, Skibbery, and Haris, that's an interesting trio. It wasn't necessarily a trio I expected to see competing, I guess, at the start of Chapter 6. Why have you put them on the list?
Well, I mean, if you look at them on paper, you think this is a fantastic trio. They're going to absolutely dominate and do incredibly well. And I still think they will do that, hence why they're on my list. But so far, not so good for this trio. They've actually only made 1 out of the 3 possible weekly finals that they could have made.
Oh, chat, let me know if the volume like too low. I'll adjust it.
But the reason why I think they can win and they should win today is the fact they just full send high every single game, Levin. They are a team that can do that. They have it in their locker, and they're actually the team in the lobby with the most wins in all of the finals they've had, whether it be divisional finals or, of course, those eval finals as well. So they have it in their locker. I don't think it's going to be consistent from their 11, but I think they will win.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair pick. I think a lot of people would
Two
agree with
minutes.
that
2
one.
minutes
I like you also
to
taking
game one.
Vanya, right? Vanya, Pixie, and Marius are a team that have looked very good in the little we've seen from them. Of course, it's been a weird journey for them, right? Because they sort of started with Marius, dropped Marius for Chap, played worse with Chap, then picked up Marius, started playing good again. Were contested in the final and still came second. Like they've had a bit of a rocky journey here, but ultimately in this lobby, I think a lot of people expect them to do well. If you actually look at the stats when it comes to this type of format where it's like a win and you're in, reboot round style, Vanya has some of the highest win rates of anyone all over the world. So this guy is primed when it comes to winning in these type of games.
Well, I'm hoping to see him challenging for height later on today. I would love to see Mini Miner's predictions, though, for the top 5 teams that aren't going to win a Victory Royale today, but will be incredibly consistent in terms of getting to those end games and picking up the points. So who have you got for us, Mini
5
Miner?
predictions.
Yeah, this is a little bit more difficult to choose because, of course, anything can happen when it comes to consistency.
The only name I recognize is Tayson.
One team that I think is a shoe-in to
Gotta be only to one Tayson. They gotta be Falcon Tayson.
Tayson and Cheat Show. This is a team that have so much power when it comes to their experience. I think what they lack in that sort of fragging ability.
All right, one more minute, chat. One more minute.
Foxy center of the map, surge
Oh
bases
shit!
that we know that Trulax and Chicho are known for. And
I thought something wrong with my stream.
Has just bolstered this trio even more level, but I just don't think they've been a winning trio so
my chest
far. They
started
only managed one
like
out of the 20 games that they played in the play-ins, and I think with their position on the map, they're absolutely guaranteed
something
to
went
make
wrong.
it into that end game and
like for me, I like the double check and triple check everything.
I would say,
to make sure everything's all good.
I dropped Sky and Stro as the best team in this lobby. I'd probably say these guys are the second best, right? They've looked really strong together. The only reason I'd maybe disagree with you and say I could see them winning a game is just the fact that like the lobby quality. I think like when you look at the overall lobby and the level of player in here, I think they are just so high up there that eventually they're gonna make it to enough of these end game stacks that they find that right win condition and pick up a win. Either way though, they're going to qualify. I'm confident of that today.
When I look at these names, though, especially when I look at Trulax and Chicho, I think that they're really land-proven players, right? I would expect them to get a Victory Royale if they were all competing on the stage. Do you think that that's something that really hypes them up? Are they not as strong or competitive when they're online, Levin?
I don't know if we can draw that conclusion, but I think you're spot on in saying, especially in Trulex's case, right? He's one of the best land players of all time. When you look at his track record, so I don't think online will phase him too much. I think he just wants to get the job done. Yeah,
I can't wait to see how all of our teams get the job done, and I can't wait to hear our newest commentating duo in Europe casting their voices over the action. So, boys, without further ado, let's get Game 1 underway with Takata and the best Taco.
Let's get it.
Thank you so much, Frankie. First of all, congratulations, Taco. You're back on the best region, EU. How does it feel to be back?
It feels great. I think it is hilarious.
Oh, it's Taco.
Though, the way that everybody
I'm thinking for EU now.
This
should be NA.
Trail just yet. The NA like
She's doing both.
No, I'm definitely excited that Takata. I mean, we're seeing group stage number 1 kick off here today.
Oh, there's the sound of the bus. Get it, bro.
So
let's go.
Kick off Group 1.
Group 1, baby. Group 1, game 1. Yeah.
And look, Takata, it's been building for a while now. Every single one of our teams competing here today, not willing to risk leaving it up to that last chance qualifier.
Oh yeah, if you took a look at the drop map, we do have some interesting contests.
A handful of people go to my spot, Bird.
But we are going to be starting it off at Winkle Terrace with Marine here. Just one other trio contesting them.
I know part of the play for Marine, Dirty, Ziffy, they're going to have to keep an eye out.
5 games.
Seems like
5 games.
Stadium's still going to be something left up for grabs later on, a little bit further west if they want to try and pick up more on their medal, but bit of a stalemate so far. Neither side really willing to push the other just yet.
Right, in these situations, there are various different POIs. You have times where there's a far superior side that both trios might just try and potentially 50-50. But when you're in these set lobbies, sometimes you might just want to stick to your roots. You have your loot path already set up. You have your kind of strategy to try and come out on top in this early game. So we'll see if the aggression comes through. But from what I'm seeing now is Haijo is not in a good position.
Defending for his life currently, considering Trexer. Robin, though, could potentially be revived here, but Haijo, he's not going to get the space, losing a lot of hard mats, basically what he has left here, but he's trying to commit to this revive. Now finding walls just continue to be aggressed on by Fricks, but Fricks refusing to let this revive happen onto Robin, and finally he breaks through. Fricks will find that final elimination. Trio successfully eliminated, but it doesn't look like Fricks is
go off the bang.
in the greatest situation either. Solo will be able to play for the reboot, but that's bound to draw attention from elsewhere.
Yeah, so far I didn't see anybody close by. This is going to be big. That is where Night Rose is at, so they will hopefully be able to finish that up, clean it up. But we are going to move towards iDrop's trio here, which are looking incredibly peaceful.
Five games probably.
Danger in their surroundings so far. But if we look here,
maybe three to 4 hours.
Clone Case, all fully up here, looking healthy.
Oh shit.
But this couldn't last too long.
And K's having a bit of fun on socials at the expense of Splash's trio. A little bit of a drop situation that could be the real thorn of the side for Mirus, Shrift, Splash, but what matters is their fighting capability. And right now, completely smothered to the low ground, it's going to be difficult for them to actually find an opening since they're playing for that lack of elevation.
Ryan seems to have gone down here, is going to be fully eliminated. But this engagement is just getting started as the Oni mask is going to be used to take high ground. Now shots from above trying to pinch out the player, single him out, do what you can to clean this up. As they will be able to secure the knock. Quick elimination onto Ziffy. Not a single teammate has gone down. It's all about efficiency in this early game. You want to be able to clean up these fights as quickly as possible so you can continue on your loot path if you haven't finished looting, or if not, get ready for that surge path. They are going to use
this guy by himself.
He'll right back up. And I'm not even sure if they're going to hunt down
it is Falcon Jason. Yeah, that's probably. Like, I saw the. I think that's the only.
But, I mean, you're talking about efficiency as far as loot paths are concerned, and
maybe 2 other players. Like Jason was the one I just recognized.
That was the problem for.
Yeah, they can check his EU.
Weren't able to actually close out that exchange at Twinkle Terrace initially up against Sila and Nazik, so instead just pounced upon. And Gorditi, Scary Sean, Joanne, they just get that perfect prime opportunity to secure their surge early on by just third partying. And that far on the outskirts, it's highly unlikely they're going to have to worry about teams being able to rotate behind them now either. So they might even be able to just prioritize fishing at this time.
Yeah, it is a crucial part of this meta, trying to fish as much as you can for those shield fish, which then you can use to recuperate the shield you lose, getting those Storm Surge tags. We've seen also the Oni mask being used a lot throughout this season because you can kind of spread out a bit more than you'd normally be able to find tags from various angles. As we look at a potential engagement forming here.
Oh, there you go.
Looking for an angle here. Does have that Typhoon Blade in hand.
Yeah. Like since this elimination is 4 points each, you expect a lot of people to have W key.
To look for an opening.
Plus, on top of the place what you're getting, remember, it will stack up.
Void Oni mask classic. Teeny at least gonna try to see if he can make a play for the high ground, but Mystic being able to teleport up there, so much easier for him to just reconvene with the rest of his trio. Maxi, Prax, now also gonna look towards the high ground.
Everyone's a walking free. Everyone's a walking high point, bro. 4 points for eliminations. Each eliminate 4 points for each elimination.
They feel like they've got the fighting power to match that from Hatris, V, and Teeny, because while Mini called it, they haven't necessarily had the most successful season so far here at Takata. They're still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any engagement is going to come through. They had the pre-Oni mask set up in case they were going to get pushed, but it wasn't.
I bet you a lot of people. My favorite rifle in today's chapter 6 is the Hollow Twister. It's the best rifle, for real.
What for 9X Force and Rabana doing now? As it looks like they are.
It's a belted scope, and they might as well, obviously you need it.
Shield-wise, material-wise, basically everything.
Yeah, so I expect a lot of players today will hear the Hollow Twister. The best rifle.
To have noticed the surge base
shotgun. This type of shotgun. I don't know. It's not. I'm not like there's no winners in the shotgun.
As well.
Either the
dealing with the French trio, Nosif, Nate, and Nazen, and
the auto shotgun or the center the pump.
Easier for one of these
There's probably
teams
no winners.
to essentially spot out if
Not
they're
my view.
anytime soon here from a third-party circumstance. But Nazen, he's been a little bit too far split from the rest of his trio. He's getting 2-1 currently.
I have no favorite shot. Like chapter 6, this one chapter, I have no favorite shotgun. Like whatever, like I'll just carry with it. Whichever. But of course, I need a shotgun in my loadout. I have no. But today's, this current chapter 6, I have no favorite shotguns. I just can't pick a favorite because I think they're bad.
Their teammate that was singled out, and it looks like they might have just taken too long, or they didn't want to take that risk.
For SMG is I like the veiled
because that mountain span from
SMG.
Foxy
Comes with the scope.
has prime viewing towards his mountain range here, spanning over the base tunnel, and so Nosif, Nazen, they know they can't afford to stay out in the open for much longer, but that rotation might lead them straight into the hands of Teeny's trio, and they already had to expend quite a lot of mats for a fight that just fizzled out into a whole lot of nothing. Maybe they got some surge tags, but not sure if it was enough for it to really be capable for them to just focus on rotations.
Yeah, only time will tell. A lot of materials were used for that engagement, and I'm not even sure if it was worth it, but I believe I saw some Oni masks being used to disengage here. They are
Oni mask goes for movement.
As second zone is going to come to a close here shortly.
Yeah.
Nothing to be too worried about yet. You can see the 4 shield fish in the inventory, making use of that. But so far, I don't think we'll see anything.
Yeah, the Oni mask or the katana.
Disengage.
Yeah. No, the regular katana. I'm not the kinetic. It doesn't give you movement at all. It gives you like three boost jumps, but it'll make the blade run off fast.
Even when it comes to like the solo
Plus you can't like when you're holding the kinetic blade, you don't walk or run fast at all. You get to boost jump.
The rest of his team.
You only get 3. So, yeah. Boom mask for people that have the Oni mask and the regular katana like that one.
Only 3 trios have gone down.
3 trios gone down.
Like a major
9
finals already.
players.
See a lot of trios on the edge of zone here. They're healthy.
So 9 players down.
Metal basically could use more materials. As now kind of the hunt for surge, the hunt for damage.
Sneaky third parties here.
He's going to be looking for.
Why does it feel like every time we pan over Teeny, though, he's always crouch walking up onto someone? This guy is just the element of sneaky as can be. But Teeny, he might have caught a little bit more attention than what he bargained for. Immediately going to be forced back towards the bottom of his current boxes with the rest of his team. But they do have an ample amount of resources. It's just an early expense of their shield that they probably would have preferred to avoid. I mean, that's a big part of the reason why you're looking for those sneak up plays in the first place. You want to get the damage without compromising the rest of your utility in the process.
Yeah, this is one of the trios that, you know, I would expect to get a VR in this group 1. They are actually the only trio in the lobby that has 2 set lobby VRs already this season throughout the eval cups, throughout the divisional finals. So, I mean, I see them as strong competitors to take home, even potentially this game number 1. As a quick reminder, it is going to be 5 matches that are played out. The ways to qualify are 1 through consistency, place top 5 on the leaderboard after those 5 matches conclude, or, you know, just get a victory royale. And that kind of opens up the opportunity of, hey, whoever gets this first victory royale, if they're uncontested, going into next match, there might be an open drop spot. So we'll maybe see some changes as time goes on and these matches continue.
And, you know, Levin made a call earlier about, we're talking about, you know, lobby qualities, essentially. And I think for a lot of these teams, some of them being a little bit newer faces, essentially, to this set lobby kind of format, I think that that's where we can expect to see some of this hesitancy coming through Takata. A lot of teams not necessarily wanting to be some of the first elimed, but that means that surge damage
See,
threshold.
don't get 3 of those jumps. Can't regularly or doesn't make you walk around faster.
It really just depends on who's actually been able to stabilize
And
themselves
that,
with
like,
their surge damage.
You're
So far.
like, I don't think it'd be like.
Yeah, I mean,
for
86
Europe,
players
like,
still getting
I don't think it would be
closer and
very,
closer to that fourth
very good
zone.
to try to kill someone with the blade.
This is a match. I'm
And this one.
excited. This is what I've been waiting for. Taco. The group stage is always something special. As we'll take a look once again.
They should drop the drop the kinetic, get a regular katana.
Kerwa's fan, which is Hedra, but you know, I'm just gonna call him his fan for this game. Alongside Hyper. We'll see
Oh my god.
continue with the dominance they've had from the early game. I don't want to make the cast
See,
curse
that
a reality,
see,
though,
that's
as they
why
do
like
get cracked instantly.
you know always like watch your back. Like, if I want to see you for like 1 second more. That's all the time. That's all they need, and get a couple shots at you. You know, of course, that time, you know, I'll make you force you to use your heals. Anyone probably have nothing for end game. Yeah, like that's why for every like even just a game match or try to get loot, you know, try to like box up. Because 1 second you're all that out in the open, down in protection with for 1 second more. That's all they need. And by that time, you could have been like doing heavily shot up or dead.
You want to get that shield back. It's either Water Sprite, Shieldfish, or Minis, but as the aggression continues, Atris, Teeny, Skavi, making sure to poke from various angles. You don't want to all enter from the same wall.
Elimination is 4 points. A lot of W keys. Just very aggressive play.
Do whatever you can to either get a crack or get a knock and give you that upper hand in this fight.
1 above and 2 below. It's Ego, who finds himself pincer currently between Teeny and Svi, trying to see if he can get some support metrics coming through from Kenti, but so far, no good here for Teeny. He needs to break through this floor.
Oh man, he wants it.
Kenti finally going to give that support aspect for Ego. Now Hatris, one more time, trying to apply that separate angle pressure here to Kata, but again, the longer this draws out, the easier it is for somebody else to poach the goodness, and Atris finally gonna find himself on the receiving end here though, but Teeny just typhoon blading through, and it's gonna be success. Whether it looked a little bit crazier than
that was risky right there.
That's
they were like, screw up, damn.
active punch from the
They were like, fuck it.
What an entrance. I was gonna say, you know, we're in trios now.
Damn, you can see it. This is one guy fighting with the katana. I feel like there's like a dude like
a sneaky strategy where you do it when your opponents aren't expecting it. So the Typhoon Blade right in looks like worked out for them this time. So are gonna be able to get that refresh, continue on into the zone. It is 4th zone, so we will be able to see that Rift Island appear here shortly and maybe see some plays be made.
If there's one team that I would definitely anticipate to make a play for that Shogun's Arena, it's going to be Sky Scroll and iDrop. They have it more often than not than any other team I've seen Takata as far as end games are concerned. And not only that, but when they're this far above in the surge damage threshold, as is 1067 to be exact, they've got more than enough time to essentially secure which direction they want to head, even if that means heading for that Shogun Arena.
Let's take a look at a replay from Maxi here, as it looks like a quick free knockdown. And we take a look now at the Rift Island. Once again, we talked about it. It's going to be Hyper, Kerwa, and Hedra. As a reminder, if you're just tuning in here from last season, there is kind of a boss now on this Rift Island, which is Shogun X, that does drop a medallion, which will give you infinite stamina and invisibility while you're sprinting, alongside some extra loot and shields. So we will see trios kind of every now and then battling for that, as we take a look once again at Teeny, Skavi, and Atris, who have taken an elevated position, but they're not in zone yet, so it is a good time to kind of plan out their rotate with all the vision that they currently have.
In that last fight, seems to currently be the saving grace right now for Teeny's trio, but they're not going to waste any time. They're going to keep trying to see if they can find those third-party surge tech opportunities. Team fighting just below them. All the while, True Legs Chicho Tayson currently
I'll be right back.
underneath Shattered Span Bridge. Darky, though, in a little bit of a tough situation here.
Never mind.
Between the waterway and separate
I love
teams
how water
on
brought it
both
out.
sides
But it was
of these hill spans. It
right,
is
right next to me.
looking like a very grim situation there. Tayson Trulix Chicho probably just waiting for an opportunity to move in closer, gather the goods after he gets eliminated.
This is interesting. Pixie, Vanya, Marius are 126 below. And I mean, seeing that Vanya is part of this trio, he has a 20% win rate in these reboot-style matches. So you know that they're going to be playing for that victory royale. I mean, Vanya was the only player who qualified for all three EU FNCS 2024 major finals by winning a semifinals game, by winning a match in
they need my god.
So it's all or nothing.
Surge active. They definitely need it.
They have the loot they need to close it out.
God.
But if you get affected by Storm Surge, if you're unable to do enough damage, they're not going to be able to bring it to the end game.
Storm Surge,
Shield fishes are getting used. Vanya goes down.
When Storm Surge is on, you need those hits, bro.
Another shield fish is going to be popped. The zone
yeah, man.
Like, going to be closing in as the pressure is on.
That's on Surge hits you.
Something crazy to happen.
You know,
Pixie
if
just
you on,
needs
like,
to bail
on your
this
like,
exchange. Pixie
your nerves makes your anxiety go up.
Be one essentially, and Pixovsky, Battercry, Vanchki, they're going to defend
I
their
think you decide where to go out.
quite handedly there.
Especially in this big
Surprising
event
as well, because Marius, Vanya, there's a lot of fighting power
You're just looking
in
for
that trio. So for them to be in such a battered position, struggling to try and maintain that surge damage threshold, tells you that something went horribly wrong in that early mid game.
It just makes you desperate.
Curious to see how it looks in the upcoming matches.
Just get those hits.
They play it out, if they change anything or what maybe is going wrong. But so far, focus on the moment. Hyper now 106 above. Not too comfortable. I mean, they are in the zone, which is a good position now to find tags, find options on all the other trios in the surrounding area, but it looks like Axe Force is going to be going close here.
Damn, he's just walking right into a trio.
As well, as now Ravon has to take some time to heal up. No player has gone down yet.
Yeah, I think was that like trio squad up together when the guy was just trying to take the wall. The first guy tried to take the wall.
Palm can be menacing, but for me, Takata, this is the team with the Shogun medallion. Hyper, Hedger, and Kirwa, they could look to play this much more aggressively than they have been. And granted, it could just be they're trying to just size themselves up for a better position. Don't want to be playing necessarily from the low ground, but
if you're W King, the best for you split up. If one trio is boxed up together, the other trio, like, you know,
I would love to see them get more aggressive with that.
The best thing is just, you know, split up. You could box them in, surround them, corner them.
The whole trio coming close.
You just be careful because one trio could be squatted up, and first person try to go in, they can just run into a that full trio. Probably die.
5 damage per second out of the zone, and 40 players for Surge to be active, so there's still 12 players that need to be eliminated.
See, when this trio like squat up together, the one who's W King, the trio W King, they usually just split. One goes on low ground, other two on high ground, and you surround them, try to corner them, or box them up.
Only last left off, and Drop Sky and Scroll, they're going to waste absolutely zero time with picking off what was left of them. Trulix, Chicho,
Squad trying to go up.
A lot of these teams, I think this is where resource management becomes so pivotal, because
I keep saying it's
it is very easy to lose track of how many mats you're actually expending over these water zones.
100%. 92 above for Tayson, Trulix, Chicho. I mean, Levin Mini, we're talking about this on the desk. Tayson's only picked up 1 victory royale in the play-in, so far this season as well, based on their play style, I think it's more likely that they do qualify through consistency instead of getting a victory royale. But anything's possible in this group stage, as right now the main focus is just getting more damage.
It seems like Tayson, Trulix, and Chicho have also caught wind of the fact that high ground not necessarily fully established just yet either.
All right.
But I would definitely wager that iDrop, Sky Scroll, as we approach that 8th, 9th zone, can look for a possible early height take. And right as I say that, Axe Force, Robob, F9, they're going to be a team that's currently in the most likely position to try and hold on to this height, but they've also got to make sure that they're suppressing all these other teams from encroaching upon their current layer.
So this one's interesting. 8th zone, you can see the zone is fully inside the storm. A lot of players here will sometimes kind of pre-fire their Oni masks to get themselves a position on the less congested side, but the issue is you don't want to miss out on those tags. The longer you stay in zone, the longer you watch all these trios rotate, the more openings you're going to have to get more damage. So if you're not healthy in damage, you're going to have to give up a bit of that time where you could be rotating to look for those tags. But on the contrary, if you already have a lot of damage, it's all about that rotation.
Like 40 players left?
Try and
Oh, 44
be
players
the
left.
first trio to get in zone.
For
But
3
Axe
now.
Force for 9, they're already down. They're already knocked, eliminated, as Raban now is forced to clutch it out as a solo.
Oh man,
Just didn't have
Solo,
as much
the lone
material
wolf
as they
here.
would have liked at that point. Probably
Ooh.
hoping that they could have found the better end of the fight instead. They're the victims. Now, Rabab looking back.
Oh, he's like in
looking
between
forward. He
little
knows he's
trios.
completely surrounded. He's just
And
gonna
he's surrounded, he's squished, bro.
slip by unnoticed with a slightly
Can't
later
go,
rotate, but
can't go
does
left, right,
expose
forward.
himself to
I
being
think,
lobbied
yeah,
at
he's
that
trapped.
point.
I
Cringe
put something,
Matt
yeah,
Cade
just
on the
gotta
other
pull something
side,
out of here.
trying to see if they can get some
What's
elevated
that out of
views
Magic
with
Hat, bro?
Jason, Trulix, Chicho,
Oh,
Tried, and
something.
True working their way through the low ground currently. And they've got enough space. They've got enough mats, Takata, but what they want is more pressure into this congested side.
Good news is, there's trios here. They have a lot of firepower if they're able to find even a solo, a duo, that they can catch off guard here. All it takes, one triple shotgun, triple spray, even a triple pickaxe, just some sort of synergy here. But the good news is they already have so many materials, they don't have to risk anything really to look for these refreshes yet. It's more just continue staying ahead of zone, continue claiming space, and just, you know, staying up while all these other trios keep getting eliminated.
Cringe immediately going to teleport front side of height, and this is so much hard material being expended currently by Cringe, Mappy, and Cade. You know that they want to control this elevated position. They're shooting down these Void Oni TPs as they're sliding through. They might even have a chance to connect here overhead, but Mappy, Cade, Cringe, all trying to do their best to monitor each other's angles. In fact, Wager, it's only a matter of time for Sky Scroll, iDrop. They're finally getting looked at here. They're not going to have the opportunity to try and play things through from that secondary height.
Good news for Cade, Cringe, and Mappy here is due to the environment, so many big buildings, there's not as many openings for these trios to kind of look for that triple Oni mask onto height. So they are continuing to apply a lot of pressure. Sky, iDrop, and his trio here are just kind of looking to find damage on the trios down below, not yet looking above, as they're going to continue to drop down now, potentially claiming
the hardest quality.
blocking off the tarps from their opponents, even tanking a bit of storm to do so, but that's exactly what you need.
Look, if you can't immediately look for a height take, you might as well drop to the low ground instead and look to control things from there, especially since the desk already broke down just how excellently Sky, iDrop, and Scroll are able to manage the low ground in these types of circumstances exactly. But Patriot's going to be the first to fall here. Teeny, V, they're just trying to break through all these pre-existing builds. The problem, though, Teeny, he's headed straight for this front side of the low ground, has no idea what awaits him. Now he's going to catch a glimpse. iDrop, Sky, and Scroll. It's a full trio. Teeny forced to crouch it out, forced to play back. He can't continue to move forward like he hoped.
Especially as a solo, it's just not the right play there as Sky, iDrop are continuing to apply that pressure, finding Elim after Elims. They continue to tarp ahead, claim that space. iDrop doing an amazing job of trying to cut out his opponents here and capitalize on these situations.
iDrop, Sky Scroll, they are just moving as one unit, but with the way that this zone is pulling slightly over the hill, Trulex, we see him getting caught for a moment there in the mid ground, but Sky, Scroll, iDrop, they took out Kira's trio earlier on, but now it comes at a cost here. Scroll is going to be eliminated. Sky, though, still has control of that Shogun Medallion, but Trulex, what a pump! He's gonna manage to work his way through just a little bit longer here.
High
It's
ground.
just so tough at this point, Takata.
Be careful though, high ground retake coming through. Now Mappy is forced to tarp ahead, look back up, try and shoot them down as Cade continues getting that pressure applied onto him, building up and up and up. The last shield fish is used. He is going to get knocked down. Mappy, Cringe now. Last two have to work together as a duo to try and chop down this high ground and do what they can. Issue is zero materials, nothing to work with.
Mappy was hoping to get a piece out of iDrop, but the teleportation is going to save him just in the nick of time. Still 7 TPs left here for Mappy as well, but with no mats, Takata, he's just got to hope for a miracle, and he finds one. Cringe as well, taking down Relvis, and now all Cringe needs to do is try and keep filing through this bridge, filing
Oh
through
my God.
Seaport City, but it's just
2v1.
so much mayhem coming from the high ground, so much pressure, but the low ground's breaking down as well.
What? Oh no, no.
Goes down now.
Wait,
It's a
what's
high
in there?
versus low. It looks like the low ground might just be able to finish this off as Moni takes down one, gets the knock, looks for the last one, but is it a 1 versus 1? It is! And the turnaround! 5 eliminations, closing it off from High. Taco, what did we even just witness?
We just witnessed a trio that nobody had on their list for being a Victory Royale specialist here. Gorditi, Scary Sean, and Joanne find themselves with the very first security. And I mean, at the same time, it's hard to monitor the high ground from that position. So much mayhem just taking place there, Takata. But the low ground, that's what it really came down to, was just these teams picking each other apart. They never saw it coming from height.
It was a perfect retake from high ground. Las Cabras de España, the Spanish trio coming from above to close it out and secure our first Victory Royale in Group 1, claiming that spot in the major finals. I'm lost for words, Taco, so I want to see what the desk has in mind.
Thank you very much, guys. So, Mini Miner, I don't think you had that trio on your list.
No, I didn't actually. So I've already lost the prediction. I thought I was really hopeful going into it, and
So
it's
was
already
the
gone
Spanish
wrong.
trio?
I was expecting Trulet's, Tayson, and Chicho to win the first game, if I'm totally honest, because I thought that was how it was going to go, but it didn't go that way.
Well, we'll talk more about that after the break, but let's focus on that Victory Royale, because we did see Joanne's trio challenge that hype from Cringe's trio, and it looked like they had to lose it. There was a crafty retake from Cringe's trio, but in the end, they were able to settle for the Victory Royale, Levin.
Well, yeah, I think when you look at how that game played out, again, it's something we didn't really touch too much on at the beginning of the day, but it's so important in these types of formats, right? In the win formats, we see it in the evals every week. When people are guaranteed success or progression or money through winning a game, they're gonna send it for height, right? Like,
13 elims.
Let's play out our mats and see how it goes.
Anyone
We're
be top
gonna try and make the
game on
play
top of
that's
that.
gonna guarantee you the win, and most teams see that as height. Gorditi, Scary, and Jonah at one point during those moving zones looked up on height and looked at Cringe, Mappy, and Cade and said, wait, this is barbecue chicken, we can take this. They're on wood, they have no mats, and it just sort of worked out perfectly for them. We saw how much mats Cade and them invested to secure height. They didn't have enough to keep it, unfortunately, and so for the Spanish boys, they were able to just go up there and close it out. Still rather chaotic, right? You see on the drop down mini, you know, I've resonated with the casters there. You almost didn't know what was going on, who was going to win the game, even after they made that play, but they hit the right shots and it, you know, secures them the Vic Roy.
Yeah, so good from those guys. I mean, it was all about that high ground hold attempt, I suppose, from Maffy and Cade and Cringe. They just didn't have enough materials, as you mentioned, and it was due to the lack of eliminations. They didn't get an elimination there in that endgame. They had one, I think, in the 11th zone, so just couldn't pick up any refreshes, which this season is just so important.
Sounds like it was a little bit too lonely at the top for Cringe's trio, but we'll be talking more about game number 1 in extra detail after this short break.
Yeah, good game too. So I think there's a Spanish trio. Yeah, let's see. One just one where Elskir's Gortiti and Joanne Joanne. Yeah, so today, right now it's the EU, and around like 4:45, NAC will start as American. Oh man, yeah, we're out.
Season 1. We are really excited to have got this season underway because that first game was utter chaos. Just getting used to the pace of trios, boys, and just all the action and all the new names that we're seeing in the lobby. And it feels like it was relatively new names that took that first victory royale, and they took it off some very established ones because Sky, Scroll, and iDrop, they were definitely having quite the game at 11, especially the mid game. The Surge was looking healthy. What do you think happened for these boys in the end, though?
Yeah, I think there was like a crucial sort of moment that sort of cost them the game, right? They were looking sort of good during those moving zones, right? We saw them sort of staying ahead during temp zone, and you sort of look at them and go, okay, look, they're setting up well, but they were on the low ground mini.
Yeah.
And the problem for them is as we headed out of Seaport City, we started to move up elevation, and they just weren't quite ready for it, right? You see a moment here where sort of iDrop's at the front, he's like trying to fight someone on low ground, Sky and Scroll at the back, sort of like trying to look for a refresh as well, get their mats up, and Zone's just sort of pulling past this hill. It forces them to sort of go out into the zone and try and look for a TP back into zone, and in that process of TPing, it's just completely chaos, right? Completely scuffed. Two of them end up going down. It's left to iDrop, and yeah, as good as iDrop is, wasn't able to get the solo clutch.
Yeah, still not a bad game for these guys. They're 5th with 5 eliminations, pretty solid. They're looking good for that consistency so far. And I think, as you mentioned there, I've got a little bit chaotic. They don't necessarily have that loud voice of an IGL in this trio. I feel like I don't see that dynamic in the trio, so it feels like everyone's trying to do their own thing, trying to find some refreshes, trying to find a way to get up that elevation, and unfortunately it just didn't quite work out for them. But I'm not too worried yet. I was looking at them off spawn as well, looking at how that they were getting Storm Surge tags early with the different teams around them, and they're playing so split, so the strategy seems to be working very well so far. I'm just slightly concerned that that could be rocked a little bit as we go throughout the day, but a solid start from these guys, you can't complain.
Minimine, another trio you're predicting to have a solid start were Tayson, Trulex, and Chicho. And we did see them not aiming for altitude, but actually trying to fight their way through the lower grounds.
Yeah, they were, and I was a little bit confused actually when I saw this team actually below Surge there. I think it was around the 7th zone period. We sort of, I mean, I hyped up how good they were at playing this sort of mid-game Surge, those Surge towers. I was expecting a little bit more of damage, I suppose, coming into this point in the game. They solved that, of course, with their experience 11, but it was all about Trulex there at the end, trying to solo clutch his way through. Tayson was there too, a little bit split from each other. Things didn't quite work out for Tayson in the end, but Trulex managed to squeeze out a little bit of extra placement.
Yeah, we didn't quite see it. I would love to sort of know what was like the catalyst for them, right? But we get to sort of like second moving, and yeah, they're all a bit split up. I'm guessing like a team tried to like force some sort of like play on them, and then it sort of ends up getting
1,000 plays.
But that's the type of thing you expect to see from those boys, right? You expect to see them sort of a bit more of a cohesive unit. Nevertheless, though, right? Still a couple more games to go.
It's really exciting to see Cringe, Cade, and Mappy having so much impact on the high ground for the first game of the day, because I'm wondering if this is a trio that we're going to see a lot more from, and maybe even as the competitive year goes on, because everything seems to be working out for them. They seem to be a very well-coordinated unit, and
that's a
Levin,
big
we were
head.
talking
That's
about
a
how
big head
important
start.
Communication is for these trios, and it looked like it was on point for these guys.
Yeah, and we sort of touched on it a bit before, but you know, up to this point, they sort of played the game how most teams are playing the game this season, right? The problem that I think you factor in is that you invest a lot of materials to
Okay,
get into this
Matt,
amazing high
game
ground
2 is about to
position,
start in like 30
and
seconds.
you don't factor in the fact that this is a game where everyone's just trying to win the game to qualify for the grand finals. People are going to start TPing up, whether they're stacked or not. And if you're not stacked because you've used all your materials, how do you deal with that? They can't build fight people, right? And that ultimately costs them. So we'll see if that's an adjustment they make, and we keep seeing them up on height. But I did like sort of the intention from them at first, Mini.
Yeah, I did as well. And I mentioned it before the break. They didn't quite get enough eliminations. They only had one going to that 11 zone. We saw it right there. And I think, you know, being so high up, which you of course need to be in this meta with these TPs, you know, being so prevalent in this endgame, it's so difficult to be that high up and find eliminations and find refreshes. So I think that was sort of their downfall in that endgame. They couldn't quite find them. So I think what we want to see from these guys, more proactivity when it comes to eliminations, more sort of refreshes when it comes to actually building up for height and playing those high layers, and they should find some success for these guys.
Well, we've got 4 more victory royales on the cards for our trios today, so let's head over to our casters, the best Taco and Takata for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, Taco, I'm still blown away. I mean, being from Spain myself, seeing a Spanish trio where 2 of the players were competing in their first ever set lobby finals like this, I mean, it's incredible to see. But look, this also opens up a new opportunity. They were dropping at night shift, so now, you know, they were contested before. They're not contested anymore. There's only one trio there. Will another one contest them? What do you think, Taco?
I think the best thing, though, is that Gorditi's trio kind of just proving that you are... It's about translating your early game victories into a strong endgame finish, because we saw them early on, third party up against Marine in that contested situation taking place by Twinkle Terrace. So,
they're watching
they're not going to be the only
EU.
team that are looking for that
Major
type
1, Group
of
1.
fixation, because game number 2,
Here we go, game 2. Battle Pass is off.
I'm excited. Only one game down, and I'm already feeling the group's excitement. Like I mentioned previously, Night Shift now only has one trio there. The issue is, I believe Brutal Boxcars had 3 trios contesting each other. I'm curious to see if anything has changed up, if players have kind of decided now, you know, maybe I can try and take over a Night Shift. I can go somewhere else.
Wait, do you mean FNCS? Yeah, this is it right now. It's
hold on a minute.
Starting right now. This is EU.
hold on a minute.
There's definitely going to be some shakeups in strategies, Takata. Keep in mind that potential triple contestation that we might have seen with Risk, Frix, and Stali, they actually moved to Demon's Dojo and unsuspectedly conned Robin, Hydro, and Trexer. So I don't think that it's safe to assume that anybody is going where they might have initially led others to believe, because it looks like that triple contest was not the play after all for Frix's trio, as once again they find themselves at Demon's Dojo trying to get the better end and succeeding so far. Trexer doing what he can, defend for himself.
Damn, that's a dang off spawn.
But Trexer just trying to see if he can get a little bit of backup here. This time, Hydro a lot more prepared for that last minute con.
Oh yeah, great job cleaning up this engagement right off the start, basically, meaning that now they should have what is a majority, all of Dojo free for them to continue looting, taking out that Night Rose NPC, getting that extra loot and continuing on forwards, just like Frixie is going to be doing as well.
Yeah. Freezify, Big Luke, Act, Brutal Boxcars, just not going to be left alone. I mean, with it being a mid-map position, this is prime real estate to try and take control of, and not to mention the train itself, Takata, but it's not going to be an easy feat here for Nazen, the lone survivor currently of the French trio. Nate and Nosif hoping that he can just remain unseen so they can look for a possible reboot opportunity later on.
Looks like Dirty, Marine, Ziffy are just going to be taking pop shots from afar.
Yeah. Luxury die off spawn. Luxury die off spawn.
Any fight is going to be formed from this. So we'll take a look at another Spanish trio here up against Sheriff. As Clone has already been cracked, he's going to have to be very careful here as angles are being looked onto him. Going to be forced to disengage.
You would think that this would be a pretty situation, though, for News and Shrift, just considering that they've already taken out the other two Spanish members here. It's only Clone that is currently left to keep these Game 2 lobby dreams alive, but Sharif gonna be the first one to try and press into the box. Clone and not gonna be able to find the shot that he needs. It does at least send a farewell card there to Murius, and that might have just been the last measure to seal their fate here, because now iDrop, Sky, and Scroll immediately collapsing upon Seaport City. Coming out of Rolling Blossoms Farm, it's just all too easy for them to third-party the situation.
Yeah, it was played so well too. Miro, Sharif, they were able to get a nice little sandwich to get their elimination, but as iDrop kind of found that, maybe even looking at the feed, were able to know that, you know, players had been knocked down. It's a good opening for them to come in third party, and they played it perfectly to just get a bit of free extra loot, some free damage, and now even more options going forward.
Kill, bro. 4 points
we look at
for elimination.
Already, but
per kill, bro. 4 points per kill.
Healthy.
Unfortunately, reminiscent of a lot of the starts that Svi, Tini, and Hatris have been suffering throughout competitive so far this chapter, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't look for a bounce back opportunity. There's still enough chaos taking place in this early game as well, Takata, that they could definitely look for a reboot opportunity early on. But Tayson, Chicho, and Trulex, they were a team that Miniminer was highly, holding in pretty high regards as far as their surge damage monitoring is concerned, and for good reason. I mean, very often, Tayson control these mountains a little bit northwest and southeast out of Foxy.
I know my stuff ain't acting up.
More so Z Andy getting a piece out of Henry for this one.
Great job, you can see. Might have been even a pre-edited wall from before, but just taking pop shots with the AR, looking for those openings, those cracks. As Zandy was able to find one, but one of his teammates has gone down. Both teammates down. Now Zandy,
both ways.
From Glory to now down in the depths, playing it out as a solo in a 1 versus 2. Is he going to continue to fight this one out? Is he going to try and run away, come back later? As it looks like he's trying to take an angle, kind of looking to see what his opponents are going to do, but a whole other trio sneaking on in. Pre-edits come through, as now it looks like they might be able to clean this one up, getting straight into the box. As so far, no knocks have been made, but it's just a matter of time.
Maldives just trying to see if he can scurry away, but Malioich is not going to let this one go for free. He sees free surge like any other trio here, and Cranky going to make sure to finish what was left of Mavo. But more importantly still, Takata, it's the fact that this team all the way from Hopeful Heights was able to transition into splitting pins and just immediately find that opportunity once they heard the shots being fired.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of third parties this game, which is a great thing to do, especially in these set lobbies. You're going to want to study, where your opponents are dropping. And then if you kind of see in the feed that they might be getting into a fight, or even you just hear shots to kind of know what your chances are in that engagement. Are you going to be playing a 3 versus 2? Or are you going to be playing a 3 versus 1?
Very important.
Based on that decision, know how aggressive you want to go in. I mean, in trios as well, it's a lot easier to just triple spray pre-edit into a box, where as before it might have been a little easier to kind of survive longer as a solo, as a duo. But if your trio is playing right, if they're on the same wavelength, then it's very difficult to get out of those situations when you don't have that advantage.
The action continues around Brutal Boxcars. Ugoba, Kifa, and Seren dealing with the likes of Moolah, but left side peek, not gonna find any success just yet. Ugoba also trying to keep in mind, doesn't want to get pressured. Somebody trying to take the wall behind him. Still, slow and steady is not the circumstance here. These teams know with how much noise they're making, they're only going to draw in even more attraction here. So somebody's got to find time to elimination. It's got to be quick here. Seren trying to see if maybe a different angular approach could be the difference maker, but it looks like this one might just fizzle out in the end. And if both of these trios were to leave at this point, Takata, that is so much invested material for nothing. So Seren knows, just build up, look for a little bit of height leverage instead, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got a bit of damage. They might be happy with that. There's not too many trios close by, so we'll see what they end up doing. But based on this replay, the Andy's trio has been knocked out of this match. And it looks like Tropex is going to be able to get a reboot here on Fishy, as they'll continue to try to loot up now. The issue is when you have a teammate go down in this early game, you kind of got to do what you can to get them their Oni mask back, get them their mobility, and kind of loot everything up again.
It's also just going to cost them time that they could be using to try and find those surge damage tags instead. And we saw how much of a detriment it was for even some of our more veteran teams in that first matchup of today. Lucy, Monet, and Loki, though, have a slight surge base here, kind of peeking into the heart of both Seaport City and Rolling Blossoms Farm, but doesn't look like there is any movement out there. Most everyone has already managed to secure themselves a rotational position a little bit deeper towards that zone, or they're looking to just play the amount of shields that they have inside of the Storm. I know that that was something that we saw at a Demon's Dojo not too long ago from Robin, Hyjo, and Trexer. They had ample amount of resources because they found those eliminations so early. They don't feel that pressure, that necessity to rotate so early.
I'm not tired. I just woke up.
We're still in these
I just had my coffee, probably
zones, not even fourth
booster.
zone yet, so there's no Rip
More
Island.
caffeine, any
You
more
have a lot
caffeine
more
in me.
time to kind of play the edges here and control how you want to rotate towards the zone. So especially if you're stuck as a duo, you kind of want to take a bit of the safer route. For eye drop, Sky and Scroll though, looks like they might have cleaned up something here. If not, they're just kind of splitting the spare loot, making sure their loadouts are looking good. But meanwhile, you have Moni up top, who I believe is tied for the most eliminations so far after game 1. But will that come to an end? As
chop it down.
Potential aggression coming. They already took some of the edits, as now they're going to chop them down.
Oh, there's one up there.
And look for a potential fight. But the Oni masks were used.
Yeah.
The good news about this
I
season,
thought someone was up there.
you can disengage very quickly, so it's okay to kind of split up from your
So, yeah,
trio
like,
and take
you gotta-
various angles.
I think someone's telling you to chop it
various
down
storm
because you
surge bases,
can't
and
edit
look for those
it. Can't
tags
edit
without
it.
putting
Edit
yourself at
it.
too much of a risk of getting kind of jumped by a full trio.
And it makes sense too why iDrop was after that fight in the first place. Because with this Typhoon Blade, it's definitely much more optimal when you just have your full trio rocking those Void Oni Mask instead. But the way that they're rotating away from Seaport City, almost surprised that they actually didn't elect to do a little bit more fishing. Could have just been a different player from their trio holding on to that. But Bahabo was temporarily back in action, eliminated one more time. Cobra, Cranky, and Malioich, they are still playing this southern section of the map, and the outskirts still being within zone means that they can continue to try and find those surge opportunities essentially against teams that were hoping for a reboot instead on the outskirts.
Yeah, I mean, already 2 eliminations on the board, so they've got a bit of that kind of early damage. Will it be enough to kind of do a full dead side rotate? Not quite sure. We'll have to kind of see as time goes on of how many players are up. 75 so far, as it looks like Prax, Maxi, Mystic are going to be using a water sprite here to recuperate what they lost from that engagement. Darky's still knocked down on the ground, crawling to see if his trio will be able to help him.
Problem right now though for Mystic and Maxi, and sure, they could always look to try and Void Oni around this issue, but Ein's trio kind of just positioning themselves between that movement into the safety of the next zone. They want to make sure that they are cutting off Mystic, Prax, and Maxi because they know this might be our best opportunity for Surge if they haven't actually found that chance just yet.
They know, though, there's another duo behind them alongside the 2 trios, so it's kind of a risky situation in itself. There's always that potential for a third party no matter who takes the first fight. So I believe it's almost more worth it here to just do it. Mystic's doing farm up, make your way to zone. If you do want to even look for tags, you know, do it from the zone in an elevated position, shoot at the opponents that, you know, are going in later to the zone. So we'll see what ends up happening, but fourth zone has appeared. Rift Island is back in business, and iDrop, Sky Scroll are going to be the ones to look to take down that Shogun X, get the medallion, and continue on forwards.
And look, they didn't get a chance to actually claim Shogun's Arena
yeah,
in
Shogun
Lobby
hit you.
1. They still managed to get their hands on that Shogun medallion, though.
I think it's easy to dodge the Shogun's sword swipe. It's moving like a little bit
Hard to say Takata, but
to
the
the
fact
left
that
or
they're now
right.
going to start
Because he only stays in
with
one place.
control
He does a sword swipe like
Shogun medallion.
they move there.
And a lot of times, I do believe that this trio like to opt for medallion priority, essentially, amongst each other. So I'm really excited to see if they're going to be able to kind of answer that call that I was hoping for in the last game, where if a team has control of this medallion, you can look to play very aggressively for height takes.
Yeah.
Bro, this guy was in corner. That was risky, bro. That was true. Was an he's hiding like right in the open, like a little small corner. Or the other guy didn't see him. He's stuck out like a sore thumb.
And Hyper's trio, but they're kind of hungry. They know it's a solo. They know it could be free pickings, and it's even on the way to zone. But they're not going to chase it.
Also, probably don't want to give away too many shots. And they're starting to enter that edge of zone. It's very easy to get lobbied if you pull in that undesirable attention. Kind of funny to see an elemental chest this deep.
Yeah, still
having been not cleared out just yet, but it goes how it goes sometimes, especially coming out of Shogun's Solitude. Ziffy, Jerdy, and Marine, though, caught a little bit on the Warriors Watch Water.
That's now 5th zone. Next one is going to be the first kind of so-called 50-50 zone, where you can start kind of positioning yourself accordingly, depending on how much damage you have, how much of a safe kind of position you want, if you have the opportunity to rotate with the Oni masks or not. So getting closer to the center if possible could be key here, but like we've mentioned previously, fishing is a strong part of the meta. You have a very good chance of getting shield fish without needing a fishing hole. You just fish anywhere you want in a body of water. So you can kind of stack up on a bunch of shield fish, which are incredible for healing yourself quickly in the late game.
Just kind of seems like Marine's fishing party was a bit spoiled there by teams that started just sort of encroaching on their position. Still, teams trying to make their way over some of the shifting elevation. Mountain ranges especially can be pretty vicious to work your way through. Relvis, Davul, Kashi. They're gonna actually dip into the lower parts of this valley, but they know that they've got teams just ahead of them, still trying to get mats from boulders where possible.
The trio on the 2 trios.
Dodge actually gonna be one of the trios still looking to kind of duke things out there in the distance.
Axe Force, Ravon, and Per9 are 65 below. Good news is, if you look at the mini-map at the bottom right, there's a lot of trios close by, a lot of players that they can take shots on. Sheriff is going to go down, gets knocked now. They're going to capitalize on that for the extra damage on the knocked player, as now it might even open up another knockdown.
Not for the guy.
Wipe out the whole trio while you're at it for 9, but be careful.
Just like damn surrounded.
Are going to crack for 9.
I think I was going to get the final kill.
They're going to have to take some time to heal up, but the zone is
for the momentum, but all of a sudden, 1 second, get spotted. Boom.
See, F9 thought that that was just a freebie to slam a trio really quick and get out. What they didn't realize was that Cringe, Mappy, and Cade are the reason why Miruz and Sheriff were in that position in the first place. Just so unfortunate when you get pinched in the lobby like that. But one team's downfall is another team's potential upcoming here, as F9 running it back one more time. See how we got those quick couple of eliminations. And
nice
poor Miruz, he was just so stuck there between that other team.
Yeah, did a great job, though, closing out those 2 elims quickly. Right as the shots came in from the third party that got out, it's now free edits are going to be used. Eric and his trio, 907 above the Storm Surge threshold already. They know they don't need this damage. You could always use extra eliminations, could always use extra loot, but it's not a necessity, so they don't have to risk it all to try and get it. Also being kind of so stuck in the mud here, I hope they kind of maybe elevate themselves a little bit and look for a rotation. They are on the uncongested side of zone, so especially with the Oni masks, they have a lot of options to rotate here, especially, you know, knowing they don't need that damage. So Looks like they're going to do exactly that. Meanwhile, the brawl, the chaos is going to continue with I don't even know how many trios on the edge of the storm here.
Look, they might not need damage, but what they definitely need is more mats. That could be a big part of the reason why they're trying to just linger a couple moments longer, see if there might be an opportunity to vulture some of those other teams that were just stuck in that conglomerate of box fight. Hyper, Hedra, Gyora, though, just trailing behind. And one more time, a trio that definitely needed some damage. Don't want to just stay barely above that threshold. They will find solid elimination here. Hopefully Trulex, Tayson, and Chicho have also found more success this time around. And sure enough, these are the damage threshold levels that we kind of expect to see from this team coming out of their position for Boxy.
This is more the Tayson, Trulex, and Chicho Mini Miner was talking about in the early mid game, making sure they get more than enough damage while continuing to have a good amount of loot, good amount of materials, and be able to position themselves accordingly.
Surge is active. Get some tags, bro.
Get those early rotates, but for the duos that aren't in such of a healthy position, now we're forced to look for more damage. Moni is one of the elimination leaders, so aggression is there, but too much aggression isn't always the answer.
They don't want to leave it up to chance, though. Just barely hanging on above that damage threshold. They know they've got to rotate also. The problem, though, very likely that there's still going to be a team hanging out on the top of that Shogun's arena. But now both of these trios down below getting tagged up by that Storm Surge. They waited just a moment too long. Sure, they might be able to get these TPs through, but they want to get ahead because they want to look back, spray, hopefully just enough damage to elevate themselves. It's only 36. It's literally one tag here, but Lucy is just not going to find the opening just yet.
Yeah, Moni now got an elimination, but has the Onimas back in zone. And the issue is, if you looked at the mini-map, the amount of trios that are going to be looking back from the high ground, from the hill, of everybody rotating in, it's just free pickings from the mountain that's going to be raining down bullets. As now Lucy, Moni, Loki are going to have to kind of find a safe entrance while connecting these shots. It's one of the most difficult positions to be in, and as he missed his Onimask, I don't know what they're going to do.
Look, at the very least, he didn't miss out on this elimination opportunity, right, Takada? So make do with what you've got. And that's definitely going to be the motto for Monet. That Siphon coming into play very heavily here. But as you already pointed out, all these teams that are already fixated on this Big Ben mountain range, it's going to be so hard for a team to work their way up, especially with a limited mount count as is. Loki, only 3 bandages as well. It is not looking good, Takada.
Yeah, and you know, we've mentioned this earlier, but now all these trios that decided to, you know, take the option and put themselves or position themselves accordingly to take shots of the trios rotating in are now kind of missing out a bit on that rotation quickly towards the next zone. It is going to be a zone that's fully inside of the storm already, so if you're able to kind of be the first trios to get there, it could benefit you later on, but they are going to miss out on that damage from all the trios that rotated in. We'll see how they're able to kind of clean up this rotate. They have to go up a hill, go around a hill. You don't want to land in another trio's box with the Oni mask, so doing everything together with a lot of synergy is crucial.
It seemed as though Maxi, Mystic, and Praxi might have had one of the more ideal positions on top of this mountain range, but again, that could change at a moment's notice. Sky, though, obliterated. While looking for some pressure, it's clear that this team wants to make a layer swap. They were hoping to see if they can maybe find a knock or even just apply enough damage that they get a free rotate out of it. Instead, it's going to cost them a good amount of their splashes to make sure that Sky's back to being up and healthy. So much surge, though, Takada. It does mean that they can wait a moment or two longer than everybody else, but high likelihood that they're just going to look for a TP to hide option.
Yeah, we'll see that one of the 7 duos that did get a victory out in the set lobbies this season, so hopefully they can do it again. But for Mystic, he's already lost one of his teammates and his other on just a sliver of HP. He can slip in the ice and it can cause him to get eliminated. Both now 12 HP on the board, doing what they can, as now Mystic is going to get knocked, brought into the box of his opponents. And it looks like Cringe, Mappy, and Cade might be looking at a potential change in layers here. Are they going to be looking up?
They're going to have to go for the chop first against Vanjki and Battercry, who aren't trying to make this easy by any means, just continuing to wrap their way good amount of investment, though. Practically all of the brick. That is going to be all of Cringe's brick at this point, so the hard mats expended does mean that Cringe, Mappy, and K, they feel confident that they're going to be able to make this transition for a high take.
I like that tarp though. They went into the storm, ticked a bit of extra damage, but it's okay. They can re-heal it up later. They position themselves in the front now. Nobody can cut them off. As the Oni masks are coming through, a little bit of desperation as a potential build fight might even break out here. I don't know if you want to keep going up here, but looks like they might have been able to claim it. Nobody contesting.
High ground.
Better cry in his trio here.
It's a duo at this point.
Oh, duo on high ground.
Someone is bound to look up soon enough here, especially with some of the teams that we see down below. Marius struggling though, getting a bit smothered here. Vattercry trying to defend this high ground position alongside Vanshki, just taking separate positions temporarily, spraying down onto secondary height. If you're gonna try and hold it as a duo, you might as well front act like you are a trio in the process, doing a decent job of maintaining towards that front side of zone as well.
Doing a great job of applying pressure to those trios that are second height, and they know now when they build out ahead, their next move is to look back, take shots, but after being cracked, it just opens up another option for them to play more aggressive. Height is going to be given up, as now Cranky and his trio are going to continue to build up, but the triple Oni mask, it looks like another trio wants it as well, as iDrop,
hey, what's up, bro?
Sky, and Scroll are continuing to fight this low ground.
All Sky, Scroll, and iDrop are waiting for it is
watching FNCS EU
and then they can
Major 1 Group 1.
Already tarping through the secondary height layer towards the front side of zone. So it really feels like it's inevitable for them to try and look for that hide siege themselves. Cade, Cringe, Mappy though, they're not out of the conversation just yet. Robin gonna be isolated as a member, and now that's just going to be a free refresh there for Cade. A little bit of siphon material as well, but Cringe, Mappy, Cade actually forced to keep trying to tarping through this low ground instead, but they don't have many mats remaining.
That's the main issue. They can't go ahead of zone here. iDrop has too many materials, but now as they start to run low, they're forced to look for a refresh, and that's exactly what they are going to secure. iDrop, Sky, Scroll doing a great job of staying ahead, looking back in their big tarp they've already made to find those refreshes, continue trying to drop down an opponent, maybe even whoop out a triple spray, anything they can here to continue getting elimination after elimination on the low ground.
They have so much control currently on this low ground. They're going to be able to cut off Mappy as well, but up above, Ewick trying to see if they can maybe find the advantage. They're going to fall, though, from that elevated position. Now a solo stuck on height, but Sky, iDrop, Scroll, they might just be content to keep breaking through the low ground instead.
Ewick broke his ankles, left his team now to clutch it out as a solo up above as Cringe is running low on materials. 0 builds left, they're looking up, that's the option. Do they know it was a solo that's dropped down? Elimination from Cringe now. Cade is gonna go down. Cringe is playing as a solo, just 2 trios up.
Ooh.
It looks like it's a 1 versus 3, and iDrop,
Oh,
Sky,
1v3
and Scroll are gonna be the trio to close it out.
Look, they might not have looked to take.
All right, chat. Yo, appreciate everyone being here. I'll be right back. I gotta hit the bathroom. So bad. So yeah.
More than happy to take their
I'll be able to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back.
And they did it in such a commanding manner as well, taking full control of the low ground, just not allowing anybody to break through their barriers.
I did get scared at a moment because in that last or second to last zone, they did get cut off on low ground, but it pulled back towards where they were already building. So they were able to once again stay ahead and just clean up all the players dropping down that ran out of materials, all the players that were low on shields, literally just cleaning up these scraps to close out and get that victory royale, qualifying them to the major finals. But look, we've had so much going on. There was so many angles, so I want the desk to break this down. Tell me what you guys saw.
Thank you so much. I think I've seen things you wouldn't believe, and yet you have to, because you can watch them back on the VOD. And congratulations to Sky, Scroll, and iDrop, and also to Miniminer, because they were top on your list of teams you thought would be taking a victory royale today.
Yeah, real bold prediction right there. I'm sure a lot of people would have not had them on their top 5 list. Now, I could have asked my neighbor's dog to predict, and they would have got that, I'm sure, as well. But a really well-played game, really nicely played low ground. We broke it down at the beginning of the day, Levin, how they can play that low ground well. And I think the way that they played that, it just makes me think, yeah, you know what, these guys are a low ground team. The way that they were getting those frags, getting those eliminations, staying ahead and making sure there was no height changes like we saw in that game number 1. They played it to perfection.
It was the banker. It was the one that couldn't fail. It was the one that's never failed. I mean, you look at how they played it. Like you said, it was, you know, not pitch perfect, to be fair. You know, if I'm being critical, I think there's some minor things they could have done better, as they would know themselves. But it was enough to get the job done. And I think it's great awareness from them in terms of just like, not necessarily like just playing for height in this lobby, where like they know it's going to be quite chaotic, and actually just, you know, choosing to play low and doing it quite well. I think obviously Takata was right to mention how like the sort of last pull sort of maybe favored them a bit, right? Maybe things would have gotten a bit messier had it continued to pull up the hill with that team sort of taking it from them. But they played most of the same game as well as they could have, really, and you know, they'll be happy to get out of this lobby now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I was looking at them off spawn yet again, looking at them early game, and you could see sort of the zone being a little bit more favorable for them, and that's where they're sort of staying a lot more together when they're looking for Surge. You saw them just outside of Seaport, outside of that city, and trying to look for those Surge tags, trying to like chop a team down on top of that Surge base, just really staying together for that Surge, and we could see them having a much more fruitful end game because of it, and they just set themselves up so well, and they executed as we know they well can do.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there 15 eliminations from the 2 games. 10 of those, at least, came from that last game. And now they're at the lobby because they've already qualified for the major finals. And we're going to be talking about the trios that are still in the running, still going to be boarding the battle bus around next few games after this break. Welcome back to FNCS. And we are so excited to have this show on the road because we've now sent three trios, our three players in each trio. I'm getting all messed up with my threes today, boys. There's three of us here on the analyst desk, but we've only sent two so far. Two trios through to the grand finals of Major number 1 coming to you later this month. And to be honest, Levin, we were definitely predicting the second game winners to be booking their spot early. Sky Scroll and iDrop, they did take that victory royale, and they took it with 3 still up and running.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you look at just the form of all the teams in this lobby, they're the team most informed. They're the team that have shown, you know, the highest propensity to be able to win games. And so it wasn't really a surprise in my eyes, right? I think the biggest surprise for me thus far, Mini, I'm looking at Cringe, Cade, and Mappy and just how well they've played. Obviously, in game 1, they were on height and it didn't quite go well for them. This game, right, they had to do the job on mid and low ground and they looked really good. And honestly, they were a final moving zone away from actually winning the game. It was a bit weird, right, when we're watching them in this endgame Mini, they were sort of playing like refresh to refresh. Like, you look at the mats there on Cade, like, they've got like nothing, but they still just didn't lose panic, didn't lose hope of that game. And you see here, it was on this zone pool right here, it starts pulling backwards away from them. Had it kept pulling towards them, they honestly might have a chance of winning that game against iDrop.
Yeah, 100%. I think they were doing what they didn't do in the very first game. They were playing those mid to low ground layers. They were getting those refreshes, and they looked up at height at a really good time, but it was just unfortunate that one of them went down there as Mappy earlier on, so they couldn't quite keep all 3 together up on height. And as you say, I think if that zone had played a little bit differently with those refreshes that they'd had, with the way that we know that they can play, they definitely could have walked home with a win. But really nice, consistent stuff from these guys, which is kind of what I was expecting from this trio.
Oh, shit.
Of course, coming
Okay.
out of Mars Meadows, having a
I'm
really
back.
good drop spot there.
I didn't miss anything?
You'd expect
Oh,
them
good.
to
That's
do
good.
well.
That's good.
But yeah, it's nice to see
Match
them
3
there on top
starts
row.
in 2 minutes.
I mean, there's a couple other teams that I'm looking at, right? And I'm thinking, interesting consistency-wise. Obviously, right? You look at UX Trio, a bit of an unfortunate end for them, right? Because they're the team that ends up taking
That's great. So we
height,
got two
and
more
they look
games.
like in a
2 more games
decent
left. There's
spot to
5. There's 5 of
maybe
them.
hold it
There's
out.
3
But
now.
then, like, you're also looking at them, and they didn't really have much.
Damn, babe, look at that, bro. Look at the board.
In a bit of an
Holy
unfortunate
shit,
way
bro.
there. But speaking of height, right? I look at Vanjiki, Pixovsky, and Batacry in this game, Mini, and they were, again, another example of sort of what we saw in game 1 from Cringe, Mappy, and Cade, where you have a team that takes height, and then, you know, they just haven't got enough in the tank to actually hold it out throughout the rest of the game, right? These guys, in this circumstance, were actually sort of, the odds were against them, if anything, right? Because they've only got a duo, right? Pixovsky not there. But they take height, and you're thinking, okay, you know, they got a bit of a hold here, but all those mats they invested to take height, you know, the rest of the mats are running thin, so as soon as any trio starts looking up at them, they're not in the best of spots.
Yeah, they're not. And because they don't have a trio, they can't have one player front side looking back at them, making sure that nobody can TP up. So, of course, there was a duo, or a trio, I should say, on the front side of the zone that just easily looked up and sprayed them out. And it was those lack of materials that they, of course, had that they couldn't quite hold on
See what
to
they
it.
want
So
about
not
iDrop,
really
Scroll,
ideal for
and
those guys. It just
Sky
shows that
Season.
height is not free. It's not there for the taking necessarily for every single team that's in the lobby right now. So it can be kind of toppled over for some of the teams that are looking from the front side if you're not in a good situation. So I'm excited to see what these trios can do for the rest of the games.
Absolutely.
So any bold predictions now that we are nearly halfway through the days, boys, in terms of these new names that we're seeing? Are there any, I wouldn't say pretenders to the throne, but any potentials for the throne that you think could break through this weekend? Minnie?
I mean, I was looking at Ewik right there, prime for success up on the high ground. Duo looking pretty good. I think they had decent materials as well. I think everything was looking pretty strong for that team. They took high ground at a good time, but unfortunately went down to full damage. It was an absolute nightmare situation for them, but hopefully that's going to propel them through because they have a decent little drop spot, good off-spawn strategy. So that trio I'm going to keep my eyes on for maybe winning a game here.
Levin?
It's so hard. It's so chaotic in the early game. Like, I've been trying to keep track of just like all the teams moving around us. There's so many different teams and players like move into different spots. Obviously, when you win a game, you leave the lobby, so your spot becomes available. So there's now new teams trying to take that spot. That creates a weird power dynamic. I'm just looking out for what's happening in the early game here.
It'll be interesting to see if anyone moves into those vacated drop spots by our winning trio so far. If Frix's trio drops to Demon's Dojo yet again, we have them going for brutal boxcars, but it seems like they've made themselves a new home and they're very happy to stick with it. So we'll see if they do for game number 3 as we head back to our casters to cover Carter, and the best, Taco.
Thanks so much, Desk. And I mean, Levin called it out already, Takata, but there are just so many teams kind of just shifting every which way around the map, and one more spot just became available. Rolling Blossoms Farm with iDrop Sky and Scroll having just moved out, given that Victor Royale for lobby number 2. A lot of big things could take place here in Game 3.
Yeah, a lot could happen. I mean, Seaport City, Hopeful Heights, both POIs above and below the drop spot of iDrop's trio are contested by 2 different trios. So all it takes is one of them to say, okay, you know what? Let's try out this split. Will it happen? Let's see. Game 3 starts now.
Look, it's feeling like the halfway point, right? As halfway as we can get for the day, Takata. And when we're looking at some of the teams that we've been seeing have some of those highlight moments in the end game, Mappy and Cade, I almost feel like this might just be a third time's the charm type of situation, right? Like, surely one of these high takes has got to work out for them.
I'm down. I'm down to see it happen, Taco. I'm on your boat here, but we'll take a look now at, you know, what ends up happening in this early game, because this is where it all starts leading up to those end games, those victory royales, as we look at Hasten, Trulex, and Chicho. Not too surprised that they haven't gotten the VR yet. It's just about consistency is what we've kind of been saying for this trio. They are currently in, well, depending on if you're including the trios that have already won or not, 10th or 8th place. Let's say 8th place on the leaderboard, not including the ones that have already gotten a victory royale. So not in that top 5 safely yet, but not too far either.
Yeah, but for some of these teams, they know they've got quite the uphill battle to try and tackle. Our teams that are also just hanging around the outskirts of the map, you know, trying to find different strategies that work out in their favor as far as their surge management is concerned. Twinkle Terrace, though, continues to be a relatively hot spot here. Enix, Nazik, Sans might have a battle underway with that Chili Chug Splash haven't been popped. That leads me to believe that they're certainly looking for a fight.
Yeah, looking for angles as well, but over at Night Shift now. We talked about this previously. Panda's trio is not contested anymore in Night Shift, but they do have trios surrounding them that want to get damage, that want to get those tags. But seeing that Panda already has an elimination, I believe they are in a 3 versus 2, and Atris now is getting soloed out.
Yeah, but for Atris, unfortunately, he's just going to get hit from 2 separate angles. Doesn't stand a chance here. But this is all net positives currently for Panda and Bergen. So he'll find the last one of the bunch here. Skvi taken down. An early 3 eliminations as well for Panda's trio. Takata just means that they're going to have ample time inside a Night Shift Forest to really loot out to their heart's content. And not only that, but they can even shift their rotation strategy because they have so much surge already established.
Yeah, it's a good kind of safety net, knowing you just get those early game eliminations. You've done so much damage, finishing off the knocks, the tags, the full eliminations. You can kind of safely just continue with your loot pat, be efficient, and kind of plan out your next stages of the match without as much stress. Taking a look at a replay of how some of these eliminations did happen. Kind of quick cleanups.
Enix really wasting no time to just throw himself inside those boxes. Mappy Cringecade, though, they've managed to find that roaming Shogun, hoping for a beneficial mythic drop out of this as well. Instead, no, excuse me, that's going to be for the Typhoon Blades over by Mass Meadows. But Cringe Mappy Cade, knowing that they have the confirmation of movement, does, I think, it is a huge part of the reason why they've been able to look for those consistent high takes.
Right, and those are crucial if you're looking for the victory royale and not to qualify through, you know, consistency. And we'll see that, you know, leading up to the final matches based on where these trios are placed on the leaderboard. If they only have a few points, they're going to be looking for that victory royale. If they're right on the cutoff for top 5 and qualifying through consistency, they don't need the victory royale. They just have a, you know, need a decent placement in the last 2 matches. So we'll kind of have to see how those decisions are going to be made.
Teams just continuing to try and lurk upon each other, though. They hear shots in the distance. They see if they can find an optimal position to get the better end of the exchange. Void Oni TPs as well, just flying every which way, but Shrexer, Robin, Hygel, they've got their prey currently spotted, and this is far east territory that we're looking at right now, Takata.
Yeah, this is edge of the map, quite literally, as we see the final remaining Spanish trio here in the lobby, who I believe are currently not doing so hot in terms of consistency. Actually, two more Spanish trios, but both of them are 27th and 31st place, so they might potentially be looking for more of a victory royale, although with 3 matches left, there's still a chance of kind of making a comeback on the leaderboard. One good end game is what you need in this match.
Could be a little bit dangerous here right now, though, for Robin. Does have Ijo and Trexer kind of backing him up, but playing from inside of the bush, just trying to find those tags. I was more so looking at the team directly underneath that hill. Just curious if they were gonna look for an opportunity to see if they could maybe try and tackle an elimination or two themselves, but able to hold that spot pretty easily.
So when I'm looking here at Brutal Boxcars, now this drop, like we mentioned, is good because it does have this mountain by it that gives you so much vision. And generally, we've seen trios kind of base up in different sections of this mountain to see multiple different rotates, but that's when they have Oni masks. It's a lot safer to kind of disengage. And I believe all they had were at least one kinetic blade, which I would argue is probably the worst mobility item based comparing to the Typhoon blade and the Oni mask. So we'll see how that plays out for them if they do end up getting pushed. But for Pixie, it's all about fishing season here and taking time to kind of get even those spare shield fishes that they could use for looking for tags.
It looks like Pixie might have even been the team that opted to move into that Rolling Blossoms farm territory, given that it just opened up at the start of this lobby with the success from iDrop Sky and Scrolls last match. Find that victory royale. Shattered Span, though. Loki, Lucy, and Monet still just waiting for their opportunities to establish Surge as well. And a lot of this just seems like there's been a slight lull here, Takata. It seems like a lot of that early excitement from our first 2 lobbies, teams starting to find a little bit more of their flow and rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, the day goes on, you kind of get to see a bit more of how these trios are rotating and have been rotating in the previous 2 matches, and what has kind of not worked, or maybe what has worked to get damage, or, you know, kind of adapting as the day goes on. And that's exactly what the top competitive Fortnite players are all about. As we take a look at one of the EU Titans, Titan trios, as they are actually going to disengage from this. They don't want to take any risks, as they are kind of playing a bit more for consistency.
Henry 30J, though, seems like he just really wanted to take this mountain away from Trulix, Chicho, and Tayson. Does come at a bit of a cost, though. Maldiz finds his shields decently chunked into. Other teams now beginning to fixate their eyes upon this elevated position. Henry's trying to currently crank up on. Still should be a decent Surge base, though. But now they need to ensure that they are finding tags, Takata, because it's so much mats that they just used.
Yeah. As we take a look now at Hyper, Kira, his fan, also known as Hedra. We're looking for an engagement inside of zone here. Always a little risky, but seeing it's only second zone, you can afford. It's only 1 damage per second, 2 storms, so not too much to worry about. Have the Oni masks in hand. The issue is when you're getting pressure applied from multiple angles, kind of got to be careful. You can wait for a moment to strike, as you know that most of the time when pressure is being applied from multiple angles, you can maybe find an opportunity to just jump on one of the solos very quickly, box them up, but those are all very risky plays. It depends if you want to take it, as the Oni masks are going to be used now to kind of rotate back into zone.
These teams are spending a good chunk of time, though, just trying to find some form of damage against the other. There's just no real command and control currently over this Flooded Frog's position. And now Prax, Mystic, Maxi, since they don't all have those Void Oni masks to easily teleport themselves in front, they're the ones that are currently being slightly held here. Ooh. And now another team from a completely different angle It's just gonna find prime opportunity. Prax doesn't have any white heals either.
Yeah, this is kind of looking down below. I assume there's something there.
Some fishing, potentially.
Yeah, something they can do, as all of them are getting incredibly low on HP. Moni here.
Oh.
Has his full
solo.
trio potentially sneaking up.
Trio.
Still with the
This should
kinetic
be fine.
blade in hand. Maybe get a 3-2-1 triple spray. Maybe
Let's
just
see
find a
there.
nice
Where's
little
the
shot,
guy
but
alone on the solo?
after
Where's
the
the trio?
shot is connected. Disengage is going to come through. The issue with this kinetic blade is you kind of stay still for a little
Trying to
bit
bait
while you're
them.
charging it up, and
Trying
it's
to bait them.
an opening for these top tier players to just completely delete you out of the sky. So it is a bit scary, but so far it's worked out.
Lucy also had that top of the hill angle as well to provide some support cover fire for just in case things didn't work out like what we just witnessed. 2T also falling back with vertigo. Some heals were left over. And Lucy, Monet, they seem like they might have a chance here. It's definitely looking a pretty tough position. Very low on shields. Not sure how the recovery is going to work out for him. And he's not the only one that seems to be struggling a little bit here in the early game.
Yeah, you want to kind of conserve the chug splashes and other heals that might be a little more difficult to get if you can just kind of fish up to recuperate the shield you've lost already. So hopefully Battery Cry is doing exactly that. As we look into the zone once again, it is going to be Hijo up against one of the Spanish trios. Can they close this one out?
Hijo can't seem to catch a break here at Demon's Dojo.
Hey, what's with the gun keep going by itself?
Night Rose, they're still
Yeah,
having to
been
just
there.
deal with all these other players trying to steal away their loot benefits. Void Onimask gonna be able to create a little bit of distance, a little bit of space, and more importantly, get them into the next edge of zone, because now it's up to Stali, Fricks, and Risk to actually make their move inwards. And with only a Typhoon Blade, that's gonna be much easier for Robin, Hijo, and Trexer to even eliminate them on that rotate in.
Yeah, especially if they look back. Not a great position, but we'll see what they're able to do with it. As you can see, full Oni masks ready to go. Fourth zone has appeared, so we will have Rift Island coming. All the spare shieldfish now gonna be picked up from the box they created earlier to fish, and this is actually looking pretty good. Especially Andy, Shark, and Jew. I kind of like how they're preparing themselves. Only thing I would like is maybe a better pump shotgun to the gray, but you know what's fine? You can't ask for everything in these set lobbies.
Got plenty of fish at least to split evenly amongst their trio, so that is definitely a nice way to take advantage of some of the resources available on the map, especially when you're not under pressure. And just have to hope that they've been able to maintain the surge damage threshold as well, but teams now taking notice of Shogun's Arena having just spawned in.
Kind of long range shots being taken. We haven't seen any big brawls on Shogun's Arena so far. It's kind of just been one trio that's walked up and taken the medallion, but Axe Force is going to get knocked down. Raban for 9 doing what they can to not lose the rest of the loot here. Crouching, avoiding those footsteps, kind of planning. Do we Oni Mask out of here? Do we try and catch one of the players off guard, as it looks like the Oni Mask into the zone is going to be the play to force a disengagement?
It might not be a disengage, but they might have been unintentionally bailed out by another team moving into this Magic Monster's position, drawn towards the sound of fire. Mystic, Brax, Maxi, they were hoping for a cleanup. Instead, now they find themselves having to watch their own backs. They know that there's another trio lurking. They don't want to give up more than what they have to as far as their resource expense is concerned.
Very quick to reboot Axe Force back into the match here. And I believe they even kind of secured Axe Force's loot, or at least a bit of it at least. They kind of boxed up his eliminated character and was able to kind of give him a bit here with the barrels. They should be able to get back in the game, so I'm actually not too worried about this trio so far.
really thought we were going to see a little bit more there from Kira, but given that we only saw Kira on screen, I have to wonder if he might be by his lonesome, not actually intact with the rest of his trio. Might have been hoping for that reboot van that we just saw F9 use.
Yeah, we'll have to see as Kelda and Serena having a bit of a tough situation as well. It seems like Rizketh, this Spanish trio, just keeps trying to fight everybody they possibly can. I wonder if they're kind of going for that, you know, victory royale, so they want to have enough loot, enough mats and damage to be able to secure that. It's just kind of risky to continuously take these engagements over and over again. As Seren's been cracked, Kelda's been cracked as well.
Everyone kind of just using what they've got, but Typhoon Blade, the Xing Xing is breaking through these boxes, and Kielva, Goba, they're going to find themselves on the receiving end of it. It's only Seren trying things, but Rizke, Fricks, Stali, they're just going to chase him down. They know that it is only one member remaining, but a pull back, actually, reconsideration from Stali, going to be instead content to take what they've already secured. Don't want to find themselves in a compromised position. It looks like Takata, just too much traffic in the area. Might have felt like they were going to find themselves getting eliminated if they were a little bit too greedy there.
How much have they even secured, though, is my question. I mean, still only 15 above the threshold, still not fully capped on mass, not even halfway there. So they've got a ways to go, but at least all three players are still remaining, so always opens up that opportunity for more. As Ewick now had an unfortunate slip from the high ground, kind of twisted his ankle up.
No, we don't talk about those.
Went down to fall damage, but you know what? It's all about making it happen here in the next game. As hopefully we'll see them in late game once again.
I think the toughest part is when it happens in 4K, right? Like, because imagine you're having, like, a lot of players, they'll go back, right? And they'll like, what went wrong for this match? You know, that kind of thing.
I want to be in that VOD review session personally.
Probably, yeah, no. You know they're going to mess with them a little bit about that, but hey, still phenomenal things that could take place here in this third match. Not for Dabiul, though. He's going to find himself eliminated by Fredaj's trio. A big come up currently, though. They needed those mats to carry them through this mid-game into the late.
That's not good for Fred. Radion, on the other hand, are going to be getting that quick refresh as we have Darky right behind them. They don't know how tagged they are, I think, but 1,200 above the Storm Surge threshold and a great position on this 6th zone, being kind of the first so-called
over in the world, bro. Ooh, what they'll learn how, like, what they'll one shots.
Another 2 eliminations gonna be picked up. This is huge for this trio. They can now look to play on the uncongested side if they want to kind of pre-fire, get closer to the storm here, pre-fire some Oni masks in zone, but there is 2 more partial zones that are going to happen before moving. So good news is they have so many options, so many choices. It's all about just making the right ones.
Fricks, similar situation on the other side. Moment to revisit. Finally did manage to get that final elimination onto Seren, but Monet, Loki, Lushi, a little bit stuck here currently on the side of the hill. It's a decent spot, relatively center to this zone, but they don't want to have to deal with actually breaking through towards the higher points of this hill. They do have options right now, though, Takata. If they want to go low, if they want to try truck a little bit closer to height, but what they need more than anything right now is Surge.
Yeah, that's the problem. That Surge kind of eliminates a lot of those options because they're forced to put themselves in a place where they see a lot of the trios rotating in zone. Good news is they're already so centered that they have vision on the trios rotating in. They have a secure position that's going to help them in the upcoming zone. So as long as they don't get lobby focused here, as long as they don't take a lot of damage, don't get cracked, and just continue to apply that pressure and hit their shots. I mean, mainly they have to connect their shots here. I don't think any connections have been made yet.
Fredaj's trio, though, when we last checked in with them, that was as close to a Loot Llama giveaway as you're gonna get. Monet, though, just getting ticked away. And fortunately for Monet, it was actually a knock from players afar. Otherwise, that would have just been clean elimination had it been to the actual surge damage itself. Still a rough position to be in, though, as Loki, Lushi continue looking out. It's Elix trio that they're trying to find tags into. Now Chicho, as he rotates through the low ground, but nothing is connecting.
They just can't connect these shots, Taco. It's exactly what they need, and they're forced now to use chug splashes, their last remaining heals, in desperation to just hit any shot possible. Are they going to be forced to make an Oni mask play? Are they going to be forced to play that risky kind of fight? I don't know how much more time they're going to be able to just take these ticks.
They've at least got mats, but they are using a good chunk.
Get some hits, get the hits, boys. Come on.
Just to maintain this spot, and they've definitely got to get a move on.
Is it wraps?
They're going to
Is it
desperately
wraps?
make a play for the low ground. Hope that there's another trio, a team that's even worse off than
Oh,
they are.
yeah, there we go.
Lushi jumps straight into Pixoxy's box, finds the elimination they need, just now hanging 56 above. But the work isn't finished. They still have so much more to go.
It's a marathon for this trio, and they're just at the starting line here, able to get that quick elimination, but still need to replenish their shield, replenish their HP, make it into zone, and do even more damage. So many boxes to be checked. It's definitely possible, but it's not going to be easy for Mystic, Prax, and Maxi, though. They are looking a bit more healthy, more comfortable, as we see where this 8th zone is going to be pulling. It is going to be northeast, so honestly pretty close to where this trio is, as they can kind of look for options on rotating. You just have to be careful to not Oni mask where other trios are Oni masking and then kind of get stuck in their box. You want to find an angle, even if it takes, you know, tanking Storm a little bit, having to use a splash or a water sprite to recuperate it. As long as your trio's safe and together, getting to that zone is crucial here.
Prax has to be very tactical, though, with these last 6 charges on that Void Oni mask. If anything, they're probably even hoping that they're going to be able to find some eliminations, and hopefully those elims lead to those refresh charges of the Void Oni instead. Cringe now mapping himself forward. Cade mapping closely behind. Still, this isn't the kind of setup that you would expect or want for trying to take a hike take here.
Yeah, Vanya's gonna go down right below them. This could be an opening for them to play a bit aggressive, though, but they don't know that Ziandy's right on their door, knocking, incredibly healthy. 170 above the Storm Surge threshold as they continue to rotate together. The trio right now with the highest elevation is gonna be Kai's, Kramsu, but Tayson, Chicho, and Trulex now 330 above. Just looking for any openings on potential eliminations, and they might have found just that as they get a knock, they get another elimination. 2 more on the board. This is huge.
Clean map refresh as well. It was just so quick the way they were able to capitalize on those 2 elims. Kremsu, Gaze, and Clone, though, they're trying to maintain this strong high ground spot. They threw the TPs forward just in case. Always want to have those safety measures, but they're also ready to just get ahead of the rest of the crowd. Up on the hill, though, Nosif, Naze, and Nate, they've actually managed to break their way through the mid-game. A little bit of struggles here for France, but their hopes very much still going. Case doesn't have that Void Oni any longer. The charge ran out, and he's been chopped.
Let that happen.
Fall damage is
down.
so tragic.
Absolutely devastating for this trio. Kai's getting eliminated. Clone Kramsu forced to drop down from the best position in the match to now playing it out as a duo. Only 225 above as they're forced to regroup and continue from the mid-ground.
And that's how easy it can be for things, the rug, to get swept from underneath you completely. Cringe, Mappy, Kate, though, trekking through this low ground. Got a decent amount of space tarped out, but what they're trying to find currently is Parax wiggling his way through this low ground as well, but it's not going to be enough. A full trio bearing down on you. That's going to be a little bit more siphon materials here for Mappy, Kate, and Cringe to work with, but they need more, and they might just find it up against the likes of Hydro, Robin.
Doing a great job spraying back now. It's always risky when you go for that cleanup, even when you go from the knocked player to bring back the loot, and that decision is going to cause Mappy to go down, leaving his trio to play it out as a duo. They're not even ahead of zone here, so they're in enemy territory on this rotate, forced to jump around the edge of zone. This is risky. You could fall into an opponent's box. You could get boxed up yourself. It looks like Cringe has already been cracked, but the healthy trio up on the top in the clouds are just gonna rain down from above. Win condition in their favor.
We saw the script earlier on in 5th and 6th zone here for Predage when they found that bountiful amount of eliminations back to back to back to back. You couldn't ask for a better setup. And now completely elevated here on height, spraying all these layers underneath them, not really leaving any opportunities for a trio to try and TP their way up.
Great job from Tayson, Truelex, and Chicho, though, catching a player off guard, trying to position themselves ahead of zone here. You can't use the Oni mask in this layer. It's all about playing together. Too many builds in the surroundings as they continue to break on through and look to find the other trio that's looking to claim low here. It might be a battle for it unless they want to take that decision to change layers.
Chicho, interested, moving on up, trying to stay directly behind Tayson. Tayson claiming so much space currently.
Oh.
But the shift comes at a cost. Truelex finds himself getting picked off here. Teams just lurking in the wings of that low ground. Gonna be able to find that elimination.
An amazing layer change, but it cost them a player as Ciandy and Shark now with so little mats are forced to kind of play on the edge of zone here. Look to drop down a player, have the option, unable to successfully execute it though, as Tayson is continuing as a duo, but he's running low on mats.
From rags to riches though, when we're talking about comparisons currently,
That's the mats.
still so seemingly healthy.
Everything to add was a bit. Oh, just Tayson. Didn't see that. Look at the mats.
They know
400
what's
wood.
taking place above. They can see
400.
just how much territory has actually been claimed up in the skies.
Oh, it has no mats. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the gold. Oh, the wood.
Shark, Z, Andy fighting for their lives, but it's gonna be Chicho, Tayson doing what they can to survive. Instead, it's Tayson though, finally exchanged.
Gets one, gets the finish, is gonna keep him up in zone. Chicho now doing what he can, but he is gonna get knocked down. Pred now left alone up top to let his two fraggers drop down, clean up the fight. Will they?
Oh, is this a solo on high ground? But is other trios that on low ground?
Heal this one off, but they might even just be able to finish this off quicker if they can frag out.
Look, we know Shark is crazy, but anybody left in a trio
damn, bro. Wow, he's a solo up there. Better not drop down, bro.
A little bit of a tango here. Only one more stands between. The Italians finding success in Predage.
Nice. Okay, he was on high ground alone. His dude was like taking the low ground.
Teammates to handle all the
lit, bro.
Down below Takata, and it couldn't have worked out better for him.
Played by the books, cleaned it up perfectly, had more than enough loot to tank the storm there, was able to clean up the rest of that match, secure the victory royale. I mean, there's not much more to say about that, Taco. It was clean, it was executed well, and they did everything they needed to qualify themselves to the major finals.
If there's anybody I want to go back and see a replay of, though, it's got to be Predage. I'm sure he's going absolutely ballistic right now, knowing that his trio is confirmed and secure for the finals here in Major 1. But you really couldn't have said any better there. This team did everything they needed to. It was a clinical performance here in Lobby 3.
It's what you love to see. Dropping down to frag out, get those extra eliminations. I think they might have even got close to double digits there in the last moments. You can see how many they have, securing that elimination and victory alongside it. Just the bonus points because they already booked their spot to the major finals. I love to see it, but I also love to see the other three amazing faces on the desk: Frankie, Levin.
Thank you very much, guys. It's really nice to see another duo qualifying straight into the major finals. And to be honest, for Predage & Co, it looked really smooth. It was like no one was challenging them there. They played everything almost by the book for the perfect endgame, Levin.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw, you know, a big dub for the Spanish community in game one. This is a big dub for the Italians. The Italians, shout out to my guy Mike. I know he's viewing party, he's always watching these guys. And shout out to Predage, Rax, and Radion, because they're one of the few teams in EU Mini that actually does stream a lot of the tournaments they play, right? And they've been a team that we've been able to consistently watch and follow through this season. They've played so many finals together. They have so much experience together, and that showed in spades here. They were a team that I would have expected maybe to get in on consistency, right? They've been playing well today so far. But again, if you're one of those consistency teams, you're making it into end games every single game. Eventually, you get that win condition. position, you get a chance to win the game, and they took theirs here in game 3.
Yeah, big congrats to Rax in particular. It's actually his first ever grand finals, and he was leading the damage for the first 2 games, so he definitely deserves it. So big congrats to him in particular. And I love the way that they played this game, actually. They sprayed down Kaze. We actually saw that from his POV. It looked like Kaze and his trio, Kamsu and company, they were all up on high ground, and they looked like they were secure. They looked like everything was going their way. They were in that moving zone, up on high, in metal. And then, unfortunately, Kaze didn't place down a pre-TP that he could go back to when he got chopped out. Had absolutely no chance, and that just opened the door there for Bradaj and his trio to take high and take the win. So really well played game, as you mentioned. I think a lot of people would have had them in their consistency. They were definitely in my top 5 list for consistency. So nice to see a team winning on high yet again.
Nice to see more of Mini Miner's predictions coming true. That's why he's hired. We are going to go to a short break now, because that's why I'm hired. So please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with more analysis from game number 3.
All right, this is a game. This is gonna be a game 4. Probably we're gonna wrap around like 2 o'clock. It isn't like 2 and NAC will be like in 2 hours at 4. Hey, match 4. Close to the end. We're close to the end. All right, who we chat? All right, chat. If I'm looking like going, I'm just looking at make sure my stream's all good. I don't want it to crash. What's going on? Hope you how's it going with everybody?
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. Yeah, we got America coming later today, but we still got a couple more games coming your way before then. I might be slightly in a slow motion now. I'm strobing. I'm at the disco because I'm very excited for us to be back for yet another year of competitive FNCS. However, we've just said goodbye to another trio. We said see you later because they've already soared into the grand finals of Major Number 1. That was
Game 4.
Trio, Bradaj, Rax, and Rayon, doing it for Italy. And you know what?
3 minutes.
They're through, but there's a few more duos who keep consistently getting to the end game 11 that I'm fully expecting to see in those major finals as well. We have to give it to the likes of Tayson, Trulux, and Chicho because it feels like there's quite a bit of adversity coming their way, but they're still making it to the end games, and they're still looking like they're challenging for that victory royale every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be competitive. I think, you know, I said at the start of the day, when they're making it to every end game, eventually.
Right back, chat. I'm getting an energy drink.
And to be honest, Minnie, everybody else, like beneath them in the leaderboards, will be hoping they win a game, right? Because if, you know, one of those consistency team, you know, gets a win, right, it sort of moves that threshold down for you a little bit and gives you a more fighting chance to get in on consistency.
Yeah, definitely. And also frees up a drop spot as well. So I'm sure we'll talk about that soon enough as well. But for these guys, a little bit unfortunate they're losing Trulex. It looks so good for them making it into this end game. Of course, a very, very home zone for them. You can see Foxy Floodgate sort of in the background of these zones. And it was a situation where I thought, right, I think this is the time. I think this is the time when they're going to pick up their victory royale. But of course, they had to scramble. They've run out of materials. Tayson going down whilst Chicho was trying to solo clutch yet again. Just a little bit split in these certain circumstances. But you just know that they're going to keep making these end games. And as you mentioned, they'll either get a win or they'll qualify through consistency anyway. So no trouble for this trio so far. No concerns from me. And that's why they're in 5th spot and 2nd on the consistency leaderboard.
Now, when you look at the standings, just remember that 1, 2, and 3, they're all trios who've won themselves a spot in the grand final. So really, we want to be looking at number 4 right now, because that's where Cringe, Cade, and Mappy are sitting. And Mini Miner, they're sitting pretty in a way. This has been a fantastic performance from them. It's something that you definitely expected. As I said, that's why you're hired.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what I expected. I expected them to be consistent. I expected them to make these end games. I expected them to have good loot coming out of Master Meadows and just making it consistently to these end games, playing these low ground layers, which they're doing really well so far, Levin. Haven't really seen too much of a concern about this trio so far. We saw them trying to go for height a little bit in the first game. I think this is now where they're thinking, right, let's just play out our mats. Let's play our low ground. Let's play what we can do, because, of course, now that iDrop, Sky, and Scroll are not in the lobby, they have a little bit of an easier time on that low ground layer.
Well, they've been playing well, but I actually disagree. They're in that last game, right, in the 10th zone, you saw them going for a bunch of different refreshes and it didn't quite click, and that's sort of what ends up, you know, leading to Mappy going down, right? Because he's in the back of the tarp, he's trying to look for mats. The main problem there was that they were looking for these sprays and again, just not using the biggest like advantage we have this season with their pump shotguns. Every time you're looking for a spray in an endgame, use your shot, just pump a wall. It's got like 80-meter distance on terms of like the structure damage, and then it's got incredibly strong structure damage. Pump a wall together, coordinate it, then go for the spray. You're gonna get a lot more limbs that way. They weren't doing that, and then at least them not getting their limbs, they need to stay in the game, and it could have been a better game for them, but either way, they're still doing incredibly well today.
I'm enjoying Coach Levin. I'm liking hearing this fire from you. As you're saying, that they found themselves in a situation and Mappy made a mistake and couldn't get them out of it. And I'd be curious to know if they are able to fix those issues. Do you think that we will continue to see them kind of challenging in these end games and hopefully taking a victory royale?
There's nothing to suggest they won't, right? They've got such a strong game plan, so I think they'll keep making these end games, but whether they get the win or not, I think is up to them. They've come so close in so many of these games already. Well,
we've got 2 more victory royales to crown before the end of today's show here in Europe, so let's head back to the best Taco and Takata.
Yeah, so last game, 12 eliminations, game 3, 1,117 points total.
The cutoff currently for qualifying through consistency is 105 points. So if you're close to that,
and
you want to play a little safer for these end games. But if you're at the bottom half of that leaderboard, it's all about the VR.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though, Takata, is that you would think teams, they want to play safe, but when you don't have more than just this lobby and the next to try and find your seat on that finals battle bus, you kind of got to go for those crazy plays. So let's see what happens here in game 4.
It's all or nothing for these trios. They do have that last chance qualifier if they don't make it through today, but Taco, it's just 3 trios that qualify through last chance, so it's incredibly difficult. You want to qualify now, and to do that, it's top 5 or it's get a victory royale in one of these last 2 matches. And like you said, it's way easier said than done. You can try and play it safe, but then you need Storm Surge tags. You're forced to play a bit more aggressive if you don't get enough safe Storm Surge tags. If you get contested, you don't have the space, but Atris is gonna start off strong, knocking down Robin.
This is a very familiar Teeny strategy right now, Takata. Atris v Teeny completely bamboozling Robin on the outskirts here of Demon's Dojo, just taking full advantage of the way that this trio likes to actually split this POI on the drop. But this far, North Demon's Dojo, when they know that they had the man advantage, right? But Atris v Teeny, they still might not be as familiar as Haijo and Tracer, for example, with what remains inside of Demon's Dojo. So if they can clear out that trio, though, that could be a very promising start, at least for Teeny.
Yeah, this is why doing your homework is important in Fortnite competitive, making sure you know what your opponents tend to do, what their strategy is, where they end up dropping most of the time, and even where they end up rotating, so you can kind of catch them off guard if you're able to outplay them in that sense. But Nazen now in a difficult position as he lost both of his teammates.
Yeah, this is almost tough to witness right now. Not a ooh la la moment by any means, but Nate and Nusif, they still have a chance with Nazen running around. Maybe there is reboot opportunity. Hear the sound already popping off in the distance though for somebody. Oh, it's actually gonna be luck, but still, the fact that there's been this much calamity in the starting point staccato, teams just constantly clashing, it feels like, that just goes to show that everyone is doing everything in their power to try and confirm either a victory royale or just moving their way up for the consistency.
Yeah, I mean, Warriors Watch was where Predige, Radeon, and Rex were dropping, so that opened up a spot, and it caused, you know, a team to contest each other. So there's always
oh my god, bro,
risk if you do try switching up your drop spot to somewhere where a trio has qualified from, but it can pay off as well. As we look at another replay from Atris, picking up one more player.
Trexer was probably just hoping.
Yeah, when nobody just if the chest is on top of something, don't bother just manually opening it. Just break what's underneath it. Much faster.
Marine and Dirty working on double revive though. Expedited speed. Zippy back into action and immediately taking down an opponent.
Ooh.
Steep cost to pay there for Sans, who was hoping to have the advantage initially.
Second for Ziffy, third now for the trio, as they've secured a full triple elimination. We've mentioned this before. It's a great position to put yourself into in this early game, getting that early damage, being able to focus on looting the rest of your drop spot and rotating to where you want to look for even more of those tags that you don't need as desperately anymore, as Haijo now seems to be on the run.
Yeah, Haijo is a wanted man currently. It started at Demon's Dojo, and it has just continued. This Void Oni mask game of tag that Haijo is playing up against Moulage Trio, and it's looking very dire right now for Haijo. Even make it given chase with both the Typhoon Blade and the Void Oni. They want this final elimination so badly just because they have recognized the fact that it's a solo. And for Haijo, even if he does somehow survive this exchange, this has clearly compromised his capability to get an early reboot off.
Yeah, target on his head. We'll see if he's able.
Yo, best best rep on the hollow twister.
But Raban for 9 and Axe Force now.
The hit's so good, accurate.
Into the action, and it's working as they find one knock, looking to make it 2 on Mystic, but quickly enough he is gonna disengage. Oni Mask is gonna be used to try and finish this knockdown, get that extra damage and loot secured, as the rest of his trio is kind of on the hunt now, I believe, of pushing the players away.
They might chase Mystic into the water at this point, even doing what he can just to trying to hang on to a glimpse of hope here in game 4 Takata, but there is only moments separating Mystic from becoming another elimination here for Axe Force's trio. He does find himself on the outskirts of the water, but Axe Force not gonna allow for that next TP to go through. The chase has come to a conclusion, but those are really great eliminations for F9's trio to have collected. Some really great early damage as well.
That was good. I actually want to see this replay. I believe Mystic was like a second away, a millisecond away from using that Oni mask, so didn't have to waste any more charges after hitting that shot. As we look now at Nova, Alex, and Rabbit. 3 points on the board.
There is so much happening at this bird to go currently, though. Takata, Nova, Felix, Rabbit, they're going to be one of our trios kind of hoping for the Victor Royale status, but Hyper fighting back. Kira with his assistance. That's going to be a clean elimination. Start things off here. Kira now trying to see if he can find another. Gets a little bit split on the angle approach, but Rabid not good enough. Shut down here for Hyper's trio. And 2 quick eliminations now gives them a little bit of breathing room up against this next trio that's approached.
Exactly, third party's gonna come through. This is what you have to be careful of. As Darkest is looking to find an angle here, any connection possible. Levin was talking about it, how powerful it can be if they try and line up a triple shotgun, triple spray, but the issue is sometimes in these mid-game engagements, not in the late game, when the opponents already know where you're coming from, it's almost better to just look for multiple angles and try and catch a player off guard. I'm wondering if that's exactly what they might be looking to do here, scavenging the rest of the loot.
Kiro's holding this edit though.
Oh my god.
For a hot minute.
Let's keep what going? What's this trio? What is this trio? Gotta be on round, please. Let me be around. Can't just do it alone, bro.
Response measure needed the moment that he opens up this wall.
Do it.
But Darkies, they seem like they've been a little bit distracted by a team potentially spraying the other side of their box wall from a distance, and in fact, that is going to be the disengage. I'd rather get out of dodge than let this one continue. Kirua sending some farewell shots Darkies' way, but at the end of the day, it's a Hyper's trio that profited there.
Priestess once again with his trio fighting. What a surprise. Every time we look at them, they seem to be in an engagement in the zone. They know what it takes to get enough loot and materials for that end game. And I mean, thinking of the trios, they've got 18 points right now in 29th place. If they don't get a big end game here, they just have one more chance to qualify, and it's probably going to have to come down to the victory royale, just like Rabid Nova and Phalix that we saw go down with 3 points. They need to make it happen in this last match.
But if there's a team that you could anticipate to find that victory royale moment, Atris, I think that's a trio that you can always keep in the back of your mind. Chicho right now, though, kind of staring down Henry 30J from the safety of both of their surge bases. And it's evident that Chicho definitely wants to get the better end of this deal, considering that holding this mountain next to Foxy Floodgate, whether you hold the north side one or this southeast side one, you can control the flow of the lobby pretty well, depending on how accurate you're able to apply some of that surge tag damage. And if there's anybody that can definitely be the definition of accuracy at times, it's Chicho.
Right, they're currently in second place on the consistency leaderboard. They have a body of water by their storm surge base, so they can, most likely have already farmed a lot of those spare shield fish. They can take the damage. It's looking good for this trio. It's all about just cleaning it up, staying consistent like they have, and keeping their place on the leaderboard. For Ju, though, he still has his full trio up, but it looks like they might want to play a bit aggressive against Fishy here.
Can't blame Ju either. This is their mountain span that they want control of. Shark with the cutoff approach. Right next to Z Andy. Ju under a little bit of duress here. Shark contemplating if he wants to close the gap. Only has that Typhoon Blade though to work with, so for the time being at least, Tropic's gonna get a little bit of that high ground position. Throws out the Void Oni. Doesn't want to end up like some other contestants with the chop out measures. Ju doing what he can just to recover some of his shield.
Yeah, it's kind of an angles game here. Nothing has fully happened yet. It's more back and forth, but for Atris and Skavi here, they're finding multiple angles onto their opponent. Gonna secure the knockdown on Saren as he's gonna get finished. And I think that's gonna be it. The rest of his trio is probably already far away, as they're gonna now just continue with that Mythic Oni mask back into zone.
Teeny's team right now is playing like they've got a fire lit underneath them, Takata. You could almost feel just how eager they are to just lock this lobby out, get the victory royale, secure their position on the battle bus. It's just been such a tumultuous chapter for them so far. And everything leading up to this first group stage, it's just never easy when you have so many expectations, a decent amount of pressure, I would even say, from the way that Europe has been kind of regarding a lot of those players individually. And for them to be struggling as much as they have been, I won't say that it's surprising, but it does kind of catch you off guard.
It really does.
The trios?
It really does.
Oh, man.
For
Bunch of like sardines here.
Gabara and his trio here, they're gonna have to be careful if they're not aware of their surroundings. As the triple sprays have come through in the zone now, looking to clean this one up. It is third zone, so the storm isn't taking too much, just 1 damage per second. But as time goes on, fourth zone appears, Shogun's arena appears. You gotta be more and more careful.
Yeah, we're not. I'll hold that thought though. Haijo, Trixer, caught in the thick of it. The fact that Robin and Haijo are there, they're trying to make this happen, but they are just so scattered from amongst each other. This could be a huge refresh though, but they're not gonna find it. Robin watches the Elim disappear right in front of him from that teleportation. Now Haijo getting lit up from a different angle entirely. Trixer and Haijo, they've only got tatters left essentially. This last medkit now from Haijo. But losing Robin yet again after having gone through all the problems involved with getting that reboot in the first place. And now they have to go right back into it.
Yeah, you can see the Oni mask being used. Haijo looking to see what his options are. Any angle possible here. But with Robin having gone down, they're going to try and be able to bring him back into the game, even if it means tanking a bit of storm. It's okay. This early on, they are going to be able to get that reboot. Could have definitely been worse. They've gotten a bit of damage.
Oh, it's a dude going on Shogun.
That we might see on, I was going to say Shogun Arena, but now that I think about it, they were just shooting at the boss, so no other trios contesting them so far. Should be a quick cleanup.
Oh, I thought it was I thought a couple of trios was fighting on the Shogun Island. Oh, damn.
One's currently claiming that Shogun X Medallion, but at the same time, Takata, I think part of the problem involved is that when teams are trying to make their approach to Shogun's Arena, knowing that there's already a trio up there, it just becomes so chaotic, and you never know if you might get stuck even inside of one of those rifts, for example. We've seen players floating around unintended, and they just get picked off along the way, but it's just very difficult to actually try and contest a team up top successfully when they've got so much view coverage as well for teams that might be trying to make the approach.
It really is, but you know, you can still make use of the wind to kind of rotate around after these trios have left. As we'll take a look at a replay here inside a zone by a reboot van. Looks like Relic was just doing his own thing. Unfortunately, though, spent a little too long on the vending machine, leading to his demise.
Time Coleman's right there. Is it? Great. Confidently hit that.
The amount of teams that are currently playing from inside of the storm, though, Takata.
Yeah.
Things are so haphazard.
By the time to get bro figure out what was going on, he's already down.
Into the storm, looking to play for the reboot vans, and I believe that Moolah was even one of the teams that might have been caught up more recently with Haijo, Robin, and Trexer, trying to prevent them from having a solid rotate in, but now they find themselves in a very similar position. Another team just trying to take advantage of fishing before moving in.
Yeah, trying to secure those shield fish. They've already got the water sprite. I'm looking, you know, I want to see some more plays in these late games of trios kind of tanking a bit of storm with the water sprite, especially if they're kind of like second height or even third height.
Every time I try to go for fishing, I usually get nothing.
The team on high ground.
I think there's like certain spots you just fish like this. You don't need like a fish. You don't need like the specific spot for real to get the flopper or a shield fish. I try to do the at my drop spot, but I ain't ever getting like barely nothing.
They haven't done it yet. I mentioned it earlier, but if you didn't hear, Vanya has a 20% win rate in these reboot style matches. He was the only player who qualified in 2024 to all 3 EU Major Grand Finals by winning one of those semi-finals games, by getting that victory royale, and his trio has yet to have secured it here in Group 1, so hopefully they can try and make something happen here.
See chat. I
This is
feel like Hollow
looking
Twister
like a
best
very
best
strong
AR.
setup currently though for the end game. As far as Shield and Mats are concerned, Venya, Pixie.
This one,
there
you
it is.
know, the
Kinda just
Hollow
hoping
Twister,
that
it,
they're
like
gonna be able
see the minute I see it, it goes into
and not
my
necessarily
it's
final
my
eliminations, but
it's
they
my
just wanna maintain that surge damage threshold more than anything else right
primary
now.
AR. It goes into my loadout.
Looking again at
For real.
Atrus team needs to
It just
be-
hits
I
so
mean,
good.
They're in 20th place right now. They're not that close to the top 5, and they're the only trio in this lobby that have won 2-set lobby or have gotten 2-set lobby victory royales in Group 1 this season. So they're more than accustomed to getting these VRs, but they're just kind of on the middle half of the leaderboard. Haven't been able to do it yet, but look at this, Taco. 4 eliminations already, over 500 damage in terms of Storm Surge. They just pulled zone here in the 6th zone. You know, there's just these little things that are happening that are giving me faith that this might be the match for Atrus, Teeny, and Skivvy.
Yeah, Teeny's trio is definitely keying a bit as well with the way that they've been playing this lobby so far. It certainly highlights the fact that those first 3 matches have not gone the way that they would have hoped for, and their playstyle even leading me to just think that all they want is the Victory Royale. But if they have a lot of eliminations, that might be enough to surge them upwards on that leaderboard, maybe put them closer to that position to play for placement as far as qualing is concerned. Cushy though, Ewick not gonna stand a chance here. He'll be the first knock that we've seen. Dabiel,
Oh,
now
gonna
a
ride.
chance to potentially
here.
get double revive here.
Oh, revive.
But the pressure
Oh, hold on.
continues to
Okay, oh,
commence
yeah,
here as
everything.
another
It's wraps,
team
chat. It's wraps.
breaks down these walls.
Wraps.
Still, success with that double revive, at least for Dabiel.
This is scary though.
Oh, they're lucky they got
And
right.
his
The other
trio
guy.
went down at I
Good
believe the
teammate.
same time in the previous match here, right before getting into endgame. We don't want this to happen again. We don't want the same mistakes to be made. So luckily enough, this time around, they are all up once again with the triple spray, have more than enough damage. They just need to make it to zone.
Pain currently though for Ewick, but fortune seems to be on his side for a moment here at least. His teammates believe should have some success with that double revive. Pivoting focus back towards Cade, Cringe, and Mappy though. We've seen some really strong moments coming out of them today. They're in a really strong position as far as the leaderboard is concerned, but what these teams want more than anything, Takata, is that Victory Royale.
100%, especially if you're on the lower half, right? I mean, it's all or nothing in these last couple matches, last 2 matches of Group 1, unless you're one of those teams that are kind of on the borderline or even, you know, in the top 5 already. It's not even for the Victory Royale. It's just making it to the late game and doing what you can to secure as many points as possible. Obviously, the cherry on top would be finishing it off with the Victory Royale, even if you're already in that top 5. But it's easier said than done as Tayson, Trulex, and Chicho rotate right down the middle, beelining it to zone, and it works out basically flawlessly.
Oh.
Could be a slight hiccup in their game.
Hey, Amanda.
They're just coming up on
Good,
Yoshi's trio,
good
and
afternoon.
That can make for a very difficult circumstance as far as their rotation is concerned. Cringe, Cade, and Mappy though, just duking it out currently. Zedden gonna be a victim towards that team. Always nice getting those elimination points, getting a little bit more siphon materials as well.
Oh, am I? I'm doing pretty well.
For Vanya, Pixie, and Marius. This is 7th zone. So Storm is taking way harder. Storm Surge
How about
is
you?
going to be incredibly impactful, seeing that there's 53 players up. It's going to have to drop down to 40 if they don't want to take damage from it.
Oh, good. It's good. It's good. That's all. I'm great to hear.
Have to capitalize on those trios now and try and catch them off guard. Maybe pick up some extra eliminations.
For me, two things are going on for me. I'm getting one. I'm getting pretty good at Fortnite. And 2, I'm on track to fixing my sleep schedule. Meaning that getting the good amount of sleep. 8 hours. Yeah, because my before my sleep schedule was really messed up. Yeah, I just had trouble falling asleep. I go to sleep around like
puts them out of the danger zone, but
maybe
not
2-3 a.m.
removed from the hot seat
But
just yet.
but I'm on track to fixing my sleep schedule so I can sleep. On time. Get to pull them out of sleep. 8 hours. Yeah, like 8 hours is standard.
Now continue to rotate closer and closer to this 8th zone. Whole zone basically in the storm. So once again, are you going to choose to kind of rotate further on in and not have as many options for tags, or are you going to play more on the congested side where all these players are rotating into to have that opening to take those shots, but you know, putting yourself in much more of a risky position?
It's crazy to think though that we're witnessing a game where
how about you? How about y'all chat? Do you do you have trouble falling asleep?
Dreams though currently. They've already gotten Loki in the mix. Monet fighting for his life currently. And Teeny, not gonna waste any time, knows just how much they needed this. Water Sprite as well, so many goodies.
Oh, you do? Yeah, I feel you. Me too. I'll sleep around 2, 3 a.m.
The issue is going for that has now
It's
caused them
5
to be the
a.m.
prime target for all these trios that are looking back.
The one thing, the one thing for me, it just, you know, I have a a pretty bad habit of, you know, going to bed with my phone in my face and just looking through, scrolling.
Layers here.
You know, not having trouble putting it down. I'm in bed. Yeah. It's an addictive habit. But I would say I'm on track to not doing that anymore. I think
it's going to come down to the wire for game 5 for a lot of these teams as far as that
past few days I've been having I've been not wanting to go on my phone when I'm getting ready for bed. Yeah, the minute I hit hit my bed, lay down, I go go sleep. No electronics, no screen. No screen looking, just pure sleep.
Are going to make moves to a solid layer, but Tayson, Trulex, and Chicho want a bit of it if they're able to get ahead here.
Tayson doing an excellent job to kind of pilot his way through some of these secondary hype moments. Is Chicho sticking right behind him. They don't have Void owning mask, so they're gonna opt to commit to the low ground currently.
And of course, you know what I'm saying.
But Cringe, Mappy, Cade,
if you sleep better, you feel better. You know, start the day off all ready to go, all energized. Like not like when you wake up you're automatically tired. You don't want to get out of bed.
You can see how quickly they're making
everything's looking pretty well for me. You know, like the minute I wake up for the morning, I'm all good. Good amount of sleep, energized. I don't feel like I need to keep sleeping in my bed. No. When I wake up, I don't feel tired at all.
Backshot is going to be what he took though to keep on going forwards.
Huge work there though from Teeny. The fact that he's still standing.
Oh my god! Oh, high ground. Let me take it.
Just sheer willpower, fighting potential. Up on the high ground though, Mappy, Cringe, Cade. They're gonna begin their onslaught.
Alright, Tayson's still in this. Nice.
Just so promising as far as the high ground team is concerned, but for everybody else, they're left to scatter amongst the low ground. Tayson gonna take a couple more ticks than intended, but when you only have the Typhoon Blade to work with, what other options do you really have?
We got two Falcons going at 2 Falcons here. That's the one on top of esports teams.
They continue on forwards. Loot is gonna get picked up. It's gonna be Teeny that drops in the box. Both Tayson and Teeny are gonna go down. Chicho, Trulex now have to close this out as a duo, while Cringe, Mappy, and Cade are controlling the height.
This is looking so good right now for Mappy, Cade, and Cringe. You can feel the excitement building for our team on the high ground. All the while, though, Chicho, Trulex just trying to keep the dream alive, and they're not the only ones. Ju as well, fighting it out inside of this congested low ground tiers. Chicho even gonna take a moment to fall back, moment to go inside and find Hyper in the mix of all these builds.
Another one for Chicho as Trulex and Chicho continuing to power on through this hill, going up and up and up, taking out player after player, but Trulex goes down. Chicho left alone now, as there's still 8 players up, 4 trios, 1 shot needing to be connected by Chicho here on the low to pick up another, but the height battle has concluded. Cringe taking out all 3 players. All they need to do is close it out.
They can taste the victory royale. It's so close. They can
Gonna get it?
smell it out. Mappy, K, Cringe. They're gonna fall back even. They want to confirm this. Chicho.
Oh, Falcon. I see this down.
But it's not gonna be enough as Mappy, Cade, and Cringe finally secure their victory royale on the day. Takata. They've been hunting it in every single one of these lobbies, so it's almost inevitable that they secure it in the 4th.
Not only are they currently in first place on the consistency leaderboard by 50 points, but they said that's not even enough. We're securing a victory royale on top of that and claiming their golden ticket to the grand finals. But not only that, what a performance from Chicho as well. One of the other most consistent trios making it to this end game, but the ones that took home that golden ticket is gonna be Cringe, Cade, and Mappy.
Respect the attempt, though, from Tahi's team to try and overtake the high ground with those TPs in the last moment, but it's just not going to be enough. Instead, let's hear from what the desk has to say about the breakdown of Lobby 4.
Thank you very much, guys. What an epic finale to game number 4, and an epic fail by
Alright,
Minimani, who said, these guys,
and now we're gonna start the last game of Major 1 FNCS.
What did you make of that game, Miniminer?
Yeah, I mean, I was wrong, I guess. They've been very consistent today, which is exactly what we expected from this trio. We talked about it so often. I mentioned it before that game right there. They actually went for height in that first game, remember? They built up all the way up on that hill. They tried their best to hold it, but they couldn't. This game, a much different approach, Levin. They played on the low ground layers. They actually sprayed out Pixovsky and his trio really, really well. And I really like that height take we were both saying back there, how good that was. And they just able to ride it out from there on out because of those zones.
And the key to the high take there's the timing, right? You look to the zone was pulling up the hill. If Pixoxy had held it going up that hill, no one else would have been able to take it. It would have just been, they can play the game from there. But the timing of it, just before it starts pulling up, they chop them out, they take it for themselves. And then obviously again, in the later zones, when someone else tries to take it, they're ready, they fight. They've been hitting so many shots today, and the player quality has just been top notch from them. Then it's up to just dropping down, finishing out the game, closing things out. It's been a great display from these guys. Honestly, a bit sad. I wanted to get another game of these guys, right? They've been providing the entertainment all day long, but they were bound to get a win with how they've been playing eventually.
Yeah, we were saying literally in the post game of game number 3 that
Mappy,
this
Cringe,
is a trio,
and
they've been
Cade.
making some mistakes, but they can make those micro adjustments to come back stronger
Damn.
and cleaner, and that's exactly what they did. And we will hopefully be coming back stronger.
Yeah, it's 3v1 against a Falcon Chico. All right, here we go, chat. Last game of FNCS EU Group 1, Major 1. I'll be right back. Gotta make a quick bathroom break. Be right back.
welcome back to FNCS. We just have one more game of Group 1 this major, but it's definitely going to be a banger because the lobby has been left wide open. We've already sent 4 trios all the way to the grand finals later this month, and now there's one more guaranteed ticket that our teams could take if they get the victory royale. However, let's talk about what went down in game number 4, because a few people went down when they got chopped from height, but we got to talk about the low ground first, because Tayson, Trulux and Chicho, they've just been roaming around, and sometimes I felt a little bit sorry for them, Levin. It feels like they're getting stuck in a bind, even though they're making it to the end games.
I mean, yeah, look, when, I talked about the sort of zone pool that determined what happened on height and what led to the game win, but that zone pool almost got these guys out of the lobby completely, right? Mini, they were the last team to sort of get up up the hill. In fact, they didn't actually get up here, and zone sort of pulls, and it pulls in the perfect sort of way to just allow them to stay in the game and sort of run around the hill. If zone had just kept pulling up the hill, there's a good chance they just go down straight away. Like, they had no mats, they had nothing, but the zone pool was favorable. They're able to get a refresh, stay in it a bit longer, and then Chicho and Trulux both with very impressive sort of solo clutches.
Yeah, a little throwback to duos right there. I thought we were back in 2024. Chicho and Trulux clutching up in endgame. A little bit solo, as you mentioned, so they were having to like sort of solo clutch individually. Didn't quite work out there in the end. Chicho was kind of holding his own at the end. I thought maybe there's a possible chance that he could do it with this Siphon.
All right, chat. In about like probably after this last game of FNCS, like after that, once this event wraps up, I'm gonna take a small lunch break because to be honest, I haven't eaten everything. I woke up around like say around 10 a.m. I just started my stream up and I just woke up. Yeah, to be honest, yeah. So yeah, Chad. After the last game of EU FNCS, I'm gonna take a quick lunch break because I'm getting kind of hungry and I haven't eaten anything. Yeah. And also because I don't like to eat where I stream because I don't want to make a mess of my setup. And of course, I don't want to attract any critters, any small critters that might be looking about. I just don't need that in my setup because I don't want I don't want to replace anything again. I don't want to replace anything in my setup again. I don't want to spill anything, make a mess. But yeah, so that's why I don't eat in my stream room. Yeah, so yeah, chat. After this last game, I'm gonna take a quick lunch break. But don't worry, I'm gonna put up a video for y'all to watch, so y'all won't be bored when I'm gone. Yes, I think yesterday. Yeah, I'll just put up after this. I'm gonna put up a video while I take my lunch break, and I'll be back soon. For watch FNCS and NAC. It starts at 4:40. FNCS NAC starts at 4:45 p.m. So we got some time. Yeah. After this, I'm taking a lunch break. But appreciate y'all being here.
I really enjoyed Coach Levin giving his constructive criticism, and I was just wondering, could we do a little bit of VOD review for Pixovsky's trio, please?
Yeah, so it's all about the fine details as we've highlighted in the end game, right? And some of the small fine details cost them in the end game, but earlier in the game they had a similar situation. They're here on the island taking down the Shogun boss, and of course it drops that medallion. The problem is they eliminated him too close to the edge of the island, so the coin drops down, and so Vanjiki has to drop all the way down to pick it up. Now in this game, they're very fortunate, right? They don't get punished for it because the island was sort of on dead side. There's not many people around. But in another game, if that had happened and like zonal and the island's on congested side, 100% the lobby does not let them get that medallion for free, right? And it just loses them the game. If you're taking down the boss on the island, don't take it out when he's right on the edge. You time it so that his HP, and you're taking him down when he's not right there, because if it does, you could lose your game because of it.
All right, everyone watching right now, write it down, make it a copy paste in chat, whatever you have to do, just to remember, don't fight the boss when he's on the edge of the island. Mini Miner, now you did make some big predictions before we went into today's competition, so have you got a prediction for who's going to take the final victory royale of the day?
I think it's going to be Tayson. I mean, it's looking so likely that they'll just cruise through by consistency. I think they'll just do it for just to make my prediction wrong in the fact that I thought that they would be our best consistency team. I mean, they're playing well. They've got a lot of favorable zones this time as well in this session. It seems like a lot of the zones are pulling towards the south. I think the most north zone we had was in game 1 by the bridge. But it seems like they're having a lot of success right now. So let's see if they can keep it going.
Let's see as we head over to our casters for game number 5. So Takata and
Last game.
Last game.
Thanks so much, Frankie, Levin, and Mini Miner. But we are down to our final lobby of the first group stage here at Takata. And for a lot of these teams, better late than never as far as that Victor Royale is concerned.
Yeah, this is where you gotta lock in, Taco. The cutoff right now is 128 points, which, you know, is gonna be very difficult for the trios that are kind of on the lower end of that leaderboard. But on the contrary, the ones that are very close to that, you know, can have to decide how they want to play this out. And we don't have to wait long. The engine started. Let's get into this last match of Group 1.
Go.
And look, I know that it can be very easy, Takata, for a lot of these teams. You know, mentally, you're coming down to your final lobby.
That little item between Blood Frogs is on my drop. Those are my drop spot.
At least in the top 5 for consistency. But this last Victor Royale, it really could be anyone's game just based off of what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Kenti here, they are literally 6th place. So, like, basically looking at the leaderboard, not counting the trios that have already gotten the Victory Royale, they're 1 placement off being in that qualifying range through consistency. 4 points away. So everything is on the line for these types of trios that are so close to that consistency cutoff. Clone, Ramsu, and Kais, on the other hand, are gonna need quite a match here to make something happen.
Hard though not to root for both of these teams hanging out inside of Seaport City. Granted, only one of them is going to be able to walk away completely unscathed. And for the case of Hammer 30J, they already got pretty deep into the action. 2 eliminations on Age 30J, 1 on Fian as well. And they are just so far south of the map here, Takata. It has to have been an unsuspected con.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been contested from what I've seen, you know, based on the drop maps in today, but it looks like in this last match, you know, trios are kind of getting a little desperate to try and make something happen if they haven't had too much success in their drops and rotates. So changing drop spots is one of the common kind of choices that these trios do end up making, especially when more places open up. Masked Meadows being one of those. This is where Cringe, Mappy, and Cade were originally dropping, and now Teeny, H-Riss, and Skavi have uncontested Masked Meadows, so that is not bad at all to close this one off.
It looked like they weren't the only ones that had the idea, though, to try and make their way towards Max Meadows. Could be some trouble brewing on the horizon. Phoenix Suns and Nasix, though, they've already got 1 trio elimination, but they don't even have a chance to look for an opportunity for heals. Tahi closing the gap just too quickly, and Brio gonna ensure that that first elimination gets confirmed. TP for the time being, gonna keep Enix's teammates safe, but Tahi is running Nasix down.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the chase would happen, but it's definitely going down as Nasix is gonna get knocked. Just 1 player left now in the trio. Where are they hiding? What are they gonna do? It's not a position that you want to put yourself into.
The problem now, though, for Panda's team is that Rio, he was so happy to try and chase down Tahi, and instead chased him all the way into the clutches of another team entirely. UX trio hoping to see if they can maybe scavenge some leftovers from the action that was taking place, and the fact that they were able to collect 1 elimination, that gives them the heads up that there could be more for them to grab.
And in the meantime, we got Pixie here inside of a tree on a branch from that Typhoon Blade. Little sneaky play as he's gonna not do that for too long. Now probably recuperate the shield that has already been lost. As as Raban is gonna be full pushing in, and quickly enough, Axe Force connecting that pump shotgun shot to take Pixie down.
Duckling, last seen inside of that surge base, but abandoned immediately once they saw their teammate get eliminated here. Is Fenine and Axe Force doing a pretty decent job at staking out turf flames on the mountain range, spanning away from brutal boxcars. A lot of these teams, though, to kind of, if they can't find those early eliminations as far as surge damage is concerned, we have caught glimpses of Pixie, Vanya, and Marius struggling a little bit with their surge today.
Yeah, I'm concerned for this trio, honestly. 23rd place, 60 points on the board. Like I mentioned earlier, they're gonna need 128 points to qualify through consistency, more than doubling their points. So they're gonna be looking for the victory royale, but if any trio in the lobby is gonna get that victory royale here, I would put my odds in their favor. They had so many eliminations in the last game, but it just went wrong on their rotation. So hopefully this time around they can kind of make something happen.
Just so far away from the rest of the lobby, it seems like. Have to check back in, see how it works out for them. Finn, though.
That's a nasty shot.
But that's a beefy pump shot that Finn just
Like,
ate,
once you hear that shot and your shield
entirely.
breaks, you gotta make a run
Fall
for it.
back a little bit here, and
Oh.
Topgo will
Make a
waste no time with
make a
taking
U-turn.
over the high ground at the Shogun Solitude position.
Yep, shots being kind of traded back and forth, shields being used, but no full-on push yet from either trio. Ooh, we gotta be careful over peeking a little bit. Basically, I believe they just kind of want to, you know, do a bit of damage, get some of that early surge, but nothing that's too risky. I mean, the pressure is on in this last match. It's not like previous season, you know, what used to be called semifinals, where if you didn't do well in Group 1, you'd go down to Group 2. But now, in these group stages of this year, your only chance is this group set lobby, and then all you have left is the last chance qualifier if you're unable to make it here. But it's way more difficult than you would imagine, as Ziandi now is potentially going to sneak up on one of these trios.
This could be a menacing setup as well. Ju and Shark have left Ziandi to be the primary member from their trio to kind of put some pressure onto these teams inside of Shogun Solitude, but they're also positioned in a way where anyone that tries to escape is going to run directly into Shark and Ju. So they've got a really strong cut-off section. Topgo trying to just get Mats instead, eats a pump.
Bro, how damn. Did not see I did not see how did the guy not see the guy this kid in behind the tree. Was it that was he like that not behind it?
Knocks our eliminations inside of Shogun's.
Ziandi's not done yet though.
Yeah.
Oni mask used to pick up
And the guys are wearing green. He would have stood out like probably had to be really aligned with the tree. Bro walked into a one bum headshot.
Perfect lineup. What a way to secure 2 free
Real.
eliminations.
When the guy had his phone, we're like,
idea with this team, just
hello, mother.
making sure to depart
Yo,
from that
was
area.
ready.
Almost
Oh.
like they had that sixth sense tingling that there's something about to go horribly south there. They didn't escape. Moolah, 2T, and make it. And this could be a huge moment right now for Lushi's trio. They need to make sure that they survive this engagement. They were so close heading into this last lobby in order to get their position from consistency. Make it though.
Ooh.
He's not going to be able to survive
I think it's up
this
is down.
most recent exchange. Big pickups coming out of Lushi currently. Only one member left to collect.
Be careful though, another trio. They heard the noise, they heard the chaos, and now capitalizing on that situation with the third party. Is it going to be enough of a scare to make Lushi, Moni, and his trio here just disengage completely? They've already gotten a good amount of eliminations. They've already done enough damage. They have Oni masks they can use to rotate, but if enough pressure is put onto them, they might not even have a chance to leave.
Lushi's team just does not have mats. they kind of have to finish this engagement because there could be a decent amount of siphon materials off of 2T, but knowing that Kramsu's team is just right there, smack dab in the center of all this action. Granted, Clone, not exactly the most optimal loadout for fighting.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this one. It's going to be a very difficult fight. The good news
Third
is,
fight, yeah.
if one trio does back off here, you know, it kind of minimizes that risk of a third party, but already being so far in zone, having to rotate without the materials, this position in general is just not looking too good.
It's just part of the struggle that Lucy's team knew they were going to encounter. Dropping at Shattered Span, there's so many question marks surrounding this POI because it can be very difficult to actually make your way out of it after you initially land. But Mula, Tuti, they're just hoping for an escape currently up against Spain. Kramsu still willing to give chase though alongside Clone and KS.
Oh.
They need this fight more than anything, and they're not going to let their moment slip between their fingers. Mula still trying to see if he can back up just a little bit further. One more box to create space, but Cologne.
Remember, chat. Each kill is 4 points.
Shots connecting.
Yeah, that's made a lot of W keying third party.
To get that knock, to get that
Or in a more aggressive manner.
Wasted as the clock ticks. The storm gets further and further away from these teams. They have to kind of figure something out.
Yeah. Placement points is crazy. Yeah, when this placement over to be over 1,000 or 1,000 just for placement. Top of your kills and your victory royales.
Into a 2 versus 2 once again is now another shot needing to be connected here if 2T wants to come out on top.
At this stage, though, Takada, this is already looking like a net negative for both teams involved. At the very least, it's pride that you're looking to keep intact here. 2T gonna be able to get some splashes off onto Mula, but still, as you already called, this zone is just getting further and further away from them. 2T will make sure to get the final hit onto Clone, at least make sure that they get the elimination points, but Kaze and Kramsu, what more is there really left for them to do at this point?
Yeah, neither team really came out on top here. I mean, the good news for 2T and Coney is that they were at least able to get an elimination or two there, which is going to secure, you know, a bit of time for them to get back, but they're going to have trouble. So we're going to look back into the zone now. Joe Trex or Robin are in an engagement themselves without a single elimination so far this match, and kind of running a bit lower on materials. I mean, Robin looks good, but his team not as much.
Robin probably wishes that they had a Void Oni mask right about now. Makes it much easier to conserve a lot of those mats on these rotates. Chicho, Tayson, though, they managed to find Marius, Venya, and Pixie. And while both of these teams have some really strong fighting potential behind them, I think both teams also know that it might not be worth the risk at this point.
Yeah, I mean, especially seeing that Tayson, Trulix, and Chicho are currently #1 on the consistency leaderboard, even though they took out Trulix and they had that 3 versus 1 advantage. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius are 23rd. They are not that close to qualifying through consistency, so if they end up taking that fight against the trio that's at the top of the leaderboard,
their teammate Julie's down, so just the Falcons here.
Because say they do get the clean eliminations, well, Tayson and Chicho, they're not ready to let this one go just yet. Spotted out the fact that Marius might be by himself inside of these boxes, both trying to break down the same wall and just put so much pressure up against the likes of Marius. Want to remind them that this is still technically their backyard. So close to Foxy Floodgate. Tayson and Chicho, they wanted the card. And now they're going to head back into the storm and play for the reboot.
Speaking about reboots, is there another potential one coming through from Loki here? There is a van close by, but always a little scared whether or not to use it. If they even have, you know, the reboot card available. As the rotations are going to continue to come through. Kind of see a different change in playstyle being the last match of Group 1. Everything is literally on the line for these players, so sometimes it can kind of get to your play style, and you might play a little bit more scared.
Oh my god.
Look at this. Relk duckling. They knew it was coming.
Bro, Slim right there, they full boxed him.
And patience was key for this team.
To be honest, I've been seeing a lot of people just like camping over and waiting.
Now it's gonna come down
Behind a tree in a small dark corner, and now in a build.
Lucy and Loki, they were already kind of hovering around that consistency section of the leaderboard.
They've had some players like they want those kills, but they want they want to risk like a W king for it. So just wait, just you know, waiting for your prey. Shotgun out. When they come, boom.
I like the bush check.
Yeah, you got to check everything.
You have to at this point.
Especially the last match, you have to check everything. Shogun's Arena has appeared. We'll take a look once again at Teeny, Atris, and Skavi. I mentioned it before, but this trio have, well, they're the only trio in the lobby that have 2 set lobby victory royales in Group 1. So either a Div Cup final or Eval final. They know how to get those victory royales. They haven't been able to do it yet in this first group. And if they want to make something happen, now is the time to do so.
Definitely seemed like a roller coaster of emotion sort of day for Teeny's trio. I like that Teeny was trying to open up his perspective as much as possible, though. Just shooting out trees, trying to prevent other teams from having that little bit of natural safety coverage off the map. Kirwa, Hedra, and Hyper, though, they're also hanging out in their surge base currently, hoping that they can maybe find some good tags or even an elim or two from teams that are rotating in from the outskirts of zone. We have seen a good amount of reboot attempts coming through, so maybe there's some of those straggling teams coming in that might be easier to pick off than others.
Just to clarify as well, as you can see, it's 5 through 10 instead of, you know, first, second, third, because the players that did get that victory royale, it's instantly bumping them up the leaderboard. So when I say number 1 on the consistency leaderboard, it's actually going to be number 5 after this match. As now the aggression is going to come through. Chicho Tayson using that Oni mask to TP forwards onto another surge base. They are 186 below. They're in a bit of desperation for some damage here.
Yeah, surge is coming. Get those tags in.
But as Storm Surge starts ticking,
yeah,
they get forced to use more shields, more heals. They have to make riskier plays.
No, it's really down.
They know they're trying to make up for lost time.
Just tags in. Oh, come on, get it. Yeah, there we go.
Just got rebooted back into the match. Now Tayson gonna dive straight into the box fight, but it is a clear elimination of one of our leading trios as far as consistency is concerned. They're in a pretty set position though, Takata. I'd imagine that their odds of placing and qualling through off of their points that they've already accrued should be pretty high.
I agree. 212 points currently in first place on the consistency leaderboard, putting them at 5th place on the leaderboard here. So, I mean, they have more than enough. Hopefully now, fingers crossed, they are going to make it through. Time will tell as we continue to finish this match off. 738 above Storm Surge for Sharky's trio here. And they are very close to the storm as well, or to the zone.
We saw how much success Andy had just moments ago in this match. Shark and Jill back him up. Things are getting really chaotic inside some of these lower layers. Signs didn't even know which way to run, getting shot from above and below. But it's gonna be Shark who gets the knock there. One more elimination to add to the tally. Kira's trio trying to do what they can to remain as unscathed as possible through some of these lower layers, but the zone pulling over with E-Wharf. It's diabolical what these water zones can do.
Really is. Kira had pre-edits. He just set them up once again. It looks like they're going to look for it. A triple shotgun spray into the pre-edit. Is it going to be
I also remember the water boom. They nerfed it in competitive.
Gone down yet. Now it's all about securing that player, securing the loot, making sure that no other.
Yeah, I think the water was OP. If someone has it, you can get. If you're like in standing top of water, it recharges your shield and health very quickly. and it also works for your other teammates.
Double revive
And
could
they
be
don't need to
an
hold the
option, but
water boot
Boca
himself.
is gonna
Only one
shut
player
that
just has
down
to.
immediately. It's gonna be the first elimination for his team as well. Hyper and Kira though, aka Hedra, still trying to hold down front side, but they know they've got another trio that's much better looking than them as far as resources is concerned. But they might not clash head on just yet. Cranky seems like he wants this fight though.
I mean, 302 above, not in zone yet. Maybe it's just a bit of loot they're looking for, but right now I'd be focusing on the rotation, trying to plan out what's the play, what's the next step here, so we can take a look at how this third party kind of came through.
That just kind of writes itself sometimes. You have your attention diverted elsewhere, and another team just rolls up on you. Venya, Marius, and Pixie, though, they're hoping to be some of our leading contenders here in this final lobby. They kind of need this, Takata.
They do.
They're playing it way too close for comfort otherwise.
Oh, dropping now.
They really do. Middle end of the leaderboard here. I don't even know if a top 6 would be enough. They're looking for the victory royale. They need to make it far into this late game, as they were looking to potentially, I was gonna say chop down some builds, but I think they have. Yeah, this high ground secured. There's no point in chopping it down.
Ooh.
As they just need to get some damage, but be careful as shots are coming from the far 141 below still. They need to find something.
This isn't exactly how they pictured trying to hold on to height when you are just in that somewhat desperate position to try and get above that surge damage threshold. Other teams are bound to recognize the fact that Marius, Pixie, Vanya, they're just not letting up. Only a couple more tags is what is needed.
Get those tags in.
Vanya just still can't manage
Oh
to
my
get
god,
in.
the wraps.
Few splashes left in the tank though. It's V.
Oh my god.
Similar
Here we go.
circumstances as well for Teeny's
Desperate
trio.
mode on.
Oh no.
Getting in
Both of
tags.
these trios are a little ways away, the consistency qualification. They want a victory royale in this last match, but Skavi has already lost Teeny, Haris, and Skavi looking to play this out as a duo. Just 26 damage above, forced to start the rotate with the Oni masks. Just one shot is all it's going to take out Skavi, though. Not even grouped up with his duo. Basically 2 solos playing it out.
It just would take a miracle at this stage for Hatris and Skavi to close this one out. Takata, I believe that we are watching the beginning of the end potentially for Teeny's trio, but we're not gonna let those hopes escape every single one of these other teams competing here currently. Hatris still trying to see if he can find an opening, 47 above, so they'll at least have a couple seconds to think for where they want to move next. Hatris opting to actually rotate a little bit closer towards edge. Probably going to look to try and play the backside of zone even. They might even just look for a chop on height, just because why not? If Marius doesn't take him out first.
It's got to be careful. I see a vision here, Taco. It's possible. Atris doing what he can to at least get in zone, has a bit of materials to work with. All it's going to take is a refresh, a pick, any type of elimination to kind of put himself back into the game. As on the other end, Vanya, Pixie, Marius looking a lot healthier in a potential position to get the VR this match, but there's still 37 players standing in their way, and the trio up above, it's Henry, Finn, Malds. They're looking to close it out.
Robot most definitely just eliminated Atris there. A little bit further from the viewpoint that we had from Vanya, but Zandy, Shark, Jew, this is a team that's looked relatively healthy all throughout the course of this final lobby. They might even look for an opportunity to try and take the high ground. Pixie gonna be the first one though to try and find the chop, and immediately, as soon as the chop is confirmed, Pixie cranking upwards.
This is what they need. This could be it for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius. The perfect time now to take the high ground. All they have to do is hold on. They have to make sure they apply pressure to any other trio.
Oh my god. It's a high battle here.
Robin, Trexer, the battle for height begins.
Vanya definitely a little bit beat up at this stage, but Pixie, same could be said for him. In fact, he's gonna get knocked here entirely. Vanya's still trying to hold down the high ground, but he loses.
Yeah, it's the idea of high ground. You get a big advantage.
That's gonna eliminate the option for a heal off
Because
here.
because
Vanya
people
trying
on,
to reconvene
on the
over
ground
inside
won't be
next
looking
time.
up. They can't. Mainly because they have to pay attention to all surroundings. Plus, someone's above. Yeah, so yeah, being on high ground is an advantage. Basically, just shoot and you'll get your hits and kills. Yeah, so no one's gonna be looking up or shooting up because they can't.
Full trio is always gonna have
Because there's too much going on.
Robin doing such a
There you
great
go, see?
job now.
High ground.
Just spraying to suppress these other layers. Henry 30J caught up in the crossfire even, but Robin, Trexer, Hyjo, they are setting themselves up for success. Vanya may be hoping for a little bit of revenge here, but just stuck inside of the secondary height layer instead.
Gotta be careful. Vanya has made the second high target that has been connected to by Hyjo, as now they're gonna go ahead of zone. Are they gonna look back? Are they gonna look above? Is this what they truly want? We've seen their eyes on height. They know they need this victory royale. It's all or nothing for this duo. Marius and Vanya won it.
Robin
We'll see.
Trexer, though, just
And they? Let's see.
continuing to provide as much cover backup to secure this high ground as possible. F9 will get knocked. Robin gonna drop even just to get the resources, just to get that siphon off the elimination, and finds more catastrophe down
Siphon.
below. Robop gonna be
Siphon
next
here,
to
chat.
fall. Robin just in such a pivotal moment for success here. Vanya still trying to see if he can get a slight chop going, but he might have just drawn the attention of Robin instead.
The time is now. It's 2 versus 3 up above. All they have to
2
do
versus 3.
is go
2
for it
3.
and close it out as Trexer's gonna drop down. This could be the opportunity for Marius and Vanya. Can they take height as Trexer gets knocked down? Putting them back
Vanya?
into a
Oh yeah,
2 versus 2.
Vanya's
It's
here.
just Hyjo and Robin up top. Can they continue scaling up?
But everybody seems to have forgotten about Shark and Ju from the low ground. They might be one of the only trios actually left intact. In fact, it is the Andy now gonna take over the high ground. He's gonna be the one suppressing fire onto these low tier layers. Shark
the hands
causing
down.
so much calamity inside the mid ground as well. They've got every single section choked off here to ensure that they can be the ones controlling zone.
And it looks like one more shot is just needed to connect onto Marius.
1v3. Oh my God, Raps. Yeah.
They connected. It looks like they've done it. Shark,
Bro.
Andy, and Ju are gonna be our last trio to qualify through the victory royale. But Taco, there's still 5 more spots to be granted on that consistency leaderboard.
Consistency is a key. That's going to be the reoccurring theme here for today, Takata. But for a lot of these teams hovering towards that 5th through 10th section of the leaderboard, that's got to be such a
GG's,
beautiful
Jack.
sight to
GG,
witness,
y'all.
because Shark, Ju, and ZN, you keep in mind, they were in that around 8th place position heading into this lobby. So the fact that they won now means one more position down lower could potentially scoop up.
Yeah, chat. Once you have high ground, you have a big advantage. Sometimes you could end up winning the thing.
Secured the golden ticket. Congratulations to Ju, Ziandi, and Shark. But what's on my mind, Taco, Vanya, Pixie, and Marius were in 23rd place going into this match. They were able to clutch up a lot of points.
Yeah, it was Raps 1v3.
Is it going to be enough? We can see here Ziandi, Shark,
Leaderboard.
and Ju are taking that last victory royale golden ticket. But Taco, what do you think? Are Vanya and his trio gonna have enough points to qualify to the major finals?
Look, I'm as excited as the next person, Takata, to see exactly how the leaderboard actually ended up shaking up, because it's not just Vanya's trio that needed those crucial points at the last minute. But Takata, it's been a pleasure commentating this first group stage, and now we got to see what the desk has to say for how everything ended up.
Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you back here next Saturday. Taco, welcome once more to Europe. It's good to have you.
All right, so
back, but
NA
obviously
starts at
if you miss Jacob
4:45.
Dugwell,
So
you'll hear him
so
later
that's
on in
so
the
this
American
EU ran
zone
about like
because,
3.5 hours.
Zeke stole him. And that's fine. We're not bitter about it at all. We love you, Jacob. Now, let's talk about what went down in that last game, because it feels like Andy's probably broken the heart of Vanyak, because we kind of had the belief for a moment there, Levin, that Vanyak was going to slow-low clutch it for his team.
I mean,
Yeah, look at that. Place point 1,000, bro. 27 elims.
So well as a duo, right? And you hold on to that hope. Then out of nowhere, Shark, Ju, Z, Andy are up on high. and they're the only trio left in the lobby. And it's been such a crazy 3-game swing for them, Mini. They started off the day poorly.
Crazy, bro.
Not up to
Crazy.
standard, not up to scratch. They were a team who at the start of this season, way before the FNCS kicked off, were looking really strong. We're looking like a team that's sort of up next, has all the potential. Shark and Drew have been getting so much hype for just how talented they are. And then they have a third, then they had a 7th place, right, which helps them. They get a 3rd, then they get a 5th, and now the win. Unreal. Like the caster said, they were a team that was in the consistency places, so this helps everybody else in the lobby, but it's nice to see them pick up the pace in the last 3 games here.
Yeah, they just seem to keep going when other teams were just really battling out for height. It was now or never for so many teams. And for them, I think it actually benefited them that they were actually up on the standings at that point. They didn't have to just go for height like crazy. They didn't have to try and go on the mess that was up there. They were actually quite consistent. They were quite happy to stay on those mid-ground layers and then go for height when it makes sense. And that's exactly what they did. They took it really well. And the way they closed out the game was nice and easy for them as well, because everyone else was a solo or a duo. So it's nice to see this team doing well. It's nice to see them in those grand finals.
Well, Zia, Andy, Shark and Dew, they've moved themselves off the consistency leaderboard and onto the Victory Royale one. So let's see our 5 trios who booked their spot in the grand finals of Major 1 via Victory Royale.
Ooh.
It seems like ages ago that this first trio took us all by surprise. Joe Run's trio, Levin, just came out of nowhere.
For me, I only recognize a few names for EU. For like I'm speaking right now, I don't really recognize them.
Loving it. I'm sure Suha was somewhere loving it as well. Spanish on top. It was lovely to see them get that win, and it was a bit of a surprise, right? You know, you want to give them their flowers. Of course, they've done well. It's going to be good to see them in the grand finals, but a lot of people probably weren't expecting them to be that first team to come out. The second team, though, was the one everybody was expecting to see. The one everybody knew was going to get a win in this lobby. I dropped Sky and Scroll. Looked incredible in the 2 games we saw them in, and I can't wait to see what these guys do in grands now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see more from. I was sad that they went through game 2, right? They're a team that's so exciting to watch, so promising here going into the finals.
Let's see the scoreboard.
I'm going to have a big question mark so when it does come to that time, and I really want to see if they can actually do it on the big stage like we've seen with iDrop previously. He's had these just amazing qualification periods. He's had these amazing group stages of the past, but just hasn't quite been able to deliver on the big stage of finals. So excited to see what that team can do.
Are you surprised that most of our Victory Royales were taken, though, by teams that we fully expected to otherwise qualify from the consistency leaderboard level?
Not really. It's just a byproduct of, like, if you're consistently in the end games, you're going to be in positions to win games, right? It's just about finding that win condition, you know, joining the dots. So, you know, no surprises there. I think in terms of all of the groups, like, this was probably the most predictable one. Like, going into it, a lot of people felt like we knew which teams were going to make it. And for the most part, even though I think there's definitely probably going to be some big upsets, you know, a lot of the guys there were teams that people, I think, expected to win games or at least go through on consistency.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our consistency leaderboard and see the other 5 trios who booked their spot in the Major 1 grand finals.
Falcon, the Falcons are a good spot.
They had
5 consistency.
Not a great game 5 mini minor, but they'd already done enough by this point. They'd gone
Falcons.
so close to getting a Victory Royale, and it's no surprise we're seeing them in the finals.
Yeah, they could chill. They could relax. I think they've done all the hard work previously. I think it was only the 11th that they had outside of the top 10 in the 4 games prior. So they were just so consistent, doing it exactly as we expected, I should say, in terms of the way that they were going to play it. Surge bases, they were looking pretty strong. They were playing that center of the map. As I said, they did get a few lucky zones in terms of their positioning, but yeah, they could have played from their living room for that last game. It didn't really matter. But nice to see some other big names on there as well. Roban, of course, Force and Finian up there as well, another big name. And Robin, Trexer, and Hijo, big clutch from those guys in the last game. I'm not even sure if they would have actually qualified if it wasn't for that last game. So nice to see those guys in there as well.
Yeah, top-notch stuff from them. And you know, from the other 2 teams there who have made now their first grand finals, UX Trio, that's the first grand finals appearance for all of those guys. And for Vanjaki's trio, right, with Pixovsky, again, a big shout out to Pixovsky, right, because he has been known as like the console GOAT for so long, has made the transition over to playing on PC, and now makes their first grand finals as well. The come up has been crazy. Really big congrats to all those guys playing in their first FNCS grand.
For real,
yeah, it's wicked to see some new names rising to the top, or I should say lesser known names rising to the top and showing what they can do this early into Chapter 6's competitive season. Let's take a look at the full leaderboard though, because unfortunately there there are some notable names who didn't quite make the cut this time round, and will
Yeah,
be hoping to get a shot in the last
look at the
chance
placement points, bro.
qualifier. So if we
That's what
move
puts like
onto page
stay in the
number
game.
2, I mean, we've
For
got to really
1,000.
look at number 14. Vaniak is a big surprise for me personally, Mini Miner. We saw him try to get to his comfort zone, the high ground, in that last game, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, to be honest, I think they just haven't been in their comfort zone all day. It's been a very uncharacteristic day for them. I particularly expect them to win a game. We spoke about how Vaniak has the best record in this sort of format. He had a 20% win rate going into this day today in terms of these sort of victory reboot round style games. And I thought this was really going to be the time for them just to show us that they were just leaving it right until the last game and just having extra practice. But unfortunately, Levin, we saw Pixie going down here early on in that end game, and it was all down to Vanya and Marius, who did very well, of course, but when you're a duo, it's so difficult.
You don't sound too calm to me. And I know FNCS isn't done. We still have the last chance qualifier. Those 3 games, if you're able to qualify to get to those 3 games, you know, it's still a possibility. But look at the names we're seeing not potentially making grand finals of the first major. Vanya, Pixie, Marius. Vanya literally won a major last year. This is somebody who is an FNCS winning quality player. Pixie has had a massive come up. We saw him trialing out with guys like Queasy and Venom, some of the best players in the region. The talent is there. Marius was TikTok's best player in the world last year, right? Like, these are massive names. On top of that, the likes of Haris Skivvy, Teeny, Haris and Skivvy established themselves as grand finals players in EU last year, coming into trios, big struggles now. And Teeny, he just had a year where he's come second in 2 majors and then 6th on globals. Like, to go from that to potentially now missing the first grand finals of Major 1 in 2025, this is getting near catastrophic. Of course, there is still that last chance qualifier for these guys to try, but you know, that's going to be 3 games. They struggle to win a game here. Like, that's going to be even more pressure on them. FNCS is brutal.
I'm pretty sure it can get more brutal though, because these players, they can change their trio if they want before the last chance qualifier, and that breaks my heart, and I'm slightly concerned. And if you are one of these big players who's expected to make a grand final, Levin, are you looking elsewhere?
I mean, I think it's only a given, right? Like, especially when you look at those 2 trios. Those are 2 trios that are actually an example of trios who have tried to, like, switch up and do different things, right? They already tried dropping Marius to play a chat. You know, Teeny, Harris, and Skivvy ended up in this situation because of a bunch of different changes that was going on as well. So, the difficulty here, Mini, right, is that who do you play with? Now, a lot of the best players are just going to be qualified through to the grand finals anyway, right? Your options start to get a bit weird here, so we'll see what these guys do.
Yeah, you can't really be too picky now at this point. I think you're a top tier 1 player that's trying to make it into the grand finals via the last chance. I think you just have to sort of throw all of like the sort of strategy that you want to try and employ, the play style you want to try and go for out of the window. You just have to think like, right, who's available? Who can actually pick up that's the best player? Because we've seen it today, although they haven't necessarily had their best season, the best performances, we've had some of our best names, biggest names qualifying through, doing well, managing to do well in these sort of lobbies. And of course, last chance is not going to be as high caliber lobby as these guys maybe are used to. So it might just be a case of let's just put 3 of the best players in the lobby in terms of ability together and hope that we can get a victory royale.
Guys, this is already so dramatic, and it's literally just Group 1. We've got Groups 2 and 3 coming up next Saturday and Sunday, followed by our grand final the following weekend. So,
Dude, I'm going to do all those watch parties.
I know you probably all got one of those old-fashioned desk planners, right? No, Levin?
Definitely not.
It's
don't
fine.
have to use a pen, to be honest.
To be fair, if you saw my handwriting, neither do I. Thank you everyone for watching at home. Please do stay tuned, because North America is coming up soon, and I know you're not going to want to miss
like
a
2 hours.
single moment. So we will see you next week. The guys on Zeke's analyst desk will see you in a couple of hours. And for now, guys, we're running it back. We're bringing it back for 2025. Sound that horn.
Go. Yeah, highlights. What? Man, I like the sound. Man, I like the sound of the cold snap. Pretty smooth and clean. So yeah, I think EU ran about like three and a half hours. I think probably be the same for NA. I think like well that's not including like from the commentary and the pre-show. Usually I would say it's like more than 4 hours. One time, bro. Oh, I didn't see that. Hey, what's up, Amanda? Goes on. Ah, man. Man, I gotta work on my peaks. Ah. Oh, my lunch, it was pretty good. Had some I had some spare ribs. Some yeah, some good ribs. Oh, ooh, I needed that. Ooh, now I feel good. I don't feel like I'm like I was hungry and a little bit tired. But mainly because I didn't eat this morning. Just boot up my stream. How was it? Did you eat anything good for lunch? Okay. I had some ribs for lunch. Oh man, it hit the spot. It was real good. Yep, it definitely did. And it tasted good too. Yeah, some ribs. It really hit the spot, bro. Man. Sounds good and sounds good. It tastes good. Yes. What about you, man? Did you eat anything good for lunch? Oh, you had a smoothie? Nice, nice. Which kind? Strawberry and banana. I used to drink those. Yeah, what I told him. Actually, I think that's good. Yeah, because I'm not gonna fully play some games. Because I'm mostly gonna watch FNCS Fortnite tournament. I want to run some games before the event starts. Blueberry. Oh yeah, blueberry smoothie. Nice. Take. That sounded tasty. Actually, yeah. Let's run some reload, but not ranked. Sounds better. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. That's for me. Like when I eat lunch, I like to take my time eating, because I don't want to like eating scarf down the food so fast. I usually end up choking, or my chest, can't process the food down enough, so it gets like get like a little bit of pain right here, my chest, if I eat too fast. Yep. We don't want that. Yeah, and the only way to make sure I don't choke, I have to chug down a lot of water. Yeah, it's like any other chat, just be careful. You just take when you're eating your lunch, your dinner, or your breakfast. Take your time. Take your time. No need to rush. Yeah. I had a few, I had a few close calls when I was eating my food so fast. Was choked. My throat, my chest started like throbbing pain, and my whole face, turned red, because I was like eating food. No, like, oh my god, oh my god. So I need something to drink real fast. Oh, yeah. So yeah, it's just of course, you just take your time eating. No need to rush. Let's go back to Tilted, baby. Oh my god, there's no way. Oh my god. Oh my god, can I please get through this? God, why is it so hard to get away? Why is it so hard to get away? I know what you mean. I almost choked on chicken the other day because I didn't chew enough. Yep, exactly. The same for me. To me, eating too fast. We always forget to chew. I always forget to chew. It's like, but why? Not to swallow. Yeah, just gotta be careful. Me, dude. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, so yeah, chat. A little PSA. Just take your time. Don't forget to chew, and take. No need to rush. Take your time eating. Oh shit! I heard some footsteps. I heard some footsteps, chat. Two. Oh my! Why did I throw my med kit? Bro, damn. I had to my med kit at the point. Like, I think that's why I have to keep my I have to keep my med kit and my F key. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, get that. I bet bro is coming back right now. Get rebooted. No, but freak that. How much gold do I have? I don't have any gold. Yeah. No, the white chopper. Interesting. They got like a, let's see how far. We got the OG pass. I'm halfway. Halfway. Let's see. I think we're progress. Oh, just there's 2 more pages left. GG's. Running back again. We have NA FNCS starts in about 30 minutes. 30 minutes. We're good. We're in good time. So yeah, we're gonna move up. Yeah. See ya. Go. Bye-bye. You mind? Oh shit. You don't mind, right? Do you? Oh my god, my gun wasn't reloaded. Oh, desperate. Spot this. Get out. Don't come back. Yeah, I have a bad habit of just switching my guns, even though it wasn't fully empty. I just noticed you shaved your mustache. Yeah. For me, it was about that time. Oh my god, I hit this guy. Oh my god, had this guy, he's cracked. He's literally cracked, bro. No, I don't. Damn. Yeah, I just got a little cracked and I also had to reload. That's why every time I shoot my gun, I always reload instead of reload. Even if I shoot like, oh shit, what I don't. Even if I shoot like 3 bullets. Oh my god. Yeah, I just shaved my mustache. It was about that time. You like it? Thank you so much. Like for me, like I probably like well, like when it fully grows out, when I grow right here, when it fully grows out and under here, that's when I shave it. You know, like like probably I don't know, like every couple of weeks I shave it because I don't like to like shave it when like fully little. I like to wait till it fully grows out, then that's when I shave it. So I could of course I have to, so I could save money on razors. But thank you, Amanda. The one I say the one thing that bugs me the most, like every time I grow my mustache here, it never fully grows like together, like connected. It's always like separate, always separate. Like my mustache that doesn't connect like a regular mustache. Like always this part right here, the middle is like that doesn't grow. It's left like clean shaven in the middle. Yeah, I can never get it fully. I can never get my mustache fully connected. That's like, you know what? If it's not gonna connect, I'll just shave it. Cause it does. To be honest, it doesn't look good. I'm serious. I just shave it. Ah. Oh, we have 10 more minutes until NA FNCS. Let's see if we can let's see if we can squeeze one more game here. See how fast you can go. Can't hold gold. Oh yeah. But then I give a lot more. I spin a lot. Oh, it's a light drop. Let's get that. Okay. I got my weapons right, please. But there's a small tree in my way. Two. I should pick something off. What's that music playing? Oh, was that the event started? Oh, let me pictures. Okay, I think that's the music of the event starting right now. Yeah, I forgot I had it on. And oh shit, damn. Yeah. Drop. Oh shit. Okay, it's starting right now. Let's be right back. Yeah, GG's. Oof. Yeah. When I go for like, if I'm gonna do some quick games, reload the way. Fast paced, quick. Usually a normal match will take like 20 minutes. I think this one probably has that. Here we go. So yeah, Group 2 starts on February 8th. Let me see. I think that's on a Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, FNCS starts on Saturday. Go. Five advancing. And you got last chance to qualifier. Your last chance to get the major finals. Was a pre-show. So here we go.
2025 is here, and with it comes a switch from duos to trios for competitive play. Let's take a look at a few teams that you need to be on the lookout for in both EU and NA Central. The first team, and the team that's certainly been first in a lot of events this season, is Veno, Vico, and Flixi. Since coming together in duos for Major 3 last year, Vico and Flixi have performed exceptionally well, winning that major and placing 4th at Globals. Now with the addition of one of EU's finest players in Veno, this trio have been unstoppable. With 2 first-place finishes in weekly finals this season and not placing outside of 4th. With this terrific trio now situated at one of the best drop spots on the map, Flooded Frogs, and with them being the most consistent team in Europe, it's easy to see why they're the favourites to win it all this season. FNCS veterans Tayson and Trulex have tried out a couple of options for trio mates this season, however have eventually settled on Trulex's good friend, Chicho. Since coming together, this trio from the Balkans have placed 6th and 5th in weekly finals and look very strong, as their drop spot of Foxy Floodgate give them perfect access to the center of the map. allowing this team to base up for Storm Surge tags, like we know TrueLex's teams have always loved to do. Widely regarded as the GOAT of Fortnite, Taysom will be looking to rekindle some of that success that he had in trios previously, as the back end of the Duos era won't be one that he'll be looking back on too fondly. But you can never count out a player
I think it's gonna seem. I think it's gonna be the same runtime for EU. Probably 3.5 hours.
One of the finest in the region this season. The iconic invitational winners Cami and Seti have picked up fellow Polish player Chari for this season. Although Chari hasn't had the same success as Cami and Seti over the years, he's been consistently making grand finals, most notably with Giras, so it's clear to see why he's joined the team. This season has been incredibly solid for the trio, with 3 top 3 finishes in weekly finals, including 1 first place. The main competition for them so far has been the French trio of Akira, X-Squeeze and Podesai, fighting off Spawn at Lost Lake. While currently it seems like the Polish boys have been dominating pretty much entirely, historically, Cami and Seti haven't performed as well whenever they're contested in grand finals. Let's see if the shift in game mode and the addition of Chari is the key to changing that going into the first major of 2025. Now let's hop across the pond to NA, and one player that's quite literally done just that is Vidil, now playing with Cooper and Sphinx. At the beginning of the season, Vidil struggled to find a team, so decided to go to NA to find more success. Although Cooper and Sphinx have had some solid performances with Noxy, they also decided to switch it up. This decision seems to have paid dividends so far, as since coming together they placed 2nd, 5th and 2nd again in the weekly finals. And the synergy between Cooper and Vidil when it comes to fragging has been excellent to watch so far. As for Sphinx, although he's had less overall success than Vidil and Cooper, he is proving to be an excellent IGL and helping to keep this team on track for success. Look out for these guys at Masked Meadows this season. After the most dominant year in competitive Fortnite history with Poyo, Peter Bot is back and picking up exactly where he left off with new teammates.
You think you can get first?
Since getting together this season, they've
He's been placing consistently first place streak.
Not with a 100-point margin and are widely regarded as the best team in NA at the moment. The way that they're doing this is similar to how Peterbot operated before, landing at the best drop spot on the map and dominating from there on out with high eliminations propelling them through the match. Currently, much like Venos trio, they feel that Flooded Frogs is the best drop spot, with its incredible loot, materials, and early surge opportunities. However, with this team still winning earlier weeks, landing at brutal boxcars, it shows that this team have the skill, experience, and versatility to take it all home. Finally, onto what is likely to be a fan-favorite team this season, Clix, Batman Booga, and Iomzo. This is a team that'll have a lot of eyes on them to perform, as Clix always does. And he in particular will be looking to break that 4th place curse, take home his first FNCS title, and fulfill his potential. Batman Booga will be looking to pick up where he left off in duos after a breakthrough year with Rapid. And Iomzo will be looking to bring the firepower that we know he can, but hadn't quite seen to the fullest during Chapter 5. As for performances so far, it's looking good for this trio, as since coming together for Week 5, they managed a 2nd place in Opens and a 5th in the weekly finals. This, combined with their solid drop spot of Lost Lake, make this trio an exciting prospect, and one that fans will be watching closely. Let's hope they can bring the heat in Grand Finals. With so many teams to look out for, it's impossible for us to fit them all into one video. So let us know down below which teams you're excited about going into this season's FNCS. And we'll
can Clix pull it off with his first FNCS? Oh. 1,000 points. He makes it. Look at that. Look at the difference, chat. First, oh, it's a super race to first, bro. I think you'd be good. Oh, this is different from EU. Each kill is 3 points. For EU, it was 4 points for each kill. There we go. NAC. Here's first one down. Wheat. Steak. Also I recognize. Speed runs. Let's see. I think for this first game, first place is gonna be. I'm gonna put my chips in for Peabot Trio. I've been watching the kid. He's on a winning streak, bro. Probably like you say he is the face of Fortnite. Yeah, for first game, I'm betting on our first place for Peterbot. Yeah, and it's trio. Let's see. Here we go. Game time. One more minute.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Here we are, 2025. We are so back, baby. It is great to see all of you. There's a couple of new things happening in 2025. There's a new format. Trios, but one thing that always stays the same is our analysts. Let's give them a big warm welcome. It's Kelly, it's Vivid. Friends, welcome back to the show. 2025 looking real good for us.
I cannot believe it has been 5 months since the Global Championships, 5 months since we have had.
All right. Oh, so match one starts in 14 minutes.
That you guys are excited to get into some NA action.
Yeah, all of us over here, right, had the dusty old cobwebs off the cameras here, get back into the action of things. And listen, speaking about action, so much of it has already happened. That switch to trios really just caused so much commotion amongst the scene, like who's going to be partnering up with who. I mean, heck, we even had some switch ups just a couple of weeks ago, but now FNCS has started. It's time to get serious. So excited.
Man, we'll talk about all of that and more as we prepare to jump into game number 1. For now, let's start things off with that new format. What is different? Well, as you guys have seen and followed in the last few years, we've had this series point leaderboard, right? You kind of been playing for cumulative points, and that's kind of seeded you into different settings and standings and playoffs and stuff like that. The difference here is we actually had a play in stage, and when we had that kind of going on, that actually seeded some of these trios into different heats, Kelly.
That's right. The top 99 teams have moved on from the play-ons into 3 different groups. We're going to be watching 33 incredible trios today. And in case your favorite team isn't here competing this weekend, chat, and you're wondering, well, where are they? Well, next weekend we have group 2 and 3, so keep your eyes open for that. But from these 33 trios, if you get a win, that's an automatic ticket into the major finals. Also,
1,000 points for first place. Yeah, it's a one-way ticket.
There as well.
You're automatically in.
Yeah, so we're gonna have 30 teams actually going into the finals from these group stages, which leaves us with
you secure your place and get first place.
If you saw on that graphic right there, it leaves room for the last chance qualifier where 3 teams will go through. And listen, that last chance, it's always
it can make a difference. First place, 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Second place, I think it's just a bunch of about 100 points. But to get ahead, you need to get first.
We hope. Now, not only are we seeing some new things, there's also a new chapter. Chapter 6, Hunters, is upon us. I love this kind of aesthetic. Everything about the map, the weapons, everything is so unbelievable. So, obviously, there's a ton of new POIs, but maybe you guys could highlight just a couple for us to kind of...
Why don't you say Bird at the draw spot?
Yeah, let's take a quick look over a Night Shift Forest over there, highlighting some interesting trios that we actually have. Nick, Lix, and Eddie, kind of an unknown trio, is going to be landing over here.
Actually, for that rock with there's some god chests, and there's a secret vault.
For Eddie's trio here, they only have 1 FNCS Finals performance between the 3 of them.
Night Shift Forest, very, very good. All of those elemental chests over there. Switching gears over to the east side of the map.
I call everything god, like either it's a regular chest or a god chest, so it'll be much more easier
to
remember.
Rose medallion, and that's something that players
there's a vault. The only way to get through this is to teleport in with the mask.
3 teams.
Look at that. That's stacked loot right there, bro. You get shield, a couple of god chests, and you get the toilet, the porta potty. You can get an escape.
Not going to be in this group, so they no longer have claim over that POI. So really interested to see what they're going to be doing there.
Yeah, that little secret spot riding requiring the Void Unimask to be able to get into. I'm excited to see people fight over this POI. Let's talk about the Rift Island. So it's kind of the same in that there is a Rift Island, but it's different in that now there's Shogun X up there guarding the whole space with a brand new medallion.
Yeah, that's right. Like you said, the Shogun's Arena, very similar to the Rift Island in the fact that it can give you loot, it can give you much needed break, as well as vision and rotation opportunities. But Shogun X is the big guy here, and he drops that incredible Shogun X medallion, also called the Wanderer's Medallion, which gives you infinite stamina and, more importantly, cloaking while sprinting. And one of my favorite uses I have seen for this medallion during the play-in was definitely from Bryce's solo clutch. We see Ree,
I think for the Shogun boss,
were able to grab the high ground, but get chopped out of height, and Ree was actually the one holding the
it's not easy, but it's not too hard
to.
See you just keep shooting boss's head, dodge a couple times, and you'll get the medallion. For trios, I think it's gonna be easy. All 3 trios just have to shoot Shogun boss at it on his head. His health will go down fast.
Make or break your team.
Oh yeah, it can definitely always be the difference maker. But listen, that island fighting Shogun X, it seems like you're just up there forever fighting the boss. Like, everybody's obviously gonna notice you're up there fighting. But I think the time invested in
best thing to do is use spray weapons for the boss. An AR or SMG. Once you're done shooting with the AR, switch to the SMG so you have continuous spray. Get the health down faster.
There's one in particular you guys wanted to highlight.
Oh yeah, I would not say that the Void Boon is a little buff.
That's what I do.
A very big
like
buff,
before I fight the Shogun boss, I switch my have an AR, I switch my SMG to the next slot so I can keep spraying. Those will be non-stop.
And it really just supports their aggressive playstyle. Whether that's them chasing down players in the early and mid game, or especially in the end game where they kind of like to stay in the low ground, kind of navigating all the chaos there, and they're just able to grab elim after elim.
being a you know, an old retired professional Fortnite player, this mechanic with the Void Boon kind of reminds me of the shakedown mechanic that we had years ago, right? You would knock a player, you would go over to them, you would shake it down, you could kind of find out where their teammates are at. But this Void Boon, that effect kind of happens instantly, and it definitely plays into that momentum based playstyle very, very well, which is why we see some of those aggressive teams work so well with it.
Do you guys think that any other boons are kind of worth it, right? So obviously this Void Boon, quite powerful. Like you said, it's kind of a shakedown. So any of these other things worth kind of noting right now?
I think the water boon can definitely be, especially depending on where the zone pulls, can be incredibly beneficial to some teams that need more heals.
Definitely couldn't agree more. I mean, I've
Wait,
seen
didn't
several
that
strategies when it comes
nerf
down
the
to
water
storm surge,
boon?
right? You pick up that
They
water
nerfed it in
boon, you kinda
competitive.
just go trade tags, right, and just sit in the water and kind of
Or they
regain
did switch
some
it
of
up.
the damage that you're taking.
Okay, we'll have to keep our eyes out on some of these boons throughout the game. But first, let's give a big welcome to your casters, Jacob PR, Monster D-Face.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. We are going to be calling the action Group 1 here for the major. I mean,
Oh wait,
I
so
be
did
more
they
excited
switch up
to be casting
Taco?
with you. It's going to be a ball of a time
And that
right
used to
now,
be
especially since
NA,
I
so they
clicked
switched
on
it up to
the menu.
EU.
Yeah, trios wasn't the only thing being shaken up through the offseason. The teams had some late changes as well. Clicks, we're talking about and we're raving about how good they've been. That's not the team that they first had. Iamzo, Batman Booga, they went through Mason, they went through Virgo. Clicks was free and then they swapped on over to him. There were so many teams making these late changes.
Loud trios dropping at the last minute.
That's a good shake
snakes.
And now we get to watch how
bad
it's all
snaking,
going to
bro.
play out here for Group 1. I would say this is going to be a roller coaster of the next several weeks, especially as you start gearing up for the future. But for now, we are going to have to focus in on what is at play here. This lobby list is very interesting, of course, as there are multiple teams fighting for some of the stronger drops, like we highlighted a little bit there, Jacob. And I can't wait to see how it all goes down.
Yeah, like our analysts were already alluding to, EU already showed it doesn't matter how big of a name you are not safe today. But there's still plenty of action to break down. Zeke, analyst, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob PR. Fantastic to have you. I love that Frankie kind of called out the EU was the better region. We all know which one the better one is. Welcome to it, Jacob PR. Let's kind of talk about a few more things as we prepare for game number 1. Specifically, the kind of look of duos versus trios, right? On paper, at face value, you hear trios, you're like, okay, it's like an extra person, right? Like, we're going to see more of what we're seeing. That's actually not the case. There's so much nuance that goes into just adding even a single person to the mix.
Exactly. There's a couple of topics that people like to hone in on when they're like, oh, wow, listen, now we're playing trios. So communication with an extra person being there is definitely going to be a little bit different, right? You have the extra inventory spots on every single team now, 5 more mats. But one thing I don't see a lot of people talk about is kind of the space, right? A space that an entire team can actually control now with that extra person. And this kind of goes through the stages of early, mid, and late game. But first, I want to take a look at mid game and kind of how it looks there. Of course, the time of the game and one of the most important Fortnite competitive mechanics actually happens, Storm Surge. This is the time in the game where a lot of teams go ahead, they try to get their tags in. And with trios now, the teams can be a lot more spread out, right? They can actually claim a lot more space together. If we take a look at some of these arrows, some of these teams, look at how much space they are actually able to go ahead and hold on to real estate wise right here. Usually in duos, we would see, 2 towers posted up. You're a duo, of course. Now in trios, we can kind of see like 3 towers be posted up on 3 separate hills. And you just have so much control over all of that land now. That space, especially in the middle game, is very, very easy to control.
Yeah, I mean, this might seem obvious, but with it going from duos to trios, we're now going from 50 teams to 33 teams. And with there being even more POIs in this chapter, there's actually, like you said, more opportunity for people to kind of gather more area and space around them, have a bigger territory when they do claim their POIs.
Yeah, exactly. And like I mentioned, this is kind of an idea that happens throughout all stages of the game. And, of course, where all of the magic happens in Fortnite, in the end game, it's also going to be playing a huge part there. I wanted to kind of talk about space and how comfortable trios can kind of feel in the end game now. Of course, very, very small zones that put a lot of these players together. So how much space do you actually really need to feel confident in trios? Let's go ahead and take a look at Clicks, Batman Booga, and Iamzo, an example from them. As you can see right there, they went ahead, they landed front side of zone, and they put themselves just 1 box away from another team. Now you might be thinking, wow, in duos, like I'm in metal, I might be pretty safe right now. But no, in trios, you have an extra that little extra bit of firepower because you have that extra man on the team. If we take a look at how they go ahead and approach this, Clix is going to prepare the pre-edits, which are of course very, very strong. 3 people shooting a metal wall like it's absolutely nothing, catching a team off guard. 1 box away is not enough space to feel confident in trios. That's how crazy some of these competitions are going to get.
And speaking of crazy, Vivid, you brought it up just at the start there, saying that comms obviously having an additional person. Viewers, if you have not been able to watch the comms of Clix's trio while they're in, not even in-game, just the entire game, please do yourself a favor. It is, and I say this in the most positive way possible, one of the most nauseating experiences I have ever had. I do not understand how so many people, plus their coach BloodX, can be speaking at the same time, and yet somehow they are still on the same page and able to execute time and time again.
Well, as I heard here, you guys got to check that out for sure. Thank you for that, Kelly. We like that. Yeah, so as you can see, it's there's so much more that goes into just adding that extra person. I like to kind of think about it, you know, in the past, going from duos, if your duo mate goes down, it's just you 1v2, but now when that player goes down, it's still a 2v3. You can still make things happen. And when you kind of tie that back to Vivid kind of talking about this space, it's not over, right?
Yeah, no, definitely not over at all. And, you know, listen, more on the topic of space, right? We got that extra person on a team now, which means that every single team is going to need more loot. So I want to go ahead and take a look at kind of some of the numbers. How do the contested drop spots of trios kind of compare to duos of last season? So I went ahead and took a look at group number 1 and how many teams are actually going to be contested throughout the games that we actually watched today. And if we go ahead and take a look at what the map actually looks like, see where all the teams are going to be contested. If you add up all of those numbers, it's going to be a total of 16 teams being contested, which 16 times 3, because there's 3 players on each team, that's going to be 48 players total feeling the effects of being contested. And I was like, well, how does that kind of compare to duos, right? These trios need more loot. Like maybe there's going to be a difference in how many players are actually contested. And no, I went ahead and take a look at Chapter 5 Season 3 NAC Grand Finals last year, and it was actually the same amount of players. 48 players were contested last season as well in a completely different game mode. So we're kind of going to be seeing the same kind of effects and fights in the early game.
And something that we'll also be seeing again is that because once a team does win, they are no longer going to be playing in this group stage. Some of those contested teams might try and take up a POI from a team that just won.
We saw a little bit of that in EU, right? The moment that a trio becomes uncontested or a spot suddenly goes from 3 trios to now down to 2, that becomes a target, right? Like, hey, someone's out. Maybe we can look to kind of apply that and get a victory out through that, because again, we either need a victory out or we need to come top 5 through consistency. What are you guys hoping to see coming into today?
Ooh, I hope that we don't see Clix's trio get the first victory royale so that we can see them play more than just one game, because I don't want to wait another 2 weeks to watch them play in the FNCS, but I might be asking for too much.
I guess this is the part where we kind of, you know, lean on old memes, right? Maybe they'll win the 4th game for us, huh? 4th?
Oh, shit. Oh, my bad.
Wowie.
Because Clix always get 4th
we'll see
place.
what happens, because it is that time. All right.
It's like a streak. He doesn't like.
Is ready for
Don't want to place. He wants to move up.
Victory Royale or top 5
It's always
these 5 matches.
consistently on his like on like always gets 4th.
With that being said, it's game time. Find your seats on the bus.
It's become a meme for him. Always 4th place for Clix.
Thank you so much. What a long road it has been just to get here, from the FNCS trials to the divisional cups, the play-in stages, to now we are at the Group 1. Golden opportunity for any one of these teams.
That's right, and again, we're going from duo seasons into trios, so forget all that you've watched go down within the divisional cups in those weekends. It's all different now. Rosters have changed leading into the weeks. We have trios that have seemed to solidify themselves now, and for game 1, you want to be that first one. Of course, send yourself to the final. So we'll see here shortly, Jacob, and we know there's even going to be action off the drop, because I mean, it's Fortnite, right? Look at these drop spots that are going to be highly contested here shortly.
Yeah, almost half of the lobby is going to be contested throughout today's competition. But as Kelly says, when one team is winning, another spot opens up. And we've already seen a lot of shuffles in EU's competition. So I expect to see that same thing here today, depending on if it's an experienced team or non-experienced team.
Game 1.
I really see things working out. But enough with the guesses. Game 1 is ready. Let's get right into it. This is it. A great opportunity for 33 teams. Some of these teams here today don't have even a singular grand finals appearances, so they can make their own history here today. They
History being made.
Their own
All these
dynasty
players here.
themselves as an
The
individual.
Shimon's gonna write them in their history
And
book.
one thing to think about this season in general, when you take a bird's eyes view at the loadouts, the type of battles we're going to see playing out, this is one of the most balanced and one of the most exciting seasons we have seen in quite some time. This chapter is almost perfect for the type of action we like to see, and with that Sentinel shotgun coming into play here, I'm looking forward to seeing how things are going to go down when it matters most. But first, let's jump into the actual action. Some of these areas and teams that we knew were going to be highly contested here already. It looks like Lix, Eddie, and Nick here are setting themselves up for the win and have actually pushed the team out and secure the slurp truck first.
Yeah, you can see a lot of switch-ups already. We've only seen 2 drops already. From what we've already seen through the drop maps, a lot of the preparation, the predictions even, things have already been switched up. Nerves are even getting to people, or we're already seeing the tricks from underneath players' sleeves. Maybe they're saying, I'm going to drop here, but only as a plan to psych out their opponents.
Well, here at the Mass Battles, we do know there are 3 teams here. And just like that, I mean, things are going pretty fast. Take a look at from the other side, Jack, Cease and Blake. Cease being knocked right now. Jack, of course, stepping up. When it matters most, probably making this look nice and easy here shortly. All of a sudden now, they find themselves in the lead.
He's slowly but surely becoming a little bit of a household name. Only one FNCS final appearance, playing with experts, with Blake and Cease, who I feel like are like a main staple when it comes to a finals. He's going to win that 1v1, and it was a crucial one because you see both Cease and Blake were down. Now he's going to be hailed as the hero of the early game.
For a little bit after NAC, after this, like all the games are wrapped up. I'll play BR for a little bit, and after that, I'll wrap up the stream.
We all know this is probably going to be the most.
Yeah. So like, there's 5 games here.
Next to Flooded Frogs, but Flooded Frogs will likely, be claimed in its own right. We'll see here in the weeks to come. But
yeah, I'll play BR after FNCS.
This could be a little bit of a mismatch because you got to take note. Hound, Aiden, Hyar, they actually landed at Demon's Dojo. They got the majority of that loot, but Beast Champo and his teammate were landing on the outskirts. They took the mountains. Now the elevation is working against them. You see the pressure coming down. Shields being ripped off Beast, and he's still using the HP for the medkits to make sure he's in the tip-top shape because they have no more big pots. They cannot get to 200 HP and shields.
But more of a fight here. Encrypted. Death and Sales seem to be taking the lead here in the first exchanges for themselves. Very, very critical moment right now to find this damage, get these points here to start things off, and all of a sudden we're watching our early leaders start to take away. This is at the Kappa Kappa factory. Again, another drop that we do expect to have heavy contestation throughout this day here. Back on over to Minish and Company's not looking good here as he's down. It's up to Braids here to clutch up. Seems like they've traded on both sides.
Yeah, and this is a dangerous team right here because even when we've seen them in duos, I know it's a little bit of different format, but Visual and Braids, they're one of those teams that can surprise. They can shock the world. They can win a game, and it looks like they're taking it to
this guy's one shot.
That's Colazo, the OG on the other side. He's dealing with a lot of pressure, and now they're taking the multiple angles, and that is just one too much to overcome.
A big fan of Braids here. Like how they play this out, very smart, taking good angles here. And all of a sudden they took, what was it, 2v2 and made it look as if they were just solos on the other side of the barrel. Very well played.
There you go, Batman
as
Booga.
Our early leaders are starting to run down the stretch here. Batman Booga, Eonzo, and Clicks have a nice even spread, but Batman Booga, no fear in his heart as he is standing toe-to-toe in the low ground. This team's watching from above, so not too much of a dangerous spot for him to be in just yet.
Yeah, and I think they know a lot of the teams towards the northwest part of the map. If the zone does pull away from there, it's hard for them to get Surge while maintaining their position in terms of rotating. That's where they tend to take advantage of a lot of those teams, whether if it's direct fight or setting up just like that to try to get Surge. Others taking a different approach. You see the box-to-box, Tony, Zeus, Creon. They're more of an aggressive team as well. They're going against teams that they can look at as, I would say, rookies, not really making it this far in this career before, but we've seen rookies shine before.
Definitely. Tony, Creon, and Zeus is actually very interesting that they've decided to rotate into the Demon's Dojo, knowing that there was going to be 3 teams landing here, and where they should have an advantage, Things are quickly turning around. What seems to be not in their favor right now.
Ooh, knocked both
They're
down.
forced defensively, but into the box. Zoots gets deleted here. It does look like Eddie, Nix, and Licks are just a cut above the rest here, but trades are happening on both sides. Just a very important one-on-one for Eddie to win. He pulls the blade out and starts going to town. This Typhoon is definitely dangerous.
I'm not going to say that I haven't dealt with the Typhoon Blade before in close proximity. It just gets so chaotic and hectic.
Yeah,
It's
for
sometimes
real.
hard to hit those shots no matter how good of a player you are. And Eddie's doing a good job of taking advantage of that and maintaining his distance to move, but it finally got cut short. He finally gets knocked down. Licks is by himself, but he takes advantage of the damage that was already there. Down goes Creon, so an even trade.
Big exchanges here, but no, the pickup might come through. Licks has got to find him. Surely he's got some visual cues here, but not enough for him to know what's going on. It seems like he's going to back off, try to play for the disengage here. Again, he's got the Typhoon Blade, so shouldn't have too much of an issue. Of course, using that extended stamina, being able to dash away, kinetics in hand as well, so a lot at play here. I'm curious to see if Tony and Zeus will push now. But no, they're going to be content, it seems.
Yeah, I feel like they're just trying to beat him to that reboot van. They know Licks is already down. They know that he potentially has to go back for the reboot cards as well. So they're just trying to cut him off on this rotation, get the reboot first, knowing that even if they do get damage, it's not going to be a lot.
I'm thinking Licks is going to try to go for the knock here out the sky. Get ready. Anything can happen, especially with that extra elevation there. But no, back on over to Reet. Surprise contested as well, right? We didn't expect them to have so much resistance here at the Brutal Boxcar. Typically with a notable trio like this, they'll get a drop for themselves. But no eliminations means that, Jacob, they didn't have to fight too hard for their drop. It seems like they're very much comfortable here.
Yeah, they either pushed that team off completely or they just switched up their drops. That gives Reet, Vert, and Bryce all this space. They can take that whole mountain range. And this is what Vivid was actually alluding to when he was showing that map and showing the teams that were actually spread out. They can take so much space over here on this side of the map. And then while other teams in certain drop spots don't have the metal, Brutal Boxcars is a spot with a lot of metal. Teams will tend to rotate in this direction, especially if the zone keeps pulling them and forcing them to.
Metal always so scarce to get a hold of, especially given some of the changes we've seen, kind of teams go back and forth. But right now, it's going to be a matter of getting into a strong position. Death and Company being contested, you can see that they have a bit of an elimination lead over the players in the area here. However, that doesn't give them full advantage over what could be storm damage. That's always going to be high on the list here to make sure that teams are staying active right now, but they're playing a bit of a dead side, actually sticking to this further outskirts here.
It almost even looked like that mountain, the view range, hoping that the zone pulls over in that direction. We can see from one side of the map to the other. 20 Walkers and Larson, another team who made a late change into this group stage to try to go ahead and up their chances of qualifying to the Major 1 finals. The zone's going to pull all the way over to the rest, so their rotation is not done yet.
That's a team that I'm definitely expecting to finish consistently somewhere inside of that top 5 by the time things are all said and done. Possibly even walk out of here with a Victor Royale, but that is the question. Who will win game number 1 and send themselves straight to finals out of the first group? Out comes the Void Onimask for the rotates here for Braids, Diminish, and Visuals. Also keep in mind to the fundamentals here. Check every bush with the shotgun shot. No need to take a risk here and walk yourself blindly into an ambush. And this is a good spot right here to be in. Early rotates to get a little bit of high ground. They want to continue to make their way center more or less here.
Yeah, that's a team to when they're positioning, you can see the fishing rod in their inventory. They're going to look to kind of box up, position around water so they can continue to fish those shield fish, the floppers late into the game. Other teams, their surge bases, they're trying to go ahead and utilize them as much as possible before they're forced to rotate in towards the zone. And it's kind of like centering up a little bit more towards the eastern lean, but overall centered up towards the north side of the zone.
You can see how the stats are really highlighting the fact that there are plenty of teams here who have experienced their finals, but more importantly, experienced a win when the win condition mattered to send themselves to finals. But that is a minority of the server population so far, so there are going to be some big celebratory wins here today to come. some history being made for some players. Curve, Tyler, and Shadow, team that lands, of course, to that Flooded Frogs, given that this is the Group 1 setting here. Does seem to have a very strong loadout, as we'd expect of a team that has the Flooded Frogs themselves.
Yeah, this is a team I feel like I expect, whether if it's a victory royale or through that top 5, that they should make it to the Major 1 finals today. Hopefully I don't curse them for that, but they've just been so consistent. Even with the top teams, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, them, Acorn's team in the lobby as well, they're still finding a way to place into the top 5. Now you take out some of those teams, shift them around due to the groups, and now they have a better drop spot on top of that. I feel like they have success written all over them.
And Shadow's a great player. He's done very, very well in play-in stages, but here's a team we all want to keep our tabs on. Batman, Booga, Clix, and Yamzo. One of the few trios that have actually more or less broadcasted their entire journey live for the world to watch and follow along with. This is a team that has 3 very strong leaders, I would say, and the comms get crazy once we start breaking their way to endgame. Here it is, though.
Saw Creon trying to get rebooted back. We can see on the other side, Eddie's team, they're back as well. Rotating kind of together, parallel a lot of the way. Pump Power, another spot where a lot of teams kind of converge to try to gather as much metal as possible. And with the zone pulling in this direction, it is going to pretend to get a little bit more crowded due to the mountain range just east of it as well.
We'll have to see here. Zone's going to pop now. Pump Power still in play here. Tony, Zeus, and Creon not feeling the congestion here too much. They want to start playing for a little bit more center zone. Let's jump in with Mason and company, though. Already on the move as well. One of the few teams outside of the bubble right now. And off they go with a nice little wide rotate. Notice, we're going to see this a lot, though. Wind, Spirits,
there we go. Shogun Island. We can get there and get the medallion.
Instead, and here it is. Time to catch a medallion. Which one of these trios are going to be the first to go for it?
There's a race.
Jacob, what do you think?
Now, I'm thinking, like, who's going to be brave? I think it's Visual Braids and Amish will at least try to make it up towards the top. They've been the most aggressive so far in this lobby, or at least the most aggressive that we've been blessed to see. And it does look like they're going to be the first ones to make a move. Now the islands are so spread out, you can still make your way up there. No intention to try to fight the boss, just so you can have a better advantage to try to get Surge. We've seen it a few times, but not too much.
Yeah, it's just so risky coming up here for obvious reasons. If you start to get that focus of the boss and it isn't your intent to actually finish it off, we'll see what happens here shortly. Other teams are all coming up. It does seem like they all want a little bit of that visual advantage that we just talked about here.
You just you get an advantage.
I wonder if they know they're a duo up there. Because they can try to steal that one away. I'm trying to look at the minimap right now.
Tie up, like no one can get you. Just look at the edge, and you get a quick escape to just fly off.
Know who it is either.
But taking no fall damage.
That's just something that
and
you may not want to fight.
You have a bunch of loot, shield barrels.
Somehow Exoff already 5.
You get a couple things to get some more mats.
So we're not even really deep into the mid game just yet. Things are just getting started here. Look at this super widespread from 8 and higher in Hound, our Demons Dojo team, as the zones continue to kind of favor this area, and they just have this on lock. Very, very reminiscent to early chapter days when we had that big volcano in the silo here. Almost feels very, very similar in a sense.
Yeah, that big battle off spawn, so they were able to get those 3 eliminations, getting contested. That kind of allowed them to kind of loot up, build the perfect structure, and kind of stay over here without worrying about Surge. With the zone pulling over here, there's so many teams that are going to try to rotate towards that north, make their way in from the west as well, and that gives them all the opportunity in the world. It's just all about where it pulls from here is going to be the big question.
I was going to say, it makes sense as to why Hound was down here. He's just fishing this entire time. Team watching the high ground, fishing for Storm Surge tags, of course.
Uh-oh. Focus was a solo for a quick second. Does look like Pandy is trying to make his way on over along with Owl. They get the short end of the stick when it comes to the pull, just so a lot of other teams do as well all around him. It is going to pull all the way towards the north with the eastern side, so you got to remember that team towards Demon's Dojo, Hound and his trio, they must have the best position on the map right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Look at this.
the angles from Al, Pilot, and Andy. This is how they pick up their first elimination there. Out to Kale, who's out of position. And Pilot had a little bit of the low ground here. All of a sudden, they've attracted this trio next door. This does seem to be more of a desperate fight from AO and team here, likely because they know they're going to have problems with damage in the later half of this lobby here if they can't find something here shortly. But Pandy, big pressure in. It's not looking too good for him. The knock goes through, but the teammates take him to go here. They might be able to play for the pickup, but no. The blades are out. They're trying to break in. They have to leave Pandy behind, and the full finish comes through. There's the update on the damage threshold. We knew it might be a problem for some, and I think it's going to come as a nice update to them that they don't have to worry too much about damage here moving forward for a bit.
Yeah, it was much needed as well, because you can saw AO had no mobility. He had the fire Oni mask. That's not going to get him across this far pool, but there goes a quick shot. They find another elimination, and that is loot that they need. If you look back on a moment and they place in the top 5 and they find themselves in the Major 1 finals, whether it's a Victory Royale, I feel like this moment right here, these eliminations, this is the turnaround point for this team.
Definitely, as Toronto was the one who really set things up for the win there. You saw it looked like the shot went off right as the Oni mask went off, and that's why his body was just thrown across there. Now we get an update with Cease, Blake, and Jack here, who are 900 damage above. This is exactly what we expect of any veterans in the lobby. And Nicholas and Eddie, a contested team off the drop, find themselves well below here in a fight inside the storyline. These shots are going to matter so much right now, and he's got heals to work with, but the pressure too much here as he gets sandwiched just outside the pump power here.
Just unfortunate, because I truly believe those 4 floppers would have went a long way if he had his teammates reboot card. With the zone pulling over here, not that much damage with the storm at this stage in the game. Hey, I'm not saying it would have been 100%, but he at least had an opportunity that was cut short by a whole nother team. As Zay and Vibes, 300 damage above the storm, but their position is being threatened. There's a whole trio right next to him with a rotation to make.
Good to see Ducky and Stacks still pairing up here as well. They're trying to take their trio to the end. Big pressure coming in now. But Walker's Larson and 20, one of our veteran trios in the lobby right now. Big damage coming in here from the opposite side, but 20 with the defensive hold here buys Walker's just enough time to go ahead and heal up. They're trying to get together likely for the splash here. No, they have water spirits as well. It's going to fully allow them to reset here. This team has to be careful, but no, caught out. It's going to be a free elimination. They actually find 2 for their troubles here to keep them in the game. And this is only 200 damage above the threshold, so very much barely holding on right now in these moments here.
And they get a huge pick-me-up with the loot. Extra heals, good positioning. Everything seems to be working right for them. Zone continues to pull forward. We finally get a glimpse of Batman Booga Yamzo and Clicks late in the game. They're just outside of zone, but just one orb can get their way in, and they find their spot, and they quickly set up a base. And this is a team right here. Even though we know they could win from high ground, they can also dominate and thrive in the chaos that the low ground has to offer. And there goes an example. Clicks not necessarily backing down unless he has to, trying to reunite with his team, but the pressure is on.
I want to see Clicks pull out those pre-edits like he is known to do in this type of trio setting, but they are getting pushed back right now. And a very recognizable 0 eliminations for this trio right now. Not something we'd expect, given that Iamzo is someone who not only leads this team, but typically carries in damage. And that trio of Kai Exen is still pushing on with Verge there. We'll see what happens here as we start paying close attention. Other teams on the move right now. Encrypted, Sales, and Death also trying to play for this high ground. They're going to be one of the first teams to get up here now. And I like this spot. I like where Encrypted and company have put themselves in. As far as this game is concerned, they should be setting themselves up likely for a high ground hold. We'll see.
Yeah, I still might have to watch out for that one team that landed Demon's Dojo, because look where the zone's at. They probably had to move a matter of 50 meters all game long, holding the perfect spot. But I think right here, where they're at, that mid layer, high ground can't necessarily target them. Every other team has to rotate into them. If they need surge, they're in the perfect spot.
That's right, that team up there is likely to be still Hound and Aiden. Take a look at the replay, though. Batman, Booga, Clicks, and Yamzo end up taking on the pressure that comes in from the team on the other side, and they delete them as they walk right into what seems like the trap set from below. Very nicely done.
Yeah, perfect example of why you gotta get thrown Surge very, very early, because they were down on Surge going up against that trio, and they were kind of forced into that altercation.
What happened here? Wow. 20 and Larson fall as Walkers is the last alive. When we tuned in, he had 15 uses fresh on an Onimas there. Now down to 13, so it seems
solo.
like his team just didn't have what it took to catch up in time. And we knew it. We wanted to get a little glimpse of what's happening up above. Hound, Aiden, and Higher still have the high ground here. This is their drop spot as well. Do keep in mind they're likely to have the maximum material here. Comparatively, though, on the low ground, Blake and Cease fighting their way all the way through here. Starting to rack up eliminations here.
Yeah, and you can see their material count is low for at least 2 of the 3 members on the team. So you can see they're trying to figure out a way to get an elimination, get a refresh for those siphon materials or any other resources.
They have no heals. This guy had no heals.
Just like this, majority of the team stacked this far back. They know it's just too risky at this moment.
First to make a move here already. Aiden, Hound, Higher getting to the front side of zone. No pressure on them either, as other teams haven't even decided to move just yet. And they have a real opportunity here to make a big play, but they are capitalizing on the chance of being able to farm here. And this is, again, just knowing your zone, knowing your drop here. And it should be honestly a victory if I ever saw one potentially happening here. But wait a second, Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo still in the mix here. Take that encrypted. The team that had one of the first and early rotates there somehow fall. And that must be just a lack of communication or a big mistake. Either one, they're going to pay for it here, losing the opportunity now to make it to endgame here in game 1.
Yeah, even with Yamza weak in that moment, Clicks, Batman, Booga knew the assignment. Hold on to those builds. Make sure he can heal up, rotate to zone. You see they immediately drop down. They don't want to be caught at the high ground this early in the game. There's still 4 more zones to go, and a lot of the teams below have the potential to try to contest them.
Look at this, even Hound and Aiden here. They don't want to burn too much material. Notice they are recycling these towers, really trying to do what they can to stay very reserved right now. Out come the Onimas to move across here.
Wait, beat by man.
Oh, commitment with a couple more mats here, but this is going off of the zone, off of this mountain here, down into the
must be a different group then. Different lobby.
It is going to get very, very interesting here for our high ground teams. Osid and crew, out come all the Onimas. This is where the rotates really start to come to life here. Low ground's going to be even more critical now.
Got to be careful how early you rotate. You don't want to become the target. Higher, Hound, and Aiden, you see them slowly but surely waiting for all these other teams to rotate first, and then they orb to the front side of zone, and they reclaim their position on that high ground, knowing nobody can really contest them. There's 14 teams still alive, and I doubt anybody has had an opportunity to look up and down these mountains. There's so much chaos. Now Mason finds himself in a tough spot, stuck underneath, but luckily another teammate is there to save the day.
This really is becoming now who's who of NA here for the group 1.
What do you mean?
Left alive are typically the vets. In Re-Embrace being one of those ones that I'm looking to highlight right now, but Chance, Mason, and Donnie, a very experienced team trying to get into those walls.
He wants to get in there. Look at that. That Reed? Oh, it's Reed.
For a second, Kenny gets shots back. A couple go in. It's not looking good. Mason goes down first, but Chance trades him out with Reed there. It's all up to Bryce now. Can he get the 2v1? Bryce finds one. Can he get the second? Too much pressure from Clicks and company as they come in as the third party there for the big eliminations. And all of a sudden now, it is exactly what we are expecting. Big names here making their headlines.
Oh my god, I was on the high ground.
They do best. They're moving through the low ground. They're claiming as much space as possible. They haven't really had a chance to look up, or at least not just yet. And that's where this team thrives. We talked about the chaos and their communication, but there's also one thing to know. They do not hesitate. When any one of these guys make a call, they all go as a trio, and they bulldoze their way through.
Clixie, Yamzo, Batman, Booga had a bit of a slow start here, but they are starting to ramp up right now. Materials looking a little light, though, so I am thinking they are going to need a refresher if they want to win this game. Hound, Aiden, and Higher have just played so
like what you said, like the spread something.
Right for me, has come up on top of them here as they've managed to secure this positioning this entire time.
I always go by just keep moving forward. Don't look don't dwell on the past. Just, you know, just like life, it keeps moving forward, and so should you. Keep moving forward. Don't look back. Don't reminisce what happened in the past. The only thing that matters is the future and moving forward. Keep going. Moving forward.
Finally, things are looking tough. As G Money moves up, Osid is there. They have a contestation, and it does look like Aiden's gonna get dropped.
Zeke is really good in these moments.
Oh, Elite. Oh no. Yanzo battling duel. Quick, is Chris dead?
And they've been to final settings, and all of a sudden now with 3 trios left, it is looking like it is theirs to run away with it, especially since they're only a full team standing right now. Death and Sales as a duo right now are just clinging on, but they have material, they have the mountain, and I mean, it can just be a matter of moments now.
Who's gonna secure this spot?
Yeah, Death trying to go on, do something, give himself an opportunity, but it's not enough.
GG's.
Just cleans up. 9 elimination monster. Welcome to the Major 1 Finals.
Yeah, whoever gets first place automatically clears gets a ticket. Like you secure a spot.
That victory royale
yeah, bro.
G Money.
Peter was in it, but no, I think he might be in a different ladder or something.
Like that in the end there.
A different group.
Played it very, very precisely as well there, Jacob.
Yeah, that's going to be the 6th appearance for Zeke and G Money. That's going to be Osid's 3rd appearance in a grand finals. I called this the golden opportunity. Nobody even contested high throughout the majority of the game, but they picked their moment. They picked it perfect, and they took over when it mattered. That is going to have them smiling ear to ear, and guess what? They get the rest of the day off. That was so much action right there, and it's only been 1 game so far, so I'm going to give it on over to our analyst to break it down.
Thank you so much, Jacob PR and Monster D-Face. Game number 1. Did you see that chaos? Were you there for it?
Game 1.
That's what this is all about, okay? And we're going to get to see 4 more games of that. But again, congratulations to this trio. They're going to be going straight to the Major 1 Finals. That means, as Jacob said, hey, they can take the rest of the night off. They can watch, they can learn, they can start forming a plan for the future, their drop spots. Maybe they want to shake things up. It's exciting, but at the end of the day, they got the VR. They're good to go.
Yeah, they are good to go, and now another trio is good to go.
Cured.
Potentially looking at Magic Mosses, which is now no longer owned by this trio right here. But big shout-outs to Seek, G Monster, and Sid. What an incredible performance. And we saw them during the play-ins. They had a great run. We already saw them grab a victory royale right there. And their ability to know when to take height. You heard Jacob talk about it. There was a trio all the way from Zone 8 controlling high ground. And when they noticed that those mats started to get low, that's when they struck.
Yeah, that's the effect of those void masks, right? I mean, we're looking at the zone over here. It's one of those ones where you got to go up the hill, and that's usually very, very hard. But if you can find an angle to throw those masks up, then you can make a play very, very easily for the higher ground. G Money, Sid, and Seek. Listen, one of the trios, very rare this season to actually stick together, but they have been competing the entire season together. No switch ups for them, and it instantly pays off in group number 1 here. Congratulations to them.
That's right. We'll have more to break down after this short break, so stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Danny? Danny Phantom. What's up? What's going on, bro? I'll be right back. Let me get a quick run to the bathroom. what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Hope y'all doing well. Mic check, mic testing.
Welcome back, everyone. We just got done with game number 1 of the day. In case you missed out, Seek, G Monster, and Sid got themselves the victory royale with 9 eliminations. That means the next time we'll be seeing them is in the Major 1 finals. So now we have to talk about that game we just witnessed. This being kind of like the introductory game of this first competition, right? Game 1. What did you guys expect? Did it live up to the hype? Did it live up to your expectations?
Oh, definitely. And I mean, that zone was pretty rough. So to be able to see players be able to use the Void Oni mask to their advantage, or to just be able to stay as long as they could alive, I mean, that is exactly what I want to see in these games right here. And although Hire's trio did their best to hold high ground for way too long, eventually you're going to run out of mats, especially when the zone pulls the way that it did.
Yeah, I mean, returning to a tale as old as time, something that we've kind of seen over Fortnite competitive over the past couple of competitions is always like the discussion.
What's up,
right?
Danny? I'm back. My connection isn't connecting. Hey, we all have.
Start to get some of those like diminishing
we all have
returns,
that problem.
Can they actually
that problem.
win the game?
Look at me.
For Hire, how
What's up, bro?
right there, being up on the high ground
How you
in the
been?
early part of those moving zones, kind of holding it for so long.
4
Just
minutes
did
to
not
match
find any
match 2.
refreshes to kind of justify staying up there. So eventually, it is going to get taken from them, but still very good placement out of them in terms of just gathering points for that consistency leaderboard.
And we
we're doing a watch party for
really
Fortnite FNCS.
The entirety of the game there. We saw that they were going to be triple contested over at Demon's Dojo, but afterwards, obviously, we can see them with the Mythic Oni Void Mask there, so that means that they were able to take advantage of that contestation and be able to kind of rotate that into this early high ground aggression. I'm guessing with the Mythic SMG as well. They felt like they had a lot more opportunities for that aggression, but unfortunately, they do get snuck up on and Hire here. Potentially going for just a little bit of
Danny,
a fill up,
thanks for the
obviously,
follow, bro.
When you have 2 other players shooting you down, there's only so long that you can
Really
keep
appreciate
going.
it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I love the kind of chaotic nature of that Void Oni mask, right? In the past,
Yeah, look at placing points.
high ground.
Like once you get first place, you secure your spot. That's all you need. Man, like probably for the rest, you can just like mess around.
Okay, I'm
when you have to try.
shooting down, and there's all these like projectiles flying across screen. Like,
should take, like,
one of these
first
gonna be the
place-
one
first place,
that's
it should take it in.
Not that one, you know. It's a crazy chaotic flow that I'm here for it. As I mentioned before, Seek, G Monster, and Sid, they are going through to the finals, but we saw someone else performing pretty well here in that 4th place spot. Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Iamzo. Kelly prepared the curse, so we didn't see them win game number 1 because we want to see more of Clicks. And as I pull up my script, it does say here he doesn't win game number 1 because we do want to see more. So thank you for reading my script, Kelly. I appreciate that.
Whoa, if we're talking about curses, Vivid's the one that said that they're going to win the 4th game, so he put the number 4 out into the universe. Everyone blame him, not me.
Well, I mean, listen, it's bound to happen.
Oh, she brought
It's
it
Clicks,
up.
of course, but
in
something
4th
else that's kind
place.
of bound to happen is
That's his- that's
doing
his
very
curse.
well in tournaments. They've kind of proven themselves already, even as a kind of a newly formed trio. When we look at some of the other trios that are kind of competing, something that was kind of crazy, maybe not so crazy, was how much damage this trio actually had. Right, they had 0 eliminations going into the 6th zone, and I was like, wow, you know, maybe I was kind of expecting them to be maybe a little bit more aggression, but they found their first elim in the 6th zone. That's kind of where they found their momentum to get into that end game right there. Just unfortunately, even though, you know, they found themselves in that comfortable low ground spot that they like, that, you know, the suffocation from the hill, that little bit of a west port just kind of made it really uncomfortable then for them to kind of maneuver.
Yeah, we weren't able to watch it on the stream, but there was a moment where I saw them full wipe a trio, and that just showcases how coordinated they are. It's not like they're picking players apart. It's that once they find a trio in a box, they all go
How
in,
you
just
been?
like you called out
Everything's
earlier
all
on
good.
the show, Vivid.
Yeah,
that
hope
they
you had a
just have
great
so much
Saturday yesterday.
communication, so much aggression once they are confident in getting into one of these other players' boxes. But I love the differences of second and third place here, really showcasing that
Oh my,
a high
Clicks,
elimination
fourth
game
place
or
again.
a high placement game can really propel you
That
up
fourth
in the
place
standings.
is like stuck to him forever, bro. It's like glued onto him.
Absolutely, and
He can't get rid of it.
Sales and Encrypted. We saw there in those final few moments, it was just Death and Sales. As a duo, they were fighting it out in those final few moments of that last game. Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited to kind of see more. I do love these kind of games, though, like you guys have called out, when you have like old men now and being like,
I think Kelly did say she might place in fourth place.
We even saw there in a situation where Yonzo had not only
the curse on him,
but also the Typhoon Blade. How do you guys feel about this pairing? Do we want to maybe carry both just in case? Like, I feel like that's a good call, but you know, what do you think?
I think it was more so of just a situation where they don't have heals anymore. There was already so much chaos going on in the low ground. And just in case you need some more mobility, once it does get to that point, you might as well carry one in your loadout.
Yeah, I mean, worked out very, very well, right? That added mobility kind of got him around the builds, up the hill, added a couple of more points there, but turning tails to game number 2 here. We, of course, have one team already into the finals. They are no longer going to be playing in the competition, so how are things going to switch up with them out of the lobby?
Well, Vivid, you took the words right out of my mouth. Let's find out together. Casters, let's send it your way for game number 2.
Oh, here we go, game 2.
That means Magic Mosses now opens up as G Money, Osid, and Seek. We're landing there just north of where Ree and his trio are contested. And those are, of course, teams that are going to need points. And then you start thinking about everyone at the Demon's Dojo. There are going to be mix-ups here now coming up, Jacob.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of mix-up. We already seen it before game 1 even started. Spots we thought were going to be a little bit more contested turned out to be a little bit easier, while others seem to be surprise contested overall. So even if you're thinking Magic Moss is a team 1, how many other teams in the lobby are thinking that same thing? So that's something I definitely have my eye on as we go into game 2.
You are going to have to take the risk if you want to end up on a Victor Royale stage. Let's see it as game number 2 is ready.
Here we go, game 2.
Game 2 is underway now. The
my spot right there, Bird.
Conditions have been set. You saw it play out that just because
my spot is Bird and that little island between Magic Mosses and Flooded Frogs.
That high ground, you find a refresher. Otherwise, you are going to come up short. Talking about, of course, these contested drops. We get to watch a fight right here for the weapons. Blake season Jake, Jacko the first laying down, and it's just chaos unfolding.
Oh my god, baby.
Casualties fall on both sides.
Oh my god.
Oh man, that was looking a little dangerous right there, but back up they go, trying to escape on out. That elimination did get cleaned up. Jack finds a knock onto another one. A very great start for them. It kind of lasted a little bit longer than I think they would hope for, and a little bit scarier in game number 1, forcing a huge clutch up situation. But Jack, someone who has only one finals appearance so far, is showing up and showing out for this team.
This is a full-out, like, surprise contest as well. Like, Cease, Blake, and Jack did not expect to be fully contested like this. When you look at the, you know, where teams were claiming they were going to drop, it was definitely not on top of Cease. So for them to win their drop 2 games in a row now is definitely telling that they might be the stronger trio there. And those points are, of course, going to be hugely welcomed. Just off to the west here, though, yeah, there's a little bit of a standoff.
3 teams at the opened up Magic Mosses, all getting that idea. Eddie, Nix, and Licks was one of those teams that already switched up before game 1, so they probably saw it open up here in game 2, so they thought, hey, maybe we could switch on over, make things happen. And they performed very, very well considering the circumstances that we saw early on in game 1.
Well, we knew a team from the Demon's Dojo was likely going to land here, given that they, of course, had to deal with Hound, Aiden, and Higher, who played exceptionally well, and that is exactly what has just occurred there at the Magic Mosses. It is now a triple count for game 2 by surprise. For Braids, Diminish, and Visuals, they're keeping up the momentum here. A quick set of eliminations at the floodgate. And off they go to start farming up their resources, getting their loadouts together here. Let's not forget, man, getting a top 5 is just as good, of course. A finals seat is a finals seat, so they just got to stay the course and play a good game here.
Yeah, worry about your own game for the most part, because you also got to realize, let's say we go to game 4, game 5, one of those teams inside of the top 5 win a game, that opens up a whole spot on the leaderboard. So you got to be able to have that mental toughness to never give up, because there's always an opportunity going down to the very last and final moments.
That is true. The better teams will funnel points to the top, but it'll just average out once they get taken off the leaderboard. So, yeah, plenty of opportunity to jump up a significant amount of spots, so long as you have a solid showing. Jumping in with Cayenne, Steph Curry, and Verge here on the move right now. Just on the outskirts here, super south of most of the teams right now in the zone, trying to see if they can find some action here. They're trailing behind the team. Wonder if they know this.
Might be a little too early to tell, but I'm feeling the south zone this game, just judging by what's on the map. Colazo gets caught out yet again. He goes down. I knew I saw somebody in that mini-map. I wasn't 100% sure, but I saw one solo player running around that trios. So another fight's going to break out. Doesn't seem like Eddie, Nyx, and Lix can escape these early game struggles.
Let's watch this play out right now. Lix, Eddie, and Nick here are up 1 on these teams for the early fight. This time, it's not looking too hot, as Eddie's going to be the first to take big damage. The block comes out from the Oni Master, in the Forgotten Wall punishes the team once again here. This trio is having a really hard time right now gathering themselves here. Just seems like Polis is putting way too much pressure in. They're thinking about diving on him.
Going for a straight chop, expose him as much as possible. They know there's at least scratches on him.
Holy
They're trying
shit,
to add more pain to the hurt. Another
It's
angle is
trio versus
on
trio.
the other side, and they're looking to spray through, and that's the huge difference. The Hollow Twisters, they can spray, they can do the damage, but that's why you see the Furious
Autos are the best.
on the other side, forcing that team with their backs up against that wall.
The problem is, though, they are running out of ammunition, so Polis looking super light now, down to 27 bullets, barely a magazine to go. It seems like they're regretting their decision to kind of drag this one out right now. If they can't get the finish, they're going to have to find loot instead to make up for
Making a break, making a break for it.
It does seem like a full-on disengage from both sides here. And I would say Power, Polis, and Listen definitely come ahead a little bit there. So not too bad for them. Back on over to the dojo. Hound, Higher, and Aiden uncontested now. They've got this drop to themselves, rightfully earned through a hard-fought battle there. Seem to have to find themselves now into a fight here shortly.
Yeah, not bad. 3rd place, 5 eliminations throughout that last game, but with the zone continuously pulling over, I feel like that was a moment they really needed to take advantage of, but at least they're getting the points, moving up the leaderboard, and they're not too far off for zone now. We'll see where this next one pulls, and this next one, where it pulls, is going to be really telling where the end zone might end up.
Yeah, they're going to need to play for that medal there, on into the pump power. Let's do a little update here where Reed seems like his loot is definitely starting to come together right now as well. Where's his team? They're very spread apart right now, just outside of their drop here of the Brutal Boxcars.
Yeah, there's a lot of space, and that's the one thing about this drop spot when you do, whether it's contested or not, a lot of that loot is so spread out that you do spend a good portion of the early minutes of the game just trying to scavenge, get that good loadout, or as best of a loadout as you could possibly get. Death Sales encrypted, 1 elimination so far. After that last game, I would say momentum is on their side.
Ooh, big knock there onto Kaz for encrypted. Larson, Walker's here in a fight. Donnie, Chance, and Mason playing the low ground right now. Pressure coming in from 20 up above. Tough spot to be in as he loses the wall to Walker's here. Walker's is quick. As far as mechanical players go, he is definitely up there. One of the younger players, just starting to make his rise the last year or two. More and more finals appearances are coming through for this guy right here, and he has shown us what he's got. It's a big moment now for him to put up. Larson, a very experienced part of this team here, making the call-outs, playing the side angles, not really putting himself in harm's way just yet.
Man, this is just a scary and risky situation for both of these teams, because you talked about it. This is both teams that you can kind of realistically see in a Major 1 finals, batting out Hurley here in game 2. Larson trying to go for the top. The Donnie's backing him down, but not without sacrifice. Some damage goes out the window, but you can see his ammunition. 3 shots left in the Oni. Calls for some backup, but that little hit step right there, calling for the ammo, cost them some damage again, giving Walker's 20 and Larson a little bit of a momentum shift.
Ooh, Walker's gonna get punished here. Now has to slow down.
Dang, walked into that one. Damn, walked into that shot, bro.
That's going to set him up to give a little bit more pressure back, and Chance is trying to take the fight through the wall here. Larson jumps down a layer. He owns all this, but he's out of material now. This is not looking good. He finds a split met from the metal there. And they are just getting collapsed on right now. All of a sudden, things are not looking too hot for this trio here.
Yeah, the back's really up against the wall. The material count is super low, but it almost seems like on the other side, they're getting the same memo. A lot of resources have been expended without a huge advancement in the fight, so they're just going to try and orb their way on out. Both teams really missing a lot and hurting from that last battle. I would say the only saving grace is hopefully both of these teams did just enough damage so they don't really have to worry about Storm Surge this early in the game.
They definitely did a lot of damage. You can see most telling is that the heals are low, not just the material here. So this
sorry, I gotta do a posture check.
I would say from both trios. Yeah. And sometimes, you know what, you just gotta, put your pride aside and know when to just back off and play to recoup your position back into a tournament.
Yeah, due to especially the two win conditions, you don't have to get every single elimination to try to catch up on the leaderboard early. Yeah. Clixiamzo, Batman Booga, trying to rotate in from the north, taking advantage of a lot of the teams that rotate next to them. It's part of their game plan. They don't necessarily like to go to that box-box chaotic fight unless they absolutely have to, or just have a super advantage to go for like a pre-piece or something.
Clicks on the move right now. Eyes on Magma. Lost him for a second there. Joshy's got the high ground from this major city here. Batman Booga setting up a little bit of a side angle, gets punished.
Oh, remember to check, make sure to check your posture and stretch out.
He's out, so he'll be able to teleport if he has to.
They know if anybody's up there, they got to move towards the south. They're just kind of hoping they move in their direction. But we can see on the mini-map, they're choosing to rotate a little bit towards the west before they make their downward pull towards the south and inevitably the zone. And that's where it's kind of up to Clixiamzo, Batman Booga. They have a little bit of a better position. They can cut them off, or they can kind of rotate directly in towards zone and get a better position.
Jumping in with Beast. Full team down right now. Makes them probably regret their decision to land at the Magic Mosses if can't get the pickup here, but off to Reboot Van we go. Deep into the storm here. There's a team waiting. Little does he know, likely another team trying to play for a pickup here shortly. It's Aiden, Hound, and Higher. We knew that they were going to have to force a fight given that they gave up their contested drop. Teams have backed their way out. And it's looking very, very good for them right now as they get to secure this elimination here. That's going to be a 2 special piece right there. And off they go, rotating south now. Oh,
It's just
barely
tough.
cost them anything.
Yeah, it's just tough for you can see the solo player in the mini-map. No matter what happens here, the zone's going to continue to pull towards the south. You have to be able to move quick, loot quick, whatever samples are left over, and that's how one of the eliminations came to be. It's a great job from that trio to kind of realize that they're all separated as solos and to act quickly.
We got Ayo, Toronto, and Liam playing a little bit of high ground here. They're inside the storm, though. Not too sure if it was safe to make the rotate. Out comes the Oni mass. It's going to be a big rotate there, leaving them completely exposed. You see the shots coming in. Does seem like they have the team watching them out right now.
Okay, 57 points for this team, not necessarily all having the same mobility out of that last game. They're just kind of making it work with what they have. This time around, though, does seem a little bit easier with the Void Mask. You see the fishing rod that they're hoping to utilize later in the game, depending on where the zone pulls. And since it is pulling towards the south, maybe it goes up towards Foxy. I do believe there is going to be some patches of water. You just got to be able to rotate there first before other teams get the same idea.
Another team watching from just outside, not too far off. Ducky, Cuban stacks here with the high ground. And we have the the fake Falcon Peter Pot.
I think that's Jeff. I think that's Jeff. We all know how he can be at times.
Oh my gosh. In the lobby right now.
Is that the real team? Oh, it's
You see a
no,
team
not the real
rotating
Peter
behind
Bot.
you, a little bit late in the zone. It pulls further and further away. They
Like,
have
I'd
to
like to
make the
get slick.
decision right now. How long do you stay here?
A
Try to
couple
hold so many other
trios.
teams that are in the same spot as you?
I thought you were
Or
saying
do you try
trios.
to rotate out early? Try to get over that mountaintop. Because
So
you
the,
see there's
the,
already
the Falcon
one
Peter
team
Bar, like
in
I
the
see right
minimap
now,
waiting
probably
on
it's a
the edge
fake
of that
one.
mountaintop to try to get surge for all these teams that have to move up that elevation.
I'm so confused.
Now, this team here may be full on trolling with their names, but their position in the tournament is super sound at this current game 2 here. They have so much material to work with. The loadout looking very solid here. They could push off most teams. Do keep in mind, Ducky's trio that was on the high ground barely had any mats. It seems like they have had a bit of a struggle here outside the mass meadow, and they're sticking around trying to see if they can actually find a refresh. Now, I don't know how I feel about this, as Jeff and Trio are looking to jump in. Those wood mats are not going to save them for long, and an all-out war breaks out here, and it is not good. Casualties on both sides here as Cube falls, but Ducky with the instant res. Stacks trying to fight up top. Puts up a good defense here, buys themselves a little bit of time, and takes down Jeff with the knock trade there.
Thought it was going to be easy, run into a Typhoon Blade, but Stack still gets caught out. Fortunately, he was separated by himself. HQ Ducky, they were healing up, getting the revive. 385 above Storm Surge. All they need to do is survive this moment right here, but HQ takes a big shot. You know he has the possibility of going down to the Storm. They don't have a lot of HP to reheal in this moment, so they're just going all in. Now or never, putting it all on the line, and they get another knock onto Kaz, but just a little bit too late for the Siphon really make a play here, and even more teams shooting back in that direction, all for nothing, because everybody gets taken out.
Yeah, one player left here. Jirian fanboy trying to stay alive right now. He's gonna fall to the storm though. Unfortunately, no credit for Munker there, even with all that extra attempted help. But it's Toronto in team that seem to be pushing in right now. And oh wait, Exoff actually did make it out. So one of their teammates are still alive here, down to the low ground. But what was the communication? It seems like he didn't recognize the trio was still sitting in the storm there, and down he goes. Well, look at this. This is going to surely jump up Toronto, and AO continued inside of that top 5 standing there.
There might be more, though. I'm thinking about, wait, there's more, because I see a solo player exposed down there. They're going to go back for that Mass Meadows reboot. And see how that one came to fruition. Doesn't matter how strong your blade is. 2v1 in the same box to get the elimination. So it's going to be an interesting decision how long he waits as a solo before he tries to make a move.
Jack sees Blake from being contested to now playing this mountain here for a couple zones. Is going to finally be forced to move as things start to pull west here. I do like this area for general endgame as we're leading right into Canyon Crossing here shortly. Other teams already set up as it seems like the islands have spawned in as well. Look at this, full team behind them right now as they're sitting on this launch pad.
Yeah, and typically I wouldn't necessarily like the launch pad, but you can see they're kind of set up with their surge base. It will be a short pad.
Oh shit.
This is kind of how that fight started. Look at the chaos. It almost seemed like Stack said, you know what, forget my shock and let me join in on the fun with the Typhoon Blade. There goes another slam right there. He is just going absolutely crazy. Kaz trying to sneak a shot on the other side, but by then, the damage has been done.
Yeah, it was looking like he almost clutched up 2 sets of eliminations there, but unfortunately, the reses ended up going through. Here we get to see what team took the high ground for the islands that spawned in. It's going to be Amplify, Lures, and Mississippi here. They need more damage. This is good activity happening below them. Really set themselves up. No points earned just yet for this trio here, so game 1 was a wash.
You got to really hope to get damage. You see them 141, 191, increasingly higher, because if they have to go down off of the arena to try to fight for their surge, just remember, Monster, they got to glide. They got to void their way down. A lot of their movement is going to be projected by moves way ahead that everybody can see.
That's right. Can't telegraph it too easily. The team will end up waiting for you. Meanwhile, Jingson and Andrew here, just outside the Warriors' watch right now in a surge battle. Back and forth here. Splash is starting to be used super early here, but Andrew lit up. Time to get out of here. Can't really afford to mess around here too much longer. Surge starts to turn on, and this is probably going to spell the end for this trio here if they can't find a fight, or at least a couple tags here shortly. The arena's already pushed out. The arena islands are pushed out of the storm, so they need to be looking up or at least finding tags on his team's free rotating in front of them. And you can tell desperation is kicking in here. Sin doesn't even wait for his trio at all. He is full committing right now, trying to put the tournament on his back, but no. He is unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Doesn't look like Jinx is going to be able to either.
GG's.
That's going to send this trio back to the lobby there after earning their first set of 6 points. But it happens. It happens even to the best of us.
Yeah, I believe the early game, getting caught off guard, going down, forced to reboot, set them so far behind. We're just seeing the results of the Typhoon Blade in action. They're just trying to spray him down, but not without at least one of their teammates feeling the pain. Canyon crossing. Don't see a lot of fights going down over here. With the zone moving in this direction, sometimes push comes to shove. You got to do what you can. Cricket's down. Nox is able to get at least one elimination, trying to gather as much space and loot as possible while picking up the eliminations. Those points are crucial. And with the zone moving in, he realizes, I cannot be the hero. I have to go on as a solo.
Yeah, I like that play right there. Just gets out, finds himself a nice secure set of eliminations. And now it's just play for the storm here. Unfortunately, that was a bad Void Oni throw there. He's got to find a little bit more head space, but teams up above are not really allowing him to do so. There he goes, and just inching his way forwards right now. There's that team that's on his heels now, starting to push up. It's not looking good for Nox.
It's just tough. He's almost forced to wait for all these other teams to rotate first. He's 449 above the damage threshold, so at least he has that going for him, not really having to worry about damage on this rotation, but you can see how it started. Smoke went down. He's trying to make a play, gets that first knock on the Zeus. He goes all the way around and gets another drop onto Tony. Call him a playmaker, man, because he is putting in work.
That was perfect. That was a very, very nice read right there. Find the opportunity. Doesn't get easier than that. Meanwhile, we got Verge, Kyan, and WTJ Steph Curry right now cooking it up here. This is a very interesting end zone right here, going straight into the Shogun Solitude. And look at the way it's playing out, right? We're talking like a lot of terrain at play here.
A lot of different elevations. I feel like I can count on one hand alone how many times it's ended up here. So Wrench has been thrown into the Misks, and it's honestly exciting to see at the same time. See how a lot of these teams deal with this, especially on the side of the mountain, getting focused. They quickly try to maneuver out, but a team that we saw above Surge quickly find themselves below, and that's visuals. That's Braze and a Minish on the other side. Steph Curry with the first shot, and he hits it, downs onto a Minish. The other teammates are still alive. They're still putting down pressure, trying to save the day.
This is all in a matter of moments as the rotate was going through. Take a look at that. Went from 6 points on up to about 6 eliminations. Meanwhile, Clicks, Eobzo, and Batman Booga remaining calm, right? Even amongst all this battling happening around them, they still haven't picked up a set of eliminations. They've managed to barely stay afloat here on the surge damage, and again, this is not what we expect of them. However, they have been slow and steadily making their way into endgames, and these critical moments now, that's the refresher this team's going to need here.
Yep, quickly moving to the build, making as much space as possible. Yep, that's teamwork really making the dream work. He has a lot of those HP heals, doesn't want to use too many on his way back. Especially if he does, he wants to make sure to get the full effect, use it with the team. Not too much missing now, but another tough rotation to go.
I thought for a second they were going to take the zip line and just destroy all the builds straight to the top. Hey, anything is possible at this point here. A little glimpse of what's going on there. Look at the congested side on the north there. That's what happens when it starts pulling up and out of the canyon there. It is straight vertical terrain at play here. Meanwhile, Cease and crew get the first dibs here on the new territory. Now they are using their Void Oni mask to rotate very early, so they're likely effectively giving up the high ground here. Most teams will want to throw it late so you can build on top of it. So I am interested to see who's going to come out on top after this entire exchange is over.
I feel like you're reading my mind right there, because this next zone, as it does pull down, that's all fine and dandy, but you can see towards the west, see towards the east. If the zone pulls there, it's going to go up the mountains. It's going to be a roller coaster of emotions. Anybody that chose to go for the low ground is hoping for a north or south pool.
It looks like Ree and Bryce might be the first teams to go for high ground here. Cease opting to play that mid ground there. You can see he's just trying to make his way up this mountain a little bit. but Jack is left behind now. Finally, they do get to one another, and they are just trying to figure out what is happening here on their layer. Meanwhile, Rhea and Bryce do have the high ground as a duo here. No Vert alive now, and look at this. They haven't even earned themselves any eliminations this game. It's going to bounce right back in the direction in which they came. I love that they're taking the time to farm here. That's going to make a huge difference for them.
Yeah, and if they can position themselves early, we saw it in that last game. Not too many teams have the ability to look up on that high ground team because of all the chaos. And then now you add in the fact we're moving back up those mountains that we just came down from. Nobody is going to have an easy road throughout this next rotation.
Look, and Rhea and them only had 2 uses left on Only Mass, so they do have to be very, very cautious on how they end up utilizing it. So we're only in zone 9.
Not gonna be too forgiving, but Encrypted and Sales trying to hold on to their spot on the leaderboard from all the way on the southeastern part of the map, making their way over.
They're just gonna build it out. They're gonna try to hammer this one out with mats from the high ground here. Let's see if it ends up working out. Clixiamto and Batman Booga have everyone in a barrel down below them. Onto their layer is going to be a huge mistake here for Encrypted and Sales. We already know Sales didn't have an Oni mask, so he was slowing down Encrypted's rotates there, and it just turns into pure punishment now as Yamzo is loaded on material now. He's starting to focus up the high
Oh, dang, he's slow. Damn, he has a stack.
And this is the stage of the game right now. 16 teams still alive. We're barely starting to get into placement, so there's a lot of pressure put onto Encrypted with his teammates going down. Batman Booga, Clicks, Yamzo, they have an opportunity to look down and they find another elimination. They know they need these resources. They're looking to make it far in this game.
This is very interesting. Yamzo makes the call, get down here, get those materials and keep playing it out, but it's going back up the mountain. Mistakes may have been made. We'll see if they have enough gas in the tank to get up top. Aiden and Hound come flying up and under, but Bryce and Reet playing a 2-man defense here from up above have to be careful. And Bryce is all the more scared of how he's seeing all these players come up. Yep, he ends up giving it up. 30 mats, no mats now. Make it count here. Meanwhile, Crook and Kicks left alive here. Teams are just falling apart here. Looks like it's all the duels left
is
at
Clicks
this point.
dead?
Yeah,
Oh,
there was
yes.
a knock up there.
I'm just
because
bagging
nobody can look
Yamzo.
up. They do get the revive off. Clicks is down. Batman Booga and Yamzo forced to clutch up here as a solo. They find that one elimination, the resources. They're moving up the side of the mountain, trying to get the front side of the zone, but there's too many teams cutting their path off, making it hard, making a tough rotation, including the high ground. This is their chance to put pressure down on all these teams, get them to waste those resources so when the end game happens, they can take it with ease.
One of the only full trios left above have high ground right now. Yamzo, Batman Booga have the mats to play this one out, but they're going to continue to play the low ground here, play for positioning, and most importantly, the eliminations here on the front side of the zone. Plenty of heals to go through as well, as they're going to start to look to recoup themselves. Yamzo looking for the edit here. Nothing comes through. Will they break the high ground team? I mean, at this point, they just need to find a moment here to breathe. But Shadow, Tyler from the Flooded Frogs, all the way down to Shogun Solitude, still in the game right now. Still have a chance, but they have no material left. It's just up to Tyler.
Yeah, so many teams are ripped to shreds, missing 1 or 2 players on their team. Forced to have a couple players clutch up. Tyler, Shadow, they're 2 players I talked about there consistently, and now it's time to make it work. 2 big shots, make it 3 as Hound goes down. A much-needed elimination. He's going to get the siphon, the material, a pick-me-up opportunity as he orbs to the high ground.
Well, let's see if he ends up focusing height. That's what I want to know. Is High Ground going to be able to walk away with this, or will the chance open up here? But
yeah, look up above.
Tyler and company keep fighting through. It's all up to Shadow now. Onto low ground. He ends up punishing Yamzo with a monster shot there, but no elimination comes through. It's up to Batman Booga, the healthy one, to hold things down now in the low ground. He is out of material. Yamzo's got everything. He tries to drop him a heal. Yamzo finds Shadow there. Payback in the exchanges, and it is all going down right now. How is Yamzo still alive here? Siphon is keeping him in the game, but in the end, a second place for Batman Booga. Clicks and Yamzo there.
Oh, these Clickers out of fourth. Second. Second place.
Take home game number 2 for the win.
I'm not even in the game, and seeing Yamzo get those eliminations, my life
That was
flashed
a
before
clutch.
my eyes, thinking he could do this from just a sliver of HP. Turns around, gets the elimination off to Shadow, and that's when I thought that opportunity changed. But you gotta give it up. They turned this game around almost.
I'm just watching the health fly back up. I couldn't believe it. Kicks, Crook and Totem got extremely lucky with the way things played out, but they played it masterfully from up above, putting pressure down relentlessly, not giving the low ground teams a chance to actually bounce back. And look at this, Kicks goes with the full commit with no mats, cuts off Batman Booby, doesn't see it coming, and just like that, they win the game. Congratulations, match number 2 is gonna go to Kicks, level 1 Crook and Totem hand. Zeke, tell me what you got as we send this team to finals.
You know what I have, Monster D-Face? It's games of Fortnite. I love the chaos that we get to see in these end games. They're so crazy. But again,
For real,
we're
that was a
seeing
good
the
clutch
same
for,
thing
from
happen,
Yonzo.
high ground winning games, which is crazy, Kelly and Vivid, because you would think that's not the case, right? You think these Void Oni masks kind of make that something you can kind of manage, but for Kicks and company, they're like, hey, we'll just hold it down. You guys fight down below. We'll get a victory royale, and now they're going to the Major 1 finals.
Well, just like what we saw in game 1, the team that was holding high ground for majority of the early moving zones did eventually drop it, and it's really the teams that are kind of paying attention to not just the action that's going on low to middle ground, but also paying attention to that high ground, realizing when teams are getting weak up there and then taking advantage of that, using the Oni mask to be able to teleport up there and then hold the high ground from around zone 10, zone 11 on.
Yeah, I mean, I felt bad for Rio watching that game. They positioned themselves so well on the east side of that zone and ended up pulling west all the way over to Shogun Solitude, right? So the take here for this team was pretty easy, being that Reed was just a duo with very minimal mass life. But this is one of those instances, Zeke, right, where it's like, listen, we're here for the win. A win is a guaranteed final spot. But then it's like, we just watched Batman Booga and Yamzo clutch up as a duo while Clicks was down and just pick up so many points in such a credible fashion that we've got to go ahead and shout that out too.
Yeah, that's right. We'll break down that and more after this short break because there's so much to talk about after that last game. But stay tuned. We'll see you just a little bit.
All right, here we go. On to game 3. Damn, that club, man, those clubs hot, bro. Fire. All right. See, all right. This is game 3. 2 more left.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the FNCS. We just got done with game number 2, which means we're about to enter that halfway point. Remember, we only have 5 games today, and that will kind of wrap up group number 1. So a lot of things to talk about after that last game, but a big shout out once again, Kicks, Level 1 Crook, and Tottenham. They got themselves the victory royale. They're going straight to the Major 1 finals. But let's talk about some other things we saw in that last game, like Iamzo and Batman Booga. We saw Clicks kind of go down, and then they're just running around as a duo, and a lot of other duos kind of put in a similar situation, in the like shambles kind of situation they're in, would kind of crumble. These guys, the complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, any one of these players here could easily solo clutch, and that's exactly what we saw from Iamzo and Batman Booga. Although that's not necessarily solo clutch, that's a duo clutch. Iamzo really was the star of this game right here, getting Elam after Elam. The amount of aggression that we got to see from them, even when Clicks did go down right here, did not slow them down at all. They understand that if they're going to be in the low ground, if they're not going to be able to go for the win here, then they need to get those elimination points to hold up consistency.
It was actually huge, right? We saw Iamzo get cracked too right when they got down to the final moments of this game, but quickly picked up 2 eliminations after that, right? So Siphon was a huge part of actually being able to continue to play out this game. That's going to be the first of the 2 right there. Iamzo instantly able to go into the storm and kind of pick up those materials to solidify those further placement points right there. Just an incredible clutch out of that duo right there in the end game.
Oh no, everyone has moved except for Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Iamzo, who are still in 4th place.
Still in 4th place.
But listen, Kelly, theoretically, right, or
game.
I guess in some ways,
Suck,
they're
bro.
second, right? Because either you get a victory route to go straight through, or you end in the top 5, which on this leaderboard will look like 6th through 10th. Just think top 5 in consistency, right? More on that later. Don't worry about it. Right now, Clicks, Batman Booga, Iamzo, after that game, they're basically in 2nd place. A few other duels we saw, though, Shadow, Tyler, and Curve. They're currently in 7th place after that last game, but we also saw them in that last kind of top 3 situation. I love kind of seeing the different trios and how they're kind of adapting, how they're looking to approach some of these end games. I mean, at the end of the day, Fortnite is like a resource management game, right? What can you take with you to the very end, and how do you kind of manage with what you have? These guys did well. They're currently in 7th, right? That's striking distance.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that they're landing all the way over in Flooded Frog, so that was quite a rotation that they had to make all the way in Shogun Solitude. But, I mean, again, Curve going down, that didn't slow down Shadow or Tyler at all. They were able to kind of control this middle ground right here and use to the advantage of where the zone was pulling.
Yeah, I mean, one of the craziest things that I actually saw amongst this clutch that this duo had was Tyler ended up getting caught in the back of the zone, right? Ended up having to use the Void Mask to kind of go up right there, and somehow Shadow made his way immediately back to Tyler, right? The regrouping right there amongst this duo was incredible. Picked up a couple of points, and Kelly, like you mentioned, the clutches, they're going to be super, super important for securing the top 5 in the consistent leaderboard, and we've already seen so many today.
I really think also this shows just Shadow being the veteran of this trio. Although all of them do have great performances, Shadow really is kind of the leader of this trio here, and being able to not just be a leader but also be able to frag it at the end is such an important part. And we actually had a few interviews with some pro players earlier on asking what the differences were between duos and trios, but something I thought really interesting that one of the pro players said is that trios this time around is so much different than what it was 3-4 years ago, in the sense of those traditional roles of the IGL, the fragger, and the support aren't really there anymore. Everyone kind of needs to be able to play all the roles, especially as a fragger.
That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. I always love kind of getting the insight from the players, right? Because we can kind of talk about what we see, but them as a player is always going to be that extra perspective that we may not always get. So that's pretty cool. Thank you for that, Kelly. I also wanted to highlight, Vivid, you mentioned Reet and Bryce there. In that one situation, they kind of burn a ton of materials to kind of claim this front side of zone on this hill, right? And a lot of people would look at that and go, wow, this is a big moment for them. But then the zone decides to bounce in the completely opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, a quick look at their materials right there while they're on high ground. You can see that something was clearly invested into that position right there, and it just instantly ended up getting contested. Maybe the trio saw that they were only a duo up there, but shout out to them, right? You are a duo at the end of the day. Might as well try to claim one of the best positions in the game and kind of just work with it. Unfortunately, though, the Oni Mask making those rotations way easy for some of those trios to get to the other side.
Yeah, and something you called out earlier too, where it was Zone 7 or Zone 8, where Reet and Bryce had a great position, and then the zone just pulled the exact opposite way. So maybe they were a little embittered by the zone, and they're like, no, you know what, we're taking height anyway.
sometimes it goes your way, right? And just the RNG nature of the game, sometimes it doesn't, right? The zones will do what the zones do. But with that being said, it is again that halfway point of the competition. 3 games left to go. Remember, Victory Royale or top 5 at the end of these 5 games will take us through to the Major 1 finals. With that being said, Jacob PR, Monster D-Face, take it away.
Thank you so much. One more time, Monster. They said it was the halfway point. Time really does fly when you're having fun, and I hope these competitors are too as well. 2 spots already gone, 8 spots left to go, 3 through Victory Royales and 5 through that leaderboard.
Yeah, that's right. If you're up in the standings and you've already broken about the 100+ point threshold, you're feeling pretty good about your position in the tournament right now. Given that with just a couple more rounds, you just have to claw your way through several more points to be there. But of course, anything can happen in this Victory Royale format. You saw in the last game, even with Re and crew being up,
My mic was off. This is game 3.
They ran out of material. So
Yeah,
let's see it here
turn.
now.
Mute my mic.
3.
This is a big opportunity, the halfway point. And this is something like Kelly said, hey, maybe game number 3 for Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo. If you're Vivid, you want to enact a little bit of a curse, maybe game number 4. But you can already see on the minimap, a couple of fights already breaking down. You can see over towards Shattered Span, a lot of our contested drop spots with 2 spots opening up. That's doing a lot of mental games to the lobby. Do you switch up now? Do you switch up later? And this is one right now, no matter how many times they fought it out today, this is their 3rd bout that's about to break down off spawn.
Yeah, here at the floodgate right now, Visuals and Munition Braids, the first to touch down with the high ground here. And we already know they've been battling this one out back and forth. Think about it, for every team, for every game that passes, essentially, a new drop spot does open up. A team either becomes free to move in or possibly uncontested there onwards. This game, no different. Right now, my thought process is going back on over to the Magic Mosses, the Lost Lake right here with Clicks, Batman, Booga, Niamzo. These are the teams that are likely most affected, with other teams moving into the vicinity now.
Yeah, and you gotta think about their performance evaluation history. 4 games, right? Recently, they've been winning 2 of those 4 games. So with these next couple games coming up, you gotta be looking at them to kind of figure out what has been going wrong throughout those first 2 games, fix it, and advance to the Major 1 finals, because you really don't want to wait till the last moment. No matter how good you are, anything can happen in the FNCS.
That is right, but they're well on their way right now as far as pace is concerned. Let's take a look at Dracep, Beast, and Champo right now from, of course, their draw spot of the Demon's Dojo, mixing it on up. It's not looking too good right now as Nick is dropped here from this trio. Lix is trying to fight to his best abilities right now. Not looking good for Eddie either. He gets collapsed on first here. The finishes come in, but they're fighting back. Wait a second, Typhoon Blade. He's got something to say as he finds 2 and a 3rd, and all of a sudden now, things start to even out here. It's a 1v1. What?
Peanut butter and jelly, spaghetti and meatballs, Eddie and the Typhoon Blade. All things that just go together, because he's seemingly finding a lot of success when he's in these close range battles. Able to get the Siphon, HP back up, using the minis, and now ends up in a 1v1 where he knows his teammate is weak. He knows his teammate is scared because he has the Typhoon Blade and Champo doesn't. He gets into the box and gets the elimination.
I can't believe he just did that. That's a 3-piece pickup, essentially, full-on clutching here. And you know what? You got to give respect to Lix as well. He hits the shot that matters, too, to find his trade in those moments. And I had them counted out. I'm not even going to lie. I thought it was over, but things change just that quickly. Jumping on with Death, Encrypted, and Sales here. They have moved out of the Kappa Kappa factory here, now going north as the zone's kind of playing this outskirts. So this is part of the rotate here to Cap Metal. Oh, nice little find there. He's going to have options for the Oni mask now.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping, because you saw Sales, he doesn't have any rotation. Don't really know about Encrypted and Death. Got to have, imagine at least one of them, but with another team moving in.
Oh,
and he thought he was going to be a safe reboot. You can see it's already been charged. His teammates end up back, having to watch him try to clutch up. And with this full trio here, it's not like they're going to be able to disengage on out easily.
Magic Moss coming in such a hot spot. Eddie misses the shot that matters most right there.
And now he tries to escape, but he gets caught, trapped in
Oh
the
man, he was trying to
cone.
slice and dice.
Tony,
I got
and
caught with
then
the shotty.
fully finished there. It's sad to see Magic Moss has become such a hot zone for all these trios, and even the other teams rotating in now. Yamzo, Clicks, Batman, Booga want their fair share of the action. They find Zeus there with the ambush.
Yeah, I feel like the situation they were in last game, low on Surge, having to fight box to box, where they're being a little bit more proactive in this game. Probably helping by the zone as we tune down in Bert, Bryce, and Reet. It's kind of standard game plan. They thought they were going to be contested, but now that they are uncontested, they get that whole mountaintop where you see two players already positioned, and then Vert's going to be able to further move out and try to get what loot is left on over. Kind of trusting in his team. We talked about different roles, but his team's roles right now in this stage of the game is to simply get as much Surge as possible.
And look at this. Although Clicks, Yamzo, and Batman Booga may feel like they have themselves a clean 3v3 here, little do they know, Andrew, Jing, and that trio is just listening nearby. Seems like they're going to decide to rotate out, taking what little bit of damage that they found there as a W. Clicks even greeting a couple heal ticks there, wasting no time. And now off they go. A lot of material invested for a quick little skirmish that went down there. And you would have thought they would have got the knock onto Zeus, but seems like he managed to find his way out.
Yeah, interesting to see where they're going to get their metal from. Where they land, there's not a ton of metal in that location. They typically kind of loot for it elsewhere or just find those eliminations early on. But from one fight that disengaged to one that's underway, Walker's trying to break into the box. He knows he has the pressure there. He knows his teammates are there as well. They find one elimination, quickly clean that one up, grab all the loot that they can before they reset this position. They might not necessarily disengage right away, but they want to make sure that they have eyes and awareness on all their enemies.
That's what experienced teams do very well here. Fighting together, targeting and focusing the right teams at the right times.
Oh shit, my spot, Bird.
Walker's 20 and Larson definitely have, I would say, the experience advantage over the trio that they're going head-to-head with at the Bird here. And teams rotating in from behind as well. Walker's very much aware, it seems, that there might be trouble behind them.
Especially with the zone rotating in this direction. They got to be very, very careful about where they're going to rotate in from next. It is going to pull towards the north, so at least they have that going from them. Visual Braids, I did see in the feed that they did get that elimination onto Colazo. Only one so far, so they know that duo is still underneath them in Foxy Floodgate, trying to plan how they're going to get the reboot. And Foxy Floodgate isn't the most friendly place to get a reboot, because you see how that full trio is outlined from the dam to the mountains next to it. That's an easy beam on anybody getting rebooted down at the Floodgate.
Definitely, and those pickups, they mean a lot. The points, of course, are gonna matter. Let's jump in though with Kaz, Exoff. Let's see what's it looking like with this trio here, as they have another team right on top of them. Leading to some degree with eliminations this game already. 4 elims. How did that go about? They came into this battle with 3. End up finding one on the outskirts there. The full-on drop onto Sykes. He had no idea he was swinging around the side there. Meanwhile, Aiden Hound moving quickly out of the Demon's Dojo, not looking to play outside the map right now, opting for a more central position here. Oh, look at this. They're going to be turning in the Water Sprite there for the boon.
Yeah, at least get the recharge. Because it also replenishes those uses if you used it early on, whether you're just trying to get as much damage as you can for Surge, or just simply trying to rotate and becoming the target of that. And with this zone pulling in this direction, it does look like a lot of the teams are believing it's going to go towards the west, up towards the north side of the map. You see Magic Mosses, you see Flooded Frogs just on the outskirts, and that's where they're putting a lot of their attention in this early game.
So far, Higher Hound and Aiden have played very, very well, have seeded themselves up towards the top 3. Jumping in with Braids visuals in a minute here. It's a team that is very well versed with one another here, duoed together for a long time, now looking to pair up as a full-on trio. We should be able to see them beat this team here as they have the advantage, and definitely the aggression here. Take a look at that. Comes right in onto Pyam, and it seems like these are some of their old builds as well, so mistakes were made. The trio rotating through their builds.
Trying to look at me, I do believe that Solo was able to get on out. But it's not over just yet, because if he has any opportunity here, he has to go back down towards the south. So what that solo player here behind the tree is banking on right now, he's hoping for the farthest north pool in the history of the game. So that way everybody has to rotate towards the north, give them an opportunity to go into the storm.
Oh no,
Too much damage, but he has to survive this first.
Graves wants to farm this tree. Oh, the shotgun shot comes out. I was wondering if he was going to wait a second there, but no. Tries to take the opportunity into his own hands, and unfortunately couldn't even get the exchange there. And it cost Minish Braids and Visuals a lot of damage, but it's worth it as they get the points there.
And dropped him down to just 11 HP. Just a couple more seconds in his solo fight, man. That would have been his, but his teammates there. 20 Walkers Larson from the eastern side of the map. Gotta hope these guys have a lot of HP on them, or at least a fishing rod to try to replenish a lot of the HP that they're losing, staggering themselves back into the zone. And this is a sacrifice we see all too often. You know, take the damage that the storm is going to do, try to get as much surge, and then rotate in front of that team, knowing you can consistently try to look back and get that damage.
We've seen Tarum crazy now in Recco right now. In a bad situation before, but I don't think they've ever been this bad coming this late into the game. It's from the hands of Larson, Walkers, and 20. Again, this is very much a finalist quality trio who's been into many, many finals in the past. Curve, Shadow, and Tyler also meeting that caliber, that expectation. They're sitting at the Magic Mollusks. Remember, this is the Flooded Frogs team, right? So we expect them to come in fully loaded every single time, and that's exactly what their build is looking like.
Yeah, I expect them to have that Void boon where you get a knock. Kind of like that shakedown bid we was talking about where it marks nearby enemies. Even if they're not on the trio that you knock, which makes it such a good asset to have. As Sync's one of the ones that goes down. Jing's just running around. He's trying to save the day. You saw him grab the body, trying to bring it back. Even Andro was there, but we definitely know how that one ended.
Looking back at some of Larson's history, it wasn't until just a couple days ago he was still looking for a trio for the FNCS. So in the final moments, things seem to come together with folks that he knows. Happy to see them find a success right now.
Hey, they're just banking on the zone continuing to pull towards the north. I don't necessarily disagree with this plan. It all really depends on how much surge you've been able to accumulate up until this stage in the game, because you don't want to have to leave your spot to try to hunt for surge elsewhere when you've already set up. Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo doing the same thing, but we've already seen them multiple times throughout this game. Trying to hunting around players for surge, not necessarily getting into those risky early game fights, but doing just enough to stay ahead of the curve.
I thought we expect them to play finals as well. A couple games away from seeing them be sent there, should they stay consistent enough. Look at this, the arena starting to pop, and this is just above Hound and Eden. We've seen a lot of aggression out of this team. Yeah, I was gonna say, I wouldn't doubt for them to go straight for it. Oh, Yamzo and team though, find tags all on this trio the moment they void Oni mask out.
Yeah, luckily for Higher Hound and Aiden, there's a lot of barrels, free loot. On this side of the map, you see 3 of them there. I know there's a couple more scattered around the different islands, so it's not going to take them too long to try to get their shield and HP back up. Start to put work on that boss. Get that Wanderer's Medallion. You can already see, they already got the Demon's Dojo. Oni Mask. So that one's a good part of their rotational tool. And now that they have the high ground monster, they shouldn't have to worry about Surge either.
You can see this is the advantages of course, taking the boss out in trios. You can melt them pretty quickly should they all focus fire, but even then it takes some time, all right? This is not, you know, a quick elimination onto the boss by any means. Still takes a little bit of time in order to do that, but no one wanted to come on up here. We're gonna have this full island to themselves right now.
It's a good spot right now in zone 2, kind of in the center. You see Clix' team on the mini-map towards the top left, but they're taking advantage of the team that's rotating in from Brutal Boxcars. Trying to pad as much damage as can. They got some extra shields on top of the ones already there due to the boss that they just taken down. So trading Surge doesn't look like a bad option for me.
Meanwhile,
more chill here at the Flooded Frogs for Shadow, Curve, and Tyler. They go back to their trusty box. They've continued to fish, and this is, you know, I would say becoming the meta, right? Like, really has risen in popularity, fishing early into the game to secure yourself a plentiful set of shield fish here. I believe it's like a 50% rate of getting a shield fish from fishing, something around those lines, and that's why you see it kind of popularized. You've got a lot of the teams saving at least one item slot for the fishing rod. On the other side, see a whole fight breaking down between two teams, but there's still two more teams outside of that on the outskirts, and even one more all the way towards the south watching this. So as much as this might seem like a straight up 3v3, it's so risky, it's so dangerous, you gotta be careful, and that's where you see Mason go down. He's the first one to drop. Chance wall to wall with 20. Larson on the other side. This is not the best spot to be in, but if you're doing damage like that, it might as well be. It's the second time Chance, Mason, and Donnie go back-to-back fighting Walkers in trio. So far, Walkers does have the knock lead here, but Chance is looking to settle the score right now. Another team looking inwards. This is not looking hot right now for 20 Larson and Walkers. We've expended a lot of heals and now starting to run low on material. Meanwhile, Chance gets the sandwich going from the other side, but the new trio is still firing in. Somehow, they're going to play to pick up Larson here. And it's actually that team that was on the outskirts, Nile and team, who were looking extremely worse for wears. They're likely sensing the blood and water here, right? Thirsty for these elims, but things start to settle now. That's why you just can't get caught off guard, especially with a tough rotation to go on top of this. So surviving this isn't going to be enough. 20 Walkers and Larson saving grace as they find themselves 536 above the damage threshold. They just need to simply focus on their rotation in, which sounds easier said than done because there's at least 3, 4, 5 teams next to you trying to make that same play. Yeah, they got to get to a river. They got to start fishing here. 20 has that fishing rod. All the other teams have long gone now as they're focusing on the rotate, but Larson, 20, and Walkers there are definitely feeling the pressure of the fight. Meanwhile, Vert, Bryce, and Reet chilling here at the Brutal Boxcars. This is their drop, of course. The advantages of just being able to hang out, farm surge from the high ground is definitely taking its part here. You can tell because they're 800 above. Yeah, this is one of the most decorated teams. You can see the quick stat there. They've all played 12 or more grand finals. They have a total of 48 finals appearances as a team. One of the most experienced team in the lobby with 800 damage above the surge. They've pulled yet another zone as well. They're giving themselves option here as this game continues. Here's the thing, Vert's seen the championship. Reed's been there, right? This is the only team in the lobby actually here in Group 1 that has a decorated FNCS championship under their belt. Talking about this team right here, though, Now and Recco, like I said, when we jumped in with them before, they were just out of the fight completely. It seems like they've lost a teammate in the process, but just struggling to kind of stay in the game, find that silver lining. They're going for the super wide rotate, so this is going to be a huge disruptor, I would say, to the lobby right now, but moving straight into potentially Batman Bugha's trio there. Another elimination gets cleaned up as we tune in to Tony, Zeus, and Creon. Getting it in the zone as well, just under the Shogun's Arena, right above them. Where we know that one team's already positioned up, a few more on the outskirts making their way over towards Brutal. And this is where you gotta start thinking in your head. It moves over towards Brutal. If it continues to go towards the east, a little bit towards the south, we're gonna have those mountain ranges that we saw just like that last game. Not even mad at those mountain ranges.
Oh shit, get your tags.
Very interesting end game so far. Keeping us completely on our toes, man. You just don't know where things are gonna go at that point. Surprised we got a well-behaved water spray here. Let's see if it takes off running like usual.
These teams need to average 2,000 damage
Only 55
during each
above
game to survive
for
Storm
Hound
Surge.
This is it's about the worst we've seen them. Yeah, I almost got to think it's got to be something with the loadout. The Veiled SMG doesn't do a ton of damage. I believe I saw maybe a Fury on the other side and maybe one Hollow Twister. So you're kind of banking on one teammate to get the majority of your damage, especially when you kind of separate yourself so far from the rest of these teams, and now they're 71 below, and this is where in their mind they're gonna have to make that decision. Do I go box fight a team for Surge or continue to try to play the game plan that hasn't worked so far?
Oh
and
shit.
It's so unfortunate because they have this ultimate positioning right now over the lobby, and they're gonna have to give it up. Yep, look at this. Entire team punished. Surge is now completely active. They're gonna have to full splash up, and still no big opportunities have presented themselves just yet here. They're trying to weather the storm right now, quite literally here.
Choosing that.
We're being tried to gain any tags here.
Holding on to their position above. Oh, finally, it does look like they're going to try to make their way down, and they have to orb their way down there because you saw what happens otherwise. They run right into another team, but Hound's going down. Aiden's going to follow. High R's just left by himself, and there's no heals, but at least his teammates did their job. They're 4 damage above the threshold.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough. This just means that another team picks up the pressure here. They find a tag, and look at that. Sets them right back into the same situation he was in before. Now, granted, he's got some extra heals left over here, so he will be able to play for something here. It's a glimmer of hope stays alive, but it's going to be only a matter of time here. Hey, you know what? He might actually rat his way to placements.
He could. The only thing that
looking like
it's going to be a long game if that's his plan, because placement points haven't really even begun to set in just yet, but at least he's trying to give himself an opportunity. You see him moving back on over to Island, trying to get as much of the loot that was left behind, and especially since every single team is stuck down below him, and because of the wind tunnels that they don't want to take those towards the high ground, it's going to be Mask and Typhoon Blades as a way of rotation for everybody.
There it is. Movement starts to come out. Zone's popping its way back towards the Magic Mosses. And if you're on the backside, you are late to the party at this point, so Oni Mask can be the best way to, of course, get across here. Steph, Cayenne, and Verge are on the way right now. Right behind the trio they go. Ooh, you can saw they
right?
also. Yep. He has the boon there.
Thanks for that crash from Aiden and Howard.
Mm-hmm.
I almost would like to have seen them utilize that just a little bit more, but hey, one team trash is another team's treasure. They can definitely use that, especially if they get separated in a solo clutch situation. As Yamzo, Batman, Booga, and Clicks continue to try to make their way into the front side of the zone. They usually want to be one of the first teams there, claim space, and be able to do just this. Look back and try to cause chaos to anybody's game.
They found themselves in this spot multiple times. This is the best we've seen them, though. The most amount of material we've seen them this late into the game. Not even depending on a refresher. Meanwhile, High are waiting to the very literal last minute here before he leaves off the high ground positioning. Even waiting for the late Oni Mask rotate. Meanwhile, Clix, Yamzo, Batman, Booga trying to find their way into a layer. Braids was going to be the team of choice there, but he ended up spotting them out here.
And this is what kind of Vivid was alluding to in the pre-show. Because of trios, you can really pack a punch, break through, whether it's brick or metal, in a matter of seconds, and try to get that piece, especially on a team that might not necessarily see it coming. But another pull for a lot of these guys, and you can see quickly being acted. Zeus trying to connect on the other side. Tony, Creon, they're the ones that have the high ground. The connection is going to be secured, so shooting them down is going to be a tough challenge.
This is going to be insane game either way for Creon, Zeus, and Tony, who have 8 eliminations, climbing their way out of the pits of the standings here, really showing you that one big game can put you up in conversation for a finals run. 600 plus damage above the threshold here, nothing for them to worry about. All metal has been put to the use here. The question will be, was it too early?
Oh shit.
We'll just have to
What do you think, chat? Corner, high ground goes win. See.
Every point this game, if you see on the bottom right, Higher as a solo, every point this game will be thanks to him. He's gotten some placement points so far. You look at his materials, it's looking pretty healthy, especially considering that he is a solo. Extra mass. The only big worry for him is that HP, but if he can find a way to sneak an elimination, Higher might be the MVP of this game if he can come out with a good placement.
He's actually insane for playing this second height right now.
Oh, we got Soul here, chat.
Situated trio right up above.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. He is just holding on right now. Meanwhile, Creon, Tony still looking their way back and forth here. Zones continuing to push through Magic Mosses. On out, this is going into brand new territory, so for every team, they're going to have to start to get to building here shortly. Meanwhile, Encrypted peeks up to the high ground.
She just had a storm.
And he might have just delivered Tony and Cruz some mats there. We'll find it out. Clicks, Batman, Booga, Yamzo find their way into Pilot's trio. Down goes Pilot. He didn't stand a chance against the Shock and the Clicks there.
And this is what they do. They just completely avalanche their way through teams one after the next until they find themselves in that tough situation. Batman Booga looking toward the backside of the zone. High are the Solo, still figuring out a way to slip his way through, but it's this dangerous and risky situation. Luckily for him, Sales and Death on the other side. They cause a distraction that cost them everything. They go down and they get separated, leaving Death as a Solo.
Pulling the rug right from under the feet of each of these trios as now they're looking to high ground. Clicks, Batman Booga, and of course Ianzo are likely to be looking to set themselves up for a win 3 games in, and they haven't gone for height just yet. If this team across from them stops giving them
holy shit, mayhem.
they might be able to make a play here, but no. Clips Ianzo, drop down a layer, find a side angle on the team. They're just pushing their way through Curve and Tyler there. It's a successful push, but doesn't turn into elimination just yet.
This is like poetry in motion. They dropped down because high ground was focusing him. They still figured out a way to make it work, getting the elimination, one going down, but it's not going to scare them just yet. They have to figure out how they're going to win this, but Clicks, he's now stuck as a duo along with Yamzo. Batman Booga is down, out. Mats are quickly running out as well. They need a miracle here in order to stay alive.
They don't have any mats, though. Clicks just has to
They
continue
gonna
to
revive
fight
him here?
back. I'm not even sure if this is worth the pickup right now,
Ooh.
but they're going to go for it.
That was risky.
3 alive.
It was like the same as rebooting in the middle of in FNCS.
We want Batman Booga in the game right now. Meanwhile, Yamzo does have that invisibility from sprinting there. You can see it ends up finding his way into a layer, and he is so hard to keep track of. Braids has no idea where he is,
on fire here, bro.
And Yamzo is turning online right now. Finally now, has material, has map, Clicks, and all that chaos ends up falling first. And now, 3 teams remaining. Of course, the trio up top, and just Yamzo, Batman Booga, and Vert in the mix.
Shit.
Yeah, that medallion is a difference maker right here. As hard as it might be, they still have to get through Vert first. That one's easy. 2v3 situation. Yamzo and Batman Booga on the low ground, but they have that medallion. The team's gonna finally drop down. They have the win condition as well if it does come down to heal off, but they need to be very, very careful when they give up those siphons because they're changing layers. Batman Booga has the high ground. Yamzo gets dropped. 1v3 situation. Gets the knock on Tony. He goes down to his teammates. He's trying to get the siphon. Batman Booga gets it just in time. Trying to stay alive. Moves to the backside of the zone, but only for so long. He has to try to go on the offensive with the Typhoon blade. He's trying to make magic happen. Almost gets a knock, but it's just too late. Zeus and Creon hold on to clutch the game.
With 16 eliminations as well, doing it in such a ridiculous fashion. They have dusted this entire lobby.
I think second place again for Clicks, Bat, and Yamzo.
Like that, Batman Booga kept it interesting for us, but what a win and what a way to close out game number 3 there, Jacob.
Yeah, Creon, Zeus, Tony. It was just kind of an easy, simple game from them. As soon as they were able to get high ground, they had nobody contest them, no reason to look back, especially when Encrypted goes down and just, hey, here's some more loot, man. You guys are doing a good job. Make sure you keep it. And they just kind of solidified and played this last situation perfect. Yamzo gets dropped first, 3v1 situation. You even got the Bob going down there for a quick moment as just Creon bounces around trying to avoid the Typhoon blade with another team making it to the Major 1 finals when 2 games left. We got to throw it to our analyst desk to let us know what these teams have to do different.
What do we do different? We let these guys out of the lobby. We push them to finals. How do we deal with that 16 eliminations? And just the way that these guys were fighting in every single step of that last zone, just hip to hip. Anytime they get aggressed, they go together. They try and force these fights into their favor. So well executed from the trio, and to think that kind of stopping power is going straight to finals. I don't know how we deal with that, friends. I don't know what we do. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, this is something that actually I kind of expected out of Zeus, Creon, and Tony during one of the more recent performance evaluations where only 4 teams can get victory royales. They were actually one of the teams that was able to claim a victory royale in the most recent performance evaluation. So to see them grab another victory royale today, and especially in the way that they did it, where they held height, were the first team of the day for North America to kind of hold height from the beginning and continue that on. I'm glad to see that they're able to keep that performance going from the performance evaluations.
Yeah, one of those situations, right, where we looked up, we got the POV of this team, and they've just got double floors, double cones across all of the moving zones. They had so many eliminations actually going into the moving zones that they could just afford to do that, which is why we're actually, you know, see the first team able to actually hold height throughout the rest of the game. Kind of got a little dicey there at the end, though, with Batman Booga on the other side of the 1v2, but they ended up closing it out.
It's wild that, like, in a situation where, like, Batman Booga and Iamzo are not there, then we can look to contest high ground, right? But the moment that you've just got Iamzo running around invisible on your layer or on the low ground, all bets are off. All bets are off. We'll discuss more of that in just
the item
a
shop
minute.
just
First, a
refreshed.
quick
Let's
little
check it
break,
out.
then we'll be back with more action from the
Eminem's
FNCS.
back. New Nike skin is back. Yeah, nothing special. All right, so next is game 4.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. Game number 3 is all wrapped up. Only 2 games left to go on the day, and I hate that that's the case because I want to watch more Fortnite, but we'll just live in this while we can. The Victory Royale already happened, going over to Creon, Zeus, and Tony. 16 elims in case you missed that. But let's break down what else we saw in that last game. I want to highlight, once again, going back to Iamzo there. This guy just looks like a different beast. When you give
Damn,
him that
the
medallion,
clutch, bro.
being able to just have that infinite sprint, he's
They're
literally
demon.
changing layers moment to moment while invisible. Like, you just don't have time to react. You're
I'll
like,
be right back,
everything's
chat. I'm gonna
fine.
get some. I'm
I'm
gonna
in
get
a
some
safe
water.
zone, and then suddenly Iamzo's just there shooting you in the back of the head with like 150 damage. You're like, bro, what am I supposed to do, Iamzo? Stop!
I am loving this Iamzo that we're seeing. Don't get me wrong, Iamzo and Rise were an incredible duo throughout the last few years. They've been really consistent, played together for a long time. But I just feel like the energy and vibes that we're getting from this trio is bringing Iamzo to a whole nother level.
Yeah, I mean, Iamzo, though, just put on such a clinic right now. Has the most eliminations out of the trio right now. And another interesting stat that I was kind of looking at is that Iamzo also has the most amount of builds placed in everybody that's been playing today, right? And then there's also talks like, you know, Iamzo's the IGL of the trio. So right now, you know, do with what that information was you will. All of it kind of points to Iamzo is having one heck of a day, and it is putting the Clix, Batman, Bugha, and Iamzo trio right now in first place on that consistency leaderboard, already at 221 points.
Yeah, you say that it's first place, but Zeke, there's a number 4 next to them. No. Yeah, no, listen, it's because they're doing so well that they keep putting themselves up, and that, you know, now that we have 3 teams that have moved through, that puts them in the 4th position. But seriously, Clix, Batman, Bugha, Iamzo, they're playing so differently than what we saw in the play-ins right now, and I'm wondering if that's kind of causing an issue in their play style. They did struggle a little bit with Storm Surge in game number 3, so that could be a possible reason as to why we're not seeing them get the victory royale. But as far as I can tell, obviously the math isn't fully done yet. I think it's safe to say that this trio has made their way into the grand finals through consistency.
Yeah, and I think as well, something to note on the fact that with now 2 end games, we've seen Clix get focused down, right? We've had these guys by themselves as just a duo in the situations. If all 3 of these members are left alive, then you can just let Iamzo off the leash, right? Just, hey, go hyper aggressive. But when you're just a duo in that situation, it's just left up to Batman Bugha, right? Like, okay, I have to 1v3 while Iamzo's changing layers and trying to just one-pump everyone he can. Okay, you know, like a different situation there if Clix is left alive. In 9th place, though, we did also want to highlight Bryce there. These guys are also in that striking range. They still have 2 games left to go to make sure they end in that top 5. They've had a few slip-ups on the day, but like, you know, we're starting to come online, it feels like.
Yeah,
At game 4, then after that is one hit. After that, the last game.
Success landing over at boxcars. You can see that they have the mythic AR there, and controlling the low ground seems to be causing a few issues where they just don't have the awareness that they need to keep all 3 players alive to the very end. But they only need a few more points, another high placing game to kind of push themselves up into that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, this trio is actually plays better every single game as it goes on, so hopefully they're able to kind of continue with that trend. And we kind of love to talk about experience, especially when it comes to Fortnite competitive. There's actually 2 trios combined for the most experience if you look at total FNCS finals amongst the trio, and that tie is actually going to be between Clix, Batman, Bugha, Iamzo, and then Reet, Bryce, and Vert. Both of those trios have a combined 48 total FNCS finals appearances, and the following trio behind them only has 28. That is how big that gap is right now in experience.
And because I'm contractually obligated to talk about Reed as much as I can, he actually has the most FNCS finals appearances out of any player here. And that might be due to the fact that he's coming from NA West, then moved over to NA Central, where now it's kind of split up a bit. But he obviously has a great, I'm loving this team. You know, it used to be Bryson Bolts and Reed and Ritual, where they would kind of fight each other back in Chapter 5. And to see them kind of group up together now in a similar POI, I think that there's something working there. They just need to work out a few more kinks.
That's right. Look, it's fine, right, Kelly? We have 2 games. Anything can happen. Let's see how this all shakes out. MDF, Jacob PR, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zeke, and that's right. I mean, I'm looking at the drop that just opened up. Pumped Power, right? Magic Moss's team winning. Nearly taking out Demon's Dojo team winning, but all of a sudden, this entire northern area, Jacob, seems to be shaking up.
Yeah, it definitely is opening up a lot of different opportunities. We've seen it after game number 1. Immediately, teams are switched up these drops. And the power plant, that's good. There's a lot of meta. I talked about the lack of that material throughout different portions of the map. If a team chooses to switch on over here, they'll be able to get some valuable resources that they might not have had in these earlier games. But it's going to be ready for game number 4. Time is winding down, so let's get into it.
Couldn't agree more, Jacob. Game number 4 is underway. Group 1 has given us a very, very eventful evening, but mostly because Clicks and company still remain in the fight. Reeds and Trio are still in the fight here, and other teams that we expect to do well are in the conversation as well. And you know what? The standings are starting to get down to the wire now as we're looking at the performing teams and the points there. It might not even go down for Reed, Bryce, and Vert here to a win. It might come down to them just staying a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, you can see that the trio that they're going up against here
All
over
right, here we go.
Demon's Dojo. Game number 1, they landed on the outskirts of the mountain. As each game passes, they realize their position on the leaderboard. They're getting more and more risky, and that's sometimes something that you have to do. Try to take a risk, and hopefully it pays off later in the game, because this is a good amount of loot, and they're together as a team, unlike some of the games before.
This almost feels desperate from Beast Champ and Intercept here, as they've only got 12 points. This puts them down at the bottom half of the standing here overall for team performances. Aiden and Higher have had a much more successful Demon's Dojo run, given that they've not only secured the mythical Oni mask and the upgrades, of course, that drop here from the boss, but more importantly have made it off drop every single game so far in the first 3. Now, with slim chances left, teams like Beast and Champo may just have to pull a Victory Royale out or be sent back
Ooh.
to the next stage.
It's a standoff here, Dad.
Outside of a Victory Royale, it
Shoot
almost
first.
seems like
Who's up first?
a
Shoot
couple of
first.
top
Like,
threes,
yo,
top
like,
twos
yo,
with
shoot
multiple
first. Bro,
eliminations,
shoot first.
which is definitely
Dare you.
possible. We just seen, what, 16 eliminations
playing-
in
if you're
that
playing the
last
game
game.
of chicken.
Oh, yeah. It's just something that you don't want to just have to bank on, especially with Game 4 being right now, and then Game 5, the last game of the day, coming up next.
Oh shit! Click is rocking his
taking it into their own
his,
hands.
OG skin, spark plug.
Lost Lake, and it seems like we might be seeing the same type of strategy come into place here as the team starts to spread out a bit right now.
Kind of standard. They got a lot of the elemental chests around them. A lot of the teams around them as well, probably looting up, so there's no real rush for them to try to get that surge, because they know depending on where the zone goes or where it pulls very, very early on, that really dictates their path and where they're going to rotate to try to get as mumuch damage so they don't have to fight for it later.
It does look like a lot of trios do tend to stay at their drops nowadays, as opposed to quick rotating. That's just the nature of trios, I guess, though. Bigger teams, more to loot. Really want to scrap it down dry.
Seeing a lot of teams around the lobby. Some having some really good games early on. Others kind of faltering as the day has went on. This team right here, they started off with high hopes as 2nd place with 11 elims. Then the following game after, 15th place with 7, and then a 10th place with 1. They are in a good standing in terms of the leaderboard, but if they continue to have that same trajectory, they're going to be one of those last game wonders, hoping they really make it to the Major 1 finals.
Look at what we've been seeing out of this trio right here. We're giving you guys the full update on all of our top position teams right now. Curve, Tyler, and Shadow. We expected to likely pull through with the Victory Royale. This is the strongest drop, arguably, available on this Fortnite Chapter 6 right now. The Flooded Frogs, with all the additions here now, really set this team apart. But this is all going to be short-lived. This is just a Group 1 fantasy world we're living in right now, given that it's a very much limited lobby. Come finals, you start seeing the likes of Peterbot and team next week. We'll see how everything starts to change up.
Not the real Peterbot.
I will say, for any team that doesn't get a victory royale, that doesn't get into that top 5, luckily for them, their season isn't going to be over. There's still that last chance qualifier that they'll be able to run through and try to give them hope. But I call this the golden opportunity, because instead of getting 5 games in your group, you get 3 games. It's win and you're in. That's the only opportunity. So you don't want to wait for that to come along to really play your best Fortnite.
I like what we're seeing right now, though. Vert with the ambush. Bryce likely playing the high ground position here. This is on to Kira, Hefe. Little closer, and they'll have a full-on box out. Oh, yeah, it's not looking good for Hefe Bob here. Oh, the double shotgun connects, and the full finish there But no, it's just Re-invert here, so that couldn't be a better team for them to go ahead and set this one up for now. They've kind of evened the playing field for themselves here, and sometimes you just do pull the shorter end of the stick here, and it seems like for Re-invert, they're just trying to make do with what they got.
Oh, this is a big game for Re-invert too. They're just on the cusp. They're on the cusp. If they don't win, they want to make it as far as possible, and maybe one of those teams above them in the bubble go ahead and qualify, but they already got that first elimination. Even with another team trying to threaten and throw them off guard, they're still figuring out a way to get aggressive, continuously pushing forward, and they've separated that player as a solo. Big elimination for them. That's their second one already in the books.
Big elimination right there. Good damage as well. And off they go. No plans to fight another full trio like this out in the open if they don't have to. Using those very precious Oni mask charges there. It's going to be super worth at this point. Look at Bert just looking around. Trying to see if they can catch some cheeky tags. Nicely done there. Kind of bending back into things.
We started this game with about a 24-point lead over that last spot. Bonzo, this is the team that was kind of thinking about contesting them over towards Brutal Boxcars. Good to see them start to get an elimination. Visuals is back up. Braids and Diminish doing a good job claiming Foxy. This is where teams normally get their metal and a lot of their material. But since they're all down here, my real wonder is how they're going to get back up and get in a position to get Surge.
We think about this leaderboard right here. Clicks in 221 points. Visuals, Braids, and Diminish trailing just behind at 209. You can see the huge gap, and things start to really fall off here. So a lot of teams will have to play catch up. If you're up inside the top 4 right now, we should say, you're basically leading very well. The other 3 spots, of course, secured to those that won those games 1 through 3. So not too bad for our teams up at the top.
Does look like we're gonna have another zone though, pulling towards the south. So for them, some of those teams that usually get their surge in this fashion, fighting on the northern side of the zone overall, you want to be able to get that surge fighting as much as possible and as quick as possible, because if the zone continues to pull south even from here, that's where you're going to have a hard time finding your position in towards the zone, because so many other teams will already have beat you on that pathing.
Oh, Clicks is hurt. Yamzo, no HP either. They're still in the storm right here. This is very tough situation for them to be in. Or from their drop, rotating far to the west coast right now. I mean, they've already caught an elimination off this team here. Batman Booba looking for scraps here.
God, what's somebody gonna die in the storm?
Players out in the
The Whites
open, though.
boys.
Seems like they've lost track of them, and they're just gonna give it up. Jacob, that's looking a little worse for wear right now for team favorite.
Yeah, almost shades and flashbacks of the couple earlier games we have where they were actually down on Surge, having to fight for it time and time again later on in the same game. And that's why I see them kind of chasing these teams outside of zone. They're moving towards their west, so hopefully with all these teams that landed there already moving in towards the center of that zone, they're hoping after they get the Surge, maybe they can get a spot in towards zone. But everybody else kind of doing something similar.
A little bit of a play here from Death, encrypted in sales right now, playing a little bit of this low ground, trying to rotate, but Ayo, KD's got the high ground right now, shooting his way on down. Nice little angle for him to play here. Things are really starting to settle down right now. It seems like teams are picking up the pace here. And you can really tell when desperation starts to set in. More and more teams find themselves playing the outer edges. It becomes more and more difficult in the late games to rotate freely around these outskirts. But with a win condition format, anything can happen. That's probably what keeps most of the teams grounded at this point.
Over towards Mass. One of the team that won today won from Mass Meadows, but it was a triple contested drop. So instead of a spot just opening up, just some of the pressure alleviated for some of the teams that are still there. Some of which might be in this fight, but you see a couple more on the outskirts, some on the western part of that mountain, some on the south part of Mass Meadows, while everything's breaking down here, just trading back and forth, just trying to give themselves an upper hand in this fight, which nobody's feeling confident enough to go just yet. They realize with only 2 games left, there's a lot of risk, and is it worth this reward?
Yeah, I definitely agree that this might be a little bit sketchy for a team like Lures, who's got 60 points already, so they're not out of the question for a top 5. If they can make an endgame here, this is a very, very risky battle, though. If they lose this now, they'll put themselves in a position where they have to win a game. Sort of like Cricket, Smoked, and Nox may have to do. Already, team was wiped here by Smoked, Cricket, and Nox. So, confidence is up top. Look at this. Other trios are watching in the distance.
This is just a tough situation to be in because, as you said, others are watching this all play out in the distance. No matter what happens here, win, lose, or just disengage, all these other teams are already going to have rotated, picked their spot, and you have a chance to really look back. And while all that is going on, you also aren't being able to refarm, aren't being able to use your resources, and since you're taking damage, you're using a lot of the heals that you need later on in the game.
Yep, we do see that happen all the time. Take the wrong fights, and a lot of times it just does come down to decision making, and that's why preparation is super key. Look at this, Reinvert still finding opportunities. When we last tuned in, they had 2 eliminations. They're about to make it 4 now, as they've just caught X off here, and someone catches the finish. So Reet doesn't care. He wants to secure the elim. He wants to get those mats as well. And look at this. This dude had heals for days on a big pot shieldfish and even some mobility to work with, but he's probably going to be content with what he's got here. Oni Mask is really all you need at this point, and surely they have enough damage now as far as making it to endgame is concerned. Meanwhile, Clixiamzo and Batman Boog. Okay, so from the outskirts in the zone, looking truly worse for wears, now into another team fight. What are they doing differently here that makes them want to fight in the mid game? All of today, Jacob, we've seen them make it to endgame with 0 elims, but now they've seen more aggressive than ever.
I think it's more so to do with the zone pull and to realize where they're at on the leaderboard. They really have a lot less to lose than a lot of the other teams here in this lobby. They have all but their spot already secured, so they're just trying to get aggressive for their Storm Surge, because I referenced the game earlier on where it was, I think, 6th zone, maybe 7th zone. They were down on Surge, having to fight for it, and when everybody's in that close proximity, you don't want to leave it to just fighting and having to pre-P somebody for Surge. So I actually like what I'm seeing out of Clix, Batman, Boog, and Yamzo, getting aggressive, trying to control as much of their destiny as possible.
That's right. I mean, with over 220 points now, they should be near impossible to topple over as far as making it to finals is concerned. So from here on out, it's all uphill. We're just riding away, but Reinvert can't be said the same of, as they only have 126 points, which puts them very much at the, I'd say the bare minimal, right? Where you want to be at the current moment. Ooh, big shots coming in. Look, when we first saw Reed just a couple moments ago, he had 3 big pods. He's now down to none and just a shield fish. This is not looking good. Vert and Reed have to back out here. It's against Ayo, Liam, and Toronto, and they're going for the chase here. Typhoon Blade in hand. Full health as well to work with, and oh no, Ree and company rotate right into Shadow, Tyler, and Kurt's team. A very, very sound team out of the Flooded Frogs.
Yeah, you can see Reed all by himself now. Vert was taken down with less than 50 HP, trying to continue to separate himself. He's hoping almost that that other team does crash. Be a distraction. Give him an opportunity to get on out, because if he can sneak away Vert's reboot card where the zone's pulling, if he moves towards the north, that will be his opportunity to try to get it back. But it's all about survival here. Curve, Tyler, Shadow trying to go ahead and put pedal to the metal, get a little bit aggressive. Not necessarily for the eliminations, but they loot that they know is down there.
Yeah, this is all of Vert's old gear right here.
Oh, shit.
He's sitting right on top of right now. Tries to fire back, doesn't really find anything. It's almost a full reset at this point. I wonder what's going through the team comms right now of Ayo, Toronto, and Liam here, who've got the surge that they're looking for. Got plenty to work for an end game, but have insisted on sticking around. Curve, Tyler, and Shadow a little too long, and they seem to not like that. They're giving them a lot of shots down here now as they're pushing them out of the drop.
And they started this game in 12th place on the leaderboard. You got to think that's around 7th place after their 5-game winners are already in the Major 1 finals. So they still have a point differential to overcome, and they need to keep in the back of their mind. They do not have to get desperate. This is only game 4. There is going to be a whole nother game left, and if they continue to play their cards right, they'll at least be in the bubble.
Mason Donnie chance here. I'm up top, and look, no one's come to the arena here.
Oh, this song is waiting.
Typically, I love the idea
Look
of
at me,
going up
next
there. You see
appointment.
a lot of our top teams in typical weeks, especially in the Division Cups, go up there, try to get it. But so far today, I haven't really seen going up there being a huge impact to the game. And game prior, we saw Hayar and his trio go up there. Monster, they were down on Surge. They were forced to just kind of cannonball into another team, and they eventually got taken down for it. So I can see the shift with things not necessarily playing their way in terms of teams going up on that island to maybe go against it.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? You go up there, and if you don't find the surge tags, I mean, you can easily fall behind, given the unorthodox position, right? It's not something you can practice very consistently either.
Oh,
so
no.
Andrew, though, Jinkinson get pushed out of the lobby, falling to the hands of what seems to be Eddie and another trio nearby. So much going on here for teams staying outside the zone right now. We have way too many trios kind of entertaining this fight here. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Jacob, Eddie ratting his way through the box, trying to see what's going on. Finds Sin there, who was distracted by another team, and that is exactly what can happen should you stay inside the storm for too long.
Almost seemingly got a taste of his own medicine with the Typhoon Blade. Luckily for him, hey, staying alive as a solo. It's all about the points here. With one more game left, anything can happen just like that. Walkers goes down. Larson 20 quickly trying to go and get it, but they close the distance quick. That's Blake, that's Cease, that's Jack. These are experts. They know how to take advantage of timing. Moving into the box, they have full control. 3v2, trying to force some players down and separated them once more. Down goes 20, down goes Walkers. Larson's left by himself.
And this is what makes Chapter 6 so exciting to watch. These Oni masks coming out into play here. You find the knock, you can find yourself being collapsed upon that quickly there. And look at Larson begging to escape.
Do another posture check, Jack.
From the side, but Jack, Cease, and Blake are going to be super happy about this. It looks like they found themselves 2 eliminations. Plenty of gear here to work their way through. And now they can focus on making a nice, easy rotate here. Other teams already shooting their Oni mask out as well. Cease, knowing better than to stick too close to them. He's going to go straight to beeline in to the new zone here.
I just saw on the feed too, I think Reed's down and out. They have to go again in that last game. Just the unfortunate thing is they got a good amount of eliminations for those points. It's just the placements. They don't start ticking into around top 17, so they got to sit and watch and hope any team below them on that leaderboard goes down earlier than they would hope themselves.
Clicks, Batman Boogan and Yamzo have the most damage done by any team here, and this game is really flexing it. Look at the takedown right here. Very well played, well executed.
Oh, and stretching. It's your daily stretches.
803. Good position in towards the center of the zone, opening up towards the north. Got at least one full team on the top of the island. Munker looking like he was kind of gliding his way through. He goes down. Another player, Kaz, goes down, trying to go for the elimination or gets it down onto Vibes. It's just a trades back and forth. That's what's going down in the sky. But down low, Clicks, Batman, Boo, and Yamzo consistently trying to claim space at the edge of these zones.
It's looking good right now. Just see what happens when Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo start to loosen up after they've kind of realized that they've done everything they needed to do as far as this format's concerned, and now they're just bringing it to the rest of the lobby here. Almost looking to be a runaway train here now. Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo might just be setting themselves up to win this game. That refresh there wouldn't surprise me now if they just put all their focus into high ground. Take a look from what's going on here.
Holy
for
shit,
Curve, Tyler,
we
and
just
Shadow.
got
They end up
oh
catching out
god
right there. He held on for a
triple
long
team,
time,
bro.
but not enough to get placement points there. And you saw the stat before. The qualification mark for EU was 173. That means Ree and company will need a 60, 70-ish point game. That's if the points are even reflective. Similarly here for the NA region. So that's a huge ask for Revert and Ritual there, Bryce. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're talking about it throughout the day so far and leaving it to the last and final game. Obviously, that's not the plan. That's just the situation that they're in. See visuals, Braids trying to take control down below. Eddie's finally spotted out. Luckily, he at least has Nyx there trying to stay alive, but they're just getting pushed left, right, to different angles right now. Just seemingly too much for them to overcome, but thankfully, there's a whole nother third party that just works in the favor of Clix. Batman, Booga, and Yamso continuously able to catch Nyx off guard and solidify another elimination.
Yep, and it's the island team still shooting down from above, so Success that gives up that ultimate high positioning there. Come on down to Batman Booga's lair. And look at this, this puts them up at 7 eliminations. They're looking to drop a huge bomb this game right now. They're still working through. Into the edge of zone they go. Here comes the reset. Start setting themselves up. Void Oni mask him out. Still sticking to the outskirts, sticking to the congested areas. Not looking to get themselves isolated out. Meanwhile, fishing happening here for Hound and Aiden. I love what we've seen from this trio here. They've played really good Fortnite so far.
This is really thinking outside of the box. Just throwing it far down as possible. At Floppers, better than nothing. But Yamso and Clix, they lost Batman Booga. Stuck as a duo. They already have 8 eliminations. Remember, their spot is all but secured. But you really want to prove that you're one of the top teams. Get that victory royale, which in turn would probably give another team down below them a secured spot. But only time will tell if they can make magic happen here as a duo.
Well, if there's a team that can do it, it's definitely this one right here. Especially if they get to pick up some of the scraps here. So more material for Yamso and Clix. This is what happened though. Amplified ends up bouncing his way into the box with the blades. This trio ends up getting some exchanges there. Meanwhile, Visuals, Braids, and Aminish on the move right now. First to get to the new zone here. Set up pretty comfortably, but a gray Sentinel shotgun. It's going to be hard to work with, but Visual's going to go for high ground. Up he goes. Metal's coming out. Another team ends up landing up above, and they're just full on looking to fight for this one. Aminish is up top as well, so Visuals, Braids, and Aminish are the first to secure high ground here, coming into zone 9 here shortly.
Yeah, that was Cease, Blake, and Jack that were looking like toying with the idea of contesting them for that high ground, but good for them. They at least got the front side of the zone. Everybody else is going to have to make their way there. Even that Solo on the outskirts by himself, just trying to survive, get as many points as possible, because at this stage in the game, the placement points are going to start rolling in.
That's what I expect of Tyler, Curve, and Shadow, though. Very experienced trio, teams that have played for years on end here and have just continued to show up finals after finals. Look at this rotate right here, taking full advantage of the Void Oni mask to get right in front here. And they're only just starting to use them now, so things have gone relatively well for them. Same can't be the set for Sales, who's out of this trio right now. Encrypted shots from the top as well. And this is where the pressure really starts to set in here. End game of Fortnite, it's what we all look forward to. This is what keeps us in the game, it's what keeps us hooked here. But it is also the most difficult to navigate, especially in a trio setting here.
Oh, it's tough. That is so tough. High ground, they're trying to orb to the front side of zone, but high ground picked them as their focus. It's not going to be easy. Clix, Yamso, they use that as a distraction. They make their way to the front side of zone. No real hard match for them to utilize. So the dangers around every team nearby is definitely going to be real.
Look at this. You got Blake, Cease, and Jack as well. Pinching right behind Clix and Yamso, though they have to be careful. Shots are coming in. It's from that trio just there, and they find Clix. Yamso forced to ditch his teammate here.
Oh shit.
Typhoon Blade taking him straight
Oh, just
across now.
Solo.
Meanwhile, Visual, Braids, and Aminish, no contestation for the team up top. Couple of teams looking to finally chop them down now, but does seem like they've secured themselves just enough time to go ahead and keep the pressure up here from up above. Meanwhile, Yamso just racking up points here on the low ground. Down goes Curve, and it's just all flex from this point on. Up he goes here.
This is big, bro. Yamso is just looking a little bit different on this trio. The IGL, the main star, he's everything that the team could hope for and more, picking up big points. But Tyler, Shadow, they're moving on the other side. Zone after zone, they find themselves on the back line. That elimination is big, because now you get the Siphon, you get the HP.
Oh shit, they got one to the shot and he was waiting. One shot, but I was pretty sure off.
Now the second elimination comes through. Siphon, more time in zone. This could be his chance.
And his health is still ticking. He must have ate something there for a moment to keep him up in the game. This Siphon just keeping alive there ever so slimly. But hold up. Visual Braids unminished. All focus has to go on this team that might just be setting themselves up for a Game 4 win now. A single elimination. No refreshes found just yet. And this is what we talk about. You start to gas out come the end game if you can't find a refresh.
Yep, Visual and Braze, one of those duos of the past that you know you can always count on to have a big moment. Now they add a Minish to the roster, and they're seemingly in the driver's seat for this game. Down below, gets a knock onto one. Him and Encrypted are doing everything that he can as a solo. Splashes coming out, and they have to choose a different rotation with his own pulling in. They only have a few seconds. They're trying to cut short. Opportunity at a flank, and a Blessing with his own cutback.
Or I'm thinking Visuals still has a full loadout. Water Sprite. Chug splashes everything to work with. Death is gonna fall down the low ground. And Minish actually falls too, tries to jump down for the refresh, and that might just be the throw here. He might have just made the most critical mistake here for his trio now, leaving them as a duo. Mason still full trio there with Donnie on that mid-ground layer. I still see Cease and Blake in this game as well. Jack is knocked here. They've been the disruptors on the low ground. Can they take down Joshy and his entire team now? This is going to be a big, big moment now for Cease to prove that he still has it. What can he do now? Swings around the side here, blocks him out, but no, can't make the edit. They're waiting for him. He goes, it's risky, and down he falls. Joshy's going to be happy about that one. Look at this. They're pushing 10+ eliminations now.
They might be the only full trio left in this game as well. Scissor, Magma, Joshies, making sure to take advantage of the timing being right and cleaning up a few more eliminations. Inside of the top 3 we go. Inside of the top 2, 3v1. It's Donnie by himself on the high ground. They have ample opportunity with dropping him down. 3v1 situation. Donnie gets one. Siphon just in the nick of time. He's staying alive, trying to draw more. Another down. Donnie, can he do it? Yes, he can.
It was a 1v3.
Just did it. He made the
Clutch.
clutch in history.
Holy shit, that's a W clutch, bro. W clutch, that's the 1v3.
Major 1 finals.
Yo.
With a spectacular clutch for his trio there. And you
W.
can tell that it really meant everything. And Siphon was going to be the decision factor there to keep him in the game, keep his health ticking. And then that second knock came through. Oh my gosh, Jacob, it just doesn't get better than that. Take a look at it one more time.
Yeah, raise your hand if you thought Donnie was done. And if I look out
Let's
right
look
now,
at this again. Look at that. The 1v3.
Raised. In this situation,
Boom.
it's tough.
Get the Siphon.
2v2, but this is the first one right there. Nobody else pushed him, which allowed
Yep.
Donnie to get the
Another Siphon.
And that shot right there, the one pump, that was the difference maker. He didn't even need to peek out for the 3rd elimination because the Storm did the job for him. Welcome to the Major 1 Finals. Donnie, Mason, and Chance. That was one big game with so much to break down. There's only 3 people I trust. Zeke, Kelly, Vivid. Take it away.
Yeah, that's the clutch. That's clutch.
Donnie? What in the world was that 1v3 clutch? Donnie?
Yo.
Calm down, bro. Oh my gosh, there's no world.
Yo,
where that should have
W.
gone the way that it did. And Donnie, calm, cool, collected, clutches up in those final few moments. And just think too, we had 2 games left to go. Okay, this is a situation in which Donnie just goes, hey, do you guys want to go to Major 1 Finals? Yeah, sure, hold on, just let me just 1v3 this trio that is dominating the lobby real quick. Oh yeah, we'll just find our seats on the bus, why not?
I mean, the story for this trio is crazy. Donnie, Mason, Chance literally formed up right before the play-ins. They get the 3rd seed out of Group 1, and so everyone kind of put them on a pedestal. But before that game, they were sitting around 15th place in placements. It didn't look like they were going to make their way through consistency. So to be able to steal height as a solo player and then 1v3 Vivid, I
Crazy.
can't believe it.
Wow,
Look at that.
Donnie,
Boom.
what
Knocked.
a moment.
Knocking down
Starting out
Siphon.
2025
Bam.
over here on NAC with a bang. Played it to perfection as well.
Oh.
Found himself 2 isolated 1v1s and then boxed up, knowing that the third player was likely going down to the storm soon anyway because they had that Siphon ticking. I mean, that was played to perfection. That's a highlight for the ages. Congratulations to Donnie.
You're a goat, Donnie. What else could we say? That was an unbelievable performance. Just to again be in that situation, no builds, no nothing, and you just go 1, 2, 3, victory royale. You will be finding yourselves in the major finals alongside your trio. Unbelievable stuff. With that being said, though, we are going to go to a short break. When we return, we'll break down more of the action we just saw from game number 4. See you soon.
That was a pretty insane, crazy 1v3, bro. Oh, chat. I also wanted to let you know, I'll be back streaming on Wednesday. Yep, I'll be back streaming on Wednesday, and I'm gonna stream Marvel Rivals. I'm gonna grind their rank matches. I want to see how, and this is the first time I'm playing Marvel Rivals rank. I want to see how it is and see if I can grind to the highest rank. We'll see how I do. Wait. Oh wait, let me.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam. I know we just went to a break. I'm
Oh my God. Oh, wait, no, wait. Oh no, solo cash. Oh, solo. Wait, solo cash cup is on Wednesday, the 5th. The 5th. Oh, what did change? Damn, they're having random days. Oh man.
He just took his trio to the FNCS Major Finals with this performance. I mean, this is just crazy, Kelly.
This is why Siphon needed to be back, okay? I mean, all props to Donnie. He played that so well.
Damn, I was gonna play. Damn, I was gonna play Marvel Rivals rank on Wednesday, but solo cash cups on Wednesday. Solo cash cups on Wednesday, and so yeah, change of plans. On Wednesday, I'm gonna play. I'll be back streaming playing Fortnite solo cash cups on Wednesday. So yeah, change of plans. I didn't know it started in a solo cash cup was on Wednesday. So I'll play that. So I'll reschedule my Marvel Rival stream to a later date. I'll be back, but I'll be back streaming on Wednesday for solo cash cup. Hey, what's up, JC? What's up, bro? Yeah, chat. So I'll be back streaming on Wednesday for solo cash cup.
Pulled off that crazy clutch, and now they have earned themselves a spot. But now as we start to kind of take a look at this, what you would call top 5, right? 5th down through 9th as it stands right now. Clicks, Batman, Booga, Iamzo have just been putting on a clinic, and they're currently tied with Visuals, Braids, and Aminished, which is like actually insane. You know, we've been watching Iamzo with these solo clutches now for 4 games, or really like, you know, it's just Iamzo doing Iamzo things by himself. It's crazy that it feels like, you know, every FNCS, there's always like a trio or a duo in this case that's like, just had like power. And now it's just Iamzo. You give him the medallion and he's just unstoppable.
Yeah, and we really got to see kind of a more traditional play style from Clix, Batman, Booga, and Iamzo in this game. You can see that they didn't have any issues with Storm Surge here. They had a lot of early eliminations, and a bit of that was kind of a double-edged sword. We saw them chase really early on, far into the storm, and part of me wonders if maybe they were using up a little bit too much material, using up some of their extra heals there. But obviously they're able to recover from that, make it into the end game, but unfortunately still not able to clutch up that victory royale.
Yeah, a big change in pace here from this trio, right? I mean, I talked about it multiple times. Going into like 7th, 8th zone, they were typically getting like their first elimination there. But as you can see right now, 8th zone, they had 10 eliminations, working on number 11 right there. So they were definitely going into this game with the intention of getting a little bit more aggressive, maybe filling out the lobby, feeling confident they had already qualified for the finals. Maybe they decided to have a little bit more fun with things, or just try a different, you know, play style, one that they also know that they can play, but maybe they felt they need a little bit more practice on it and wanted to try it out that game.
I think that's fair, considering like in the future we will likely see Peterbot in these lobbies, right, in Major 1 finals. So when you've got Peterbot running around and eliminating the lobby, you got to think, okay, maybe Iamzo is that answer, right? Maybe Iamzo is the guy to at least put him on tilt just enough that you can kind of make something happen. But again, we'll have to see. I appreciate that we at least get to see the gameplay, right? Like, yeah, they could have got a VR and that would be it. We wouldn't get to see Iamzo doing what Iamzo does. So in some ways, I'm thankful we got to see this. I also want to highlight here Aminished, Braids, and Visuals as well. Just these guys being tied, these guys holding height as much as they have. It has just been an unbelievable day of Fortnite, but I'm getting word. We're jumping right back into the action. Game number 5. We need a VR.
Game, last game of NCS NA.
Take it away.
For the last time today in Group 1, we have a chance for somebody to try to make history. It may not be as exciting as that last game, but who knows? FNCS and Fortnite continues to surprise me.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You don't know how the games are going to end, especially now. We get to celebrate Siphon in the mix there, really making for exciting moments. What we expect as well as a community. So it couldn't be better for Major 1 to have a definitive Game 4 moment like that. But again, Game 5 is here. I'm looking at the standings and I'm thinking you are going to need a win, and hopefully someone else can take one and push you up. So let's see it for game number 5.
As we traverse through this final game of the day, the final game of Group 1, there is about a 45-point lead from that last and final spot through consistency. So if you're any of those teams that you've 50, 60, 70 points out, you have to go for a win in both standards to get the points and to get that spot in finals.
Yeah, the only other case scenario is that a team inside, basically the 5th through 10th seeded spot right now, wins, and then that gap really does change, and it will make a nail-biter 10th spot open up. So we will see, but first, you have to survive the drop. Demon's Dojo's been a tough draw spot throughout the day for other teams here. The Beast Champion and Dracet being one of the first to fall every single game here. This time, though, they have to drop on higher. They are going to have the lead. The shots come in from Aiden and Hound. Can they get the trades here? This is the worst we've seen them, and this is arguably the worst time for them to have such a tough spot.
Yeah, starting this game with 172 points. They're essentially in that 4th place spot out of 5 that go through inconsistency, and a huge turnaround in this game plan because it's typically them on top, them asserting their dominance, and now they have to play from the back foot. That full trio just taking full control, and you see them immediately trying to take down Medallion. That might be their golden opportunity, the distraction that they need to get their teammate back.
And that's the thing. No one is safe right now, especially if you're someone like Aiden Howden higher, who are only, you know, in the 9th spot. Very contentious drop off there. Let's see it though. Aiden Howden just gonna look to live to see another day here as they're back off. Beast Recept and Champ will have options. They can spitefully sit on that card if they want to and make it all the more harder. Meanwhile, it's a quick highlight what's going on for Cease Blake and Jack here. Jack comes through, wins it all in the end for his teammates here. He will be able to save Blake and Cease. Very nicely done. They've continued to perform well. We saw them in that last end game, so a finals seat might just be up on the menu here.
They're not too far off, 121. About 50 points out from the start of this game, and you got to give Jack his flowers. When it comes to those off-spawn fights, Monster, more times than not, he's been coming up clutch, but the fights will continue around the map. Twinkle Terrace, that's our location. A switch up from Colazzo and his trio, leaving it to the last and final game to try to make a play, and already you can see one player down on the enemy team, but he is by himself as a solo.
Yeah, Piem, Vertex, and Colazzo have had a very difficult tournament run so far. Colazzo though looking to fully commit into the box, but no, couldn't take down Baloney there. And back to the lobby he stands himself. So last chance qualifier will be his only opportunity now. We'll see for when that chance comes. But here, I mean, this .exe trio gets to live to see another day. We'll see what happens.
Yep. You can see them kind of going outwards, those water sprites. Could use those, try to get a lot of heals. And depending if there's a shrine, which I thought I saw one nearby, they could replenish it. Back in full force. Reed, Bryce, and Vert trying to go ahead and use this last game to try to avoid the last chance qualifier. Team, we talked about the experience, so they know the experience only means so much going through lobbies just like that. As they're trying to claim space, even with the player down, they know Eddie's gone on the other side, so it's a straight 2v2.
Crazy, this team's gotten into all types of fights here at the Magic Mosses. I mean, they were set out for a tough day either way, whether it's Demon's Dojo or switching it up here for Magic Mosses. Eddie, Lix, and Nick there have had a very, very hard time finding their footing here for this Group 1 stage. Vert, Reed, and Bryce, I mean, unfortunately, really for them falling last game, they could have used those points there to really make this last one closer, but it's going to come down to the wire for them. They're going to need a pop-off and a full top 3 endgame likely in order to make a top 5 spot.
So many teams are kind of stuck in that very, very similar situation. It's essentially turned into like a mini reboot round win, and you're in for a lot of these teams further down on that leaderboard, but still an opportunity I hope to take advantage of. From one fight to the next, though, only a short breath of fresh air for that team. As you see, 2 more trios close in the distance, but they end up interacting with each other. Clicks, Yamzo, Batman Booga. That's Tyler, that's Curve, and Shadow on the other side. Full box fight about to break out.
And I told you, these 5 games go by so fast. I can't believe we're at the end of the road here. Yamzo, Clicks, and Batman Booga looking to collapse in on Tyler and Curve. Shadow gets punished by a third party on the outskirts, and their team has to double back here to back them up. It's not looking good.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yamzo cuts off Curve, finds the tag there, really starts to set himself up for success here, but unfortunately couldn't get the full finish, and now he's turning back on the gas pedal here. Fully face checking this trio, no respect given to Shadow, Curve, and Tyler.
They're so healthy right now. They know they can take a shot, so they can continue to kind of pin their heads up against these walls to try to break their way in. Tyler's just trying to converge, get out while he can, but he gets knocked, caught off guard. His 2 teammates are ready to try to disengage on out. The Yamzo is going to be that turnaround player in this fight from where it started on the low ground to being able to get that elimination on the high ground, but more and more teams crash in this location.
I can't believe Reet is here as well. Like, are we seeing, like, early instances, early strategy of what Yamzo, Clicks, and Batman Booga plan to do in finals? Will they actually push
Flooded Frogs and go for an early clash, right? Up against the team Peterbot that should be landing here. This is crazy. I do feel like we're watching a lot of their strategies come out a little early here. Reet and crew have to recognize that they are going against one of the most dangerous teams in this lobby right now. There's no way they don't know.
Yeah, what makes them all the more dangerous is what they have nothing to lose. If they go down here, they're still in the Major 1 finals, so they can continue to play as aggressive as they want. Reet going for an alternate angle, but doesn't find what he sees. He has the only shotgun, only 2 shots, as opposed to the Sentinel pump. Even Bryce is running out of ammo with his pump shotgun.
Look at him trying to
Yeah, he is.
wait it out there, but yeah, the disengage comes out. They end up giving it up here. Yamzo pushing in instead of disengaging with Batman Booga. Bryce has got these players on his tail here. Reet caught up by himself, and no, the Oni mask comes through. It does seem like they buy themselves a little bit of a window, but the relentless pursuit now from Clix, Yamzo, and Batman Booga is definitely
chasing.
one that's going to need to be studied for a second.
Yeah, and back in my mind, I was thinking, hey, they can continue to chase him because disengage is almost like a sign of weakness. But then I just got a little glimpse of the materials and how much resources they actually have. And it does look like both of these teams might need to farm up just a little bit before they take another fight.
Well, Reed, Bryce, and Vert need this way more than obviously Clix and Yamzo, Batman Booga do, given that they have all the points that they need. This is a much more fair team for them to take on here on the outside. Let's jump on over to the other side, though. Schizo and Magma, team that seemingly came out of nowhere. They had 10-plus eliminations last game, running things up in the low ground, finishing up towards that top 3.
And this
all around. Go ahead.
Almost every single year, there's one team out of nowhere. They might not be the most known. A lot of people might not necessarily give them the most respect, but they come in the FNCS. They take these opportunities as they come, and there's somebody that you really got to start to watch out for. And we've seen it before. You know, even Batman Booga is one of those players coming from West, and now he's on one of the best teams in the region.
Undoubtedly. Meanwhile, Ducky stacks Cube here, fishing off the loadout, trying to get things situated. This is in the midst of the Mass Meadows. You can see where definitely there are other teams sitting around, and no. Vert gets taken out here. Oh, they end up clashing with Eddie in the trio there. Probably didn't realize that they were just next to them. And this is a very desperate situation for Reet to be in now. I mean, where do you think this goes here?
But you see what he did right there. He activated the Sprine. What that does is kind of let you know where every sprite is in a nearby vicinity. So he activates it, goes straight for a water sprite, trying to get the HP heal so that way they can last longer in the zone. It's realistically their only play because having shields will only take you so far if the zone continues to pull towards the south.
You know, we know Reet's got a med kit to work with as well. But yeah, they're just going to have to wait this one out. Take a look at the replay, the highlight here, Larson, 20, and Walkers. This is a team I expected to be much higher in overall points, but they've kind of struggled to find themselves into a win condition. Meanwhile, Aiden and Hound holding on to their 9th spot ever so barely here. Oh, look at the light material count as well. Just trying to put themselves outside of the reboot van here, but there's a team up on the mountain. Likely looking down here, yep. Seeing the curses turn. They've gotten full-on visuals here.
Essentially 7th place on the consistency leaderboard, 12th place overall. This is where it gets tough. Because even if he does have the reboot card, Monster, the zone is pulling over in this direction. So it's not going to be easy to get it in zone. And then looking around as a solo, as of now, even though his teammate's still alive, people will notice that. Especially Death Cells and Encrypted. They're on the mountain just above him. So if they see him as a solo going for a reboot, the potential for them to push is high.
Yeah, look at this. He ends up backing off there. He didn't even try to stick the reboot. Shots are coming in. He's thinking he might get dived on. And that's the thing with Oni Mask being into play. The moment you do decide to fully commit, you could get jumped down so fast. That's what's going through Reet's mind there. Or Aiden's mind, sorry.
Okay. From one team that's trying to get a reboot to another team that solidified the reboot with Reet back in the game. along with Vert and Bryce. They're giving themselves a fighting chance. You can see they have a fishing rod. They have 6 splashes, more than enough HP to make it to the zone. It's all about what you're going to do when you get there, because you got to imagine going down this early in the game, every other team being proactive for Storm Surge. That might be the weak link in your game plan so far.
Yeah, off in the distance they go. Meanwhile, on battle here at the Warriors Watch. What is going on right now? As we got a trio just sitting this one out here. You have Terom down below, looking to make a move right now, and it does seem like the team that was sitting around is backed off. At the brutal boxcars though, Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Yamzo keeping on the pressure here. Reinitiating the fight onto Shadow, Tyler, Curve.
Now with the zone pulling towards the east and the south, almost guarantees a parallel rotation walking through. As they're trying to focus out Clicks right now. He's on a different layer. This is a good opportunity for them, especially since they are in zone, not taking too much damage. Right now, Yamzo is taking a little bit of that storm damage, little by little. Clicks as well, but that's just all for the angles. The sacrifice that they're willing to make, so hopefully this is all worth it.
Yamzo is crazy for that. He saw opening, he almost went for it. Oni Mask comes out here. Yep, I was going to say Curve's got to get out of there. It's going to be too late. They're looking to cut them off, and this does just look to be like practice at play here. More than anything else. Clicks, Yamzo, Batman, Booga don't need it, but they're putting on a show right now. Yamzo gets punished. Oh no, ooh. Clicks gets punished as well. Wait a second. They're going to have to stop and really heal now, really dig one into the trenches here. Shadow 1X going up for the high ground. He's got the wall. He knows where they're at. He sees the visual splash effects, but take this shot to try to probably get out here.
Yeah, repositions with his team. Throws the orb, hopefully trying to get an additional angle. With the zone being this close, as of now, it's not too bad, but you can see it starting to move in, which is going to put all of these players on a timer. And I do believe they're going to continue to try to rotate next to each other. Not because they want to, because there's no other options.
Yeah, look at this. Being even conservative with the chug splashes now. So they're probably going to be looking to use this water sprite here. Yep, they have a couple of them. It's the little things that end up taking you further and further.
Haven't seen this one play a huge role so far in today's games, but we know in the right hands with the right moment, having that Wanderer's Medallion could definitely be a game changer, especially since it has been uncontested. You get the extra loot, the medallion. This looks like another team just trying to orb up there and steal it for a second.
I was gonna say, wait, someone shot from the other side and definitely got the last hit there. Luckily, it doesn't really affect anything here.
Interesting decision to use the Typhoon Blades over Oni Mask, but sometimes that's just a luck of the draw. Sometimes I've even seen teams with a Void Mask, a Kinetic Blade, and a Typhoon Blade. Sometimes you just got to use what you can. But they're still on the hunt for more eliminations. They find a whole player separated from the rest of his team, quickly scrape that one up, get that elimination with ease. Just trying to pad stats, essentially, at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't seen too much Kinetic Blade in action right now. Typhoon definitely is going to be the favorite amongst the stars. Sees Blake and Jack have been in their drop this entire time, by the way. They're just now starting to get out.
But Jack winning those off-spawn fights and getting Surge early on, it kind of allows them to. Really all depends on the zone, where it pulls, kind of forcing them out of that spot sooner than later than we would hope. Especially since right now, if they continue to move towards the south, they would go to a hopeful slow side of the zone. They have a launch pad on the mountain. They have a lot of options to try to get towards the zone, even if it is going to be so far away.
Back to fishing here. This is the best way for you to kind of, recover from a bad situation. As long as you got an Oni Mask and a fishing rod, you are more or less safe. Ooh, team fully positioned up in the Storm Tower in the distance. Meanwhile, Clicks, Batman, Boogie, Yamzo still fighting teams. No! Who is this? Champo, but I see Reed's name there in the distance too. What is going on right now?
Beast is here. A lot of teams in this kind of general area right now. Seaport City becoming a hot spot. As Batman, Booga, Yamza, and Clicks are kind of starting up the action here once again.
You see them even claiming space in front of their opponents, doing whatever they can to cut them off. And I feel like this is kind of the vibe of their season. They set an FNCS point record already, the #1 spot. I think it was like 1350 or something like that. And now they're really just trying to assert their dominance. I feel like this is, right now for Clicks, Yamzo, and Batman Booga, this is a group right now, even possibly the rest of the season, a chance to really prove what they're actually worth.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we were hanging out in the call watching the games live when they dropped that record. Oh, and all this is not looking good for them right now, but Curve is going to get traded this time. They're inside of his builds, though, so Clix' team does have the advantage here. Maybe up to him to play defensively now. They go for the double pickup. Water Sprite's down. Another team jumps down. Tyler, Shadow, Reet, Bryce, Vert getting in the mix here. Champo is trying to jump in as well and put his shots down. This is just a messy, messy fight.
Especially with more and more teams coming in, it's just going to get exponentially harder, especially with the zone moving towards the south. Eventually, they're all going to have to try to disengage and get out. Shadow and Tyler lost Curve, so it's not going to be as easy for them. They're going to have to toy with the idea to get the reboot on back, but they're going to have to wait for these teams to disengage and start to make their way out of this spot in order to have that be a possibility. 1400 damage for Clicks, Yamzo, and Batman Booga. We know rotation is going to be the first thing on their mind.
Yeah, it looks like Bryce, Vert, and Reet were the first to move here. Caught on the bush right now. I actually don't even see where Reet's at. They're moving past Toronto's team. Yeah, a lot. Look at how many players have to rotate right now. Look at this. They're taking a nice scenic break here to fish up a couple more items for the road. There's Reet as we catch a glimpse just off in the distance, pairing up with his trio. None of them are safe, by the way.
This is just tough right now for Hound and Aiden, because with how good of a day they've had so far, now is not the time to go down outside of the bubble. 500 below the threshold. Active surge. It's all stacking up against them right now, one in front of another. But you can see it's being his loadout. You can see it all visually in his loadout. Not a singular weapon. All heals. Mobility. It's
So you're going, oh, dude, all heals, no guns.
Below the threshold.
What are we watching right now? Aiden,
I've only seen this one
time.
Hasn't earned any.
There's a sword, but that's not how much that will do. Gun.
Right now and said, you know what?
Is it wraps?
Storm Surge out. I'm gonna get to healing here, and he's got Shieldfish to go, but that's not gonna keep him up. Oh my gosh, almost a misplay there, taking the Shieldfish over the flopper, but he lands himself on some old loot. Doesn't find any extra heals to work with. Finds extra. Is that a kinetic blade or no?
He has both. Yeah, he has both.
Yeah,
Kinetic blade, Typhoon blade.
He picked up there.
Okay, now he has a gun.
Some firepower to work with here.
He needs some tags.
All he really has. Hey, if two teams start fighting out there, he could probably try to focus them and use that to try to get his surge. And the biggest blessing for him is it's going to deactivate for now, but he knows in the back of his mind, once it turns right back on, he has to start being proactive.
This is the power of the kinetic blade right here. You sleep on it all you want.
No.
Being able to dash across is definitely huge. Meanwhile, Clicks is down. Batman Booga is down. Yamzo left to fend for himself here. A fight gone sour in the storm there. Meanwhile, Aiden still on the move right now, letting his kinetic blade just recharge up, trying to get his dashes going. Not the best, but still very, very useful.
That's not necessarily only bad for Clicks and his trio. If you were one of those teams further down on the leaderboard hoping that one of those top 5 teams qualified, which would open up and turn another spot, that's one team that is in shambles right now. Kissing that opportunity goodbye is Magma Scissor. Second place, almost there. Unfortunately, it was Donnie's 1v3, but they're finding these opportunities not only to get eliminations, but to stay above the damage threshold. And you can see where they're at right now. They desperately need it.
Doing very well though. They have a lot of points here, keeping it all the more closer for any team just trying to hold on for consistency. Skizor, Magma with 1 HP right now from the Storm Surge. Skizzo's got a mini, by the way. He's not even giving it to his teammate. He's like, nah, bruh. Oh, there it is.
you're one shot anyway.
Yeah.
It's not gonna help. Oh, he's out of builds. He can't even hold on to the top cover.
Oh no.
He has to really rely on his teammate and the timing to try to stay alive there. 40
Only
above,
Nash in
Shadows
hand.
40 below.
Shadow's now looking good. Shadow's down. It's up to Tyler. No points earned for this team either. Wait, there's a lot of teams that haven't earned points in this game. And look at how late into the round we are right now. I mean, anything can still happen. Meanwhile, Magma, Josh, and Skizzer technically have an opportunity now to jump up past those trios.
I think it was about a 30-ish point lead for Curve, Tyler, and Shadow going into this game. So they gotta hope, they gotta watch. And right now, up until that point, it was mainly just elimination points going across the board. Now is where the placements are gonna start to tick in. Most of them being inside of the top 8 and even more inside of the top 5.
Let's see it. Magma falls there. He barely had anything work. Skizzer's by himself. He's on the run here. Just trying to stay alive and earn any placement point possible. He's getting completely focused out. Into a box he goes. This could be a chance, but no. He gets sent back to the lobby. Frozen in time. 215 points or so is going to be locked in. Meanwhile, Bryce, reinvert the dream, is still alive here. This is where all the points start to add up, and they're already at 5 eliminations.
I think you said it in the last game as well. They needed about 50-ish, 60 points, almost the win with eliminations there on top. They started 45 points down. They need to start to pick up the pace here. With this end game going down, you know those eliminations and the opportunities will naturally present themselves. They just got to take advantage of those key opportunities.
Well, 3 more points earned with every team that falls now. Things are going to start racking up really quickly here. They just need a top 5, a couple more eliminations, but hold up. Full-on fight breaks out. Bryce cuts to the other side here, taking a side angle. They got the knock. The finish comes through. It's onto Team Diminished. A very much close competitor of theirs on the standings there, but no, they lose Reet in the mix here. Can they pick him up for the save? No, the finish comes through. Visuals is going to secure the elimination. Back and forth. Bryce and Bert are having to go here.
Visuals is already inside of the bubble. Bryce and Bert are not. They have to disengage, continue moving forward. They got what loot that they can. Bert's trying to go ahead and solidify some sort of a position, but there's another player on the other wall that he forces to try to disengage on out. And this is the key for Bert and Bryce right now. Stay away from that ultimate low ground. That's where a lot of the chaos and destruction happens.
Hey, Vert's one of the best when it comes down to these endgame positions. We've seen him perform very exceptionally as a solo in a duo setting. We expect all the more. Toronto also just trying to hold on to dear life for his team. This is a great game for them as well, as they are putting 8 eliminations up on the board here, but it's going to come down to which one of these bubble teams can make the top 5, maybe even top 3, and force out someone else from the standing here. Blake is still alive in this game. This is our high ground team, Polis Power, and listen, right now playing for the win. They need this desperately here if they want to get themselves into the finals. Major 1 is really shaking up here for Group 1 now.
I can't believe it's only the first day of groups with so much more action to go next weekend, but this is the final game with Blake, Jack, and C's trying to control as much space as they can down below. They have the materials to do so. It's just this spot right here off the side of the mountain where they're all forced to crouch down, but they use it to find an opportunity on the Jing. Just damage, no knock. They have to continue to look for more.
Just getting more and more intense right now. Power, listen, Polis continue to maintain the high ground. They're starting to dash across here. Low ground looking all the more contested. Everyone fighting for their tournament standing. Jack is going to fall there. Cease and Blake have to clutch this one out. Meanwhile, Encrypted, Death, and Sales keeping their tournament alive. Eyeing up Blake, tracking Cease through the walls. This is the benefit of having these wooden walls here. Makes it so easy to track through, but Encrypted has to move quickly here. Out of material he goes. The knock comes through the scan, gives him a little bit of extra info. Meanwhile, Cease and Blake are still in this one here as well. 175. It is going to be so close for teams trying to pull in the top 10. It is really coming out to the wire now.
Trying to go for a little cheeky flank, and I think it works against them. Now taking so much damage. His own flank on the Vert. Vert does not get knocked, so that full team is down. Death and Sales, they go down as well. Encrypted trying to stay alive, but it ends up in this tough situation. C's trying to put the team on his back. There's only a few teams in front of him, and they all need the victory royale. On the high ground.
Look at this. Look at the high ground here. Listen, Cease on the low ground. Second. Last alive, it's a solo here. He's going toe-to-toe now. 3 3v1 Cease. We've already seen a clutch today. Can Cease come through? It's going to be so close, but in the end...
Look, we see another 1v clutch. 1v2, 1v2, 1v3. Yeah, W. Great EU and NA FNCS.
Having big and risky fights down early, and it really cost them a lot of their positioning in the game, and that's where a team like this sees high ground open, they take it, and they solidify a big win.
And you get to watch it back one more time from up above here. The shots, the highlights really starting to add up right now. And an excellent performance for Listen FN, who seemingly has risen out of nowhere. Conversations now are starting to focus in on this team. Congratulations to Power, Polis, and Listen. They will be securing match number 5 of the Group 1 for Major 1. Jacob, what do you think?
I think this is going to come down to nobody finishes even in the leaderboard, because we saw so many teams that were inside and outside of that bubble fighting for that last chance, trying to claw together whatever eliminations we can. But that's going to do it from myself and Monster Deepface, day 1 of groups, but we're going to throw it to our analysts to close out the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Jacob PR and Monster Deepface. Great cast on the day. I hate this part. This is where we're done. We're getting ready to say goodbye. We'll touch on a few things before we go, but man, Fortnite is crazy. And
Microsoft. But chat, that wraps it up for EU and NA FNCS Major 1. I think Group 2, Major 2 is playing on the 8th. I think it's on a Saturday. So I'll be doing a watch party on that.
That's what I wanted, but at the end of the day, Power, Listen, and Polis, they said, no. I know you guys are the old guard, but we're gonna go ahead and take away this victory royale. This is big for the trio, right? Because now they're going straight through to finals. They don't have to worry or even think about that last chance. They're set.
Yeah, and they played this just so straightforward, holding high ground from a later zone, being able to just take down anyone that tried to jump up and thwart them. But I love to see these newer trios. None of these players have ever actually made it into an FNCS finals, so very excited to kind of have an opportunity to highlight some of these newer trios to bring themselves to the forefront of competitive Fortnite.
Listen, I mean, Power. Wow, what an incredible clutch from this trio right there. They had
An insane clutch. 1v3. What was it again?
Right, their drop spot kind of opened up. But one thing that we didn't talk about all day was the fact that you can win a game all the way
1v3 clutch by Donnie.
And clutched up and got their final spot.
So wild. That's what makes these kind of games crazy, right? You never really know how it's going to end until that last victory out. And in some ways, you kind of want Bryce to win, right? If Bryce and Vert get that victory out, then we're looking at the top of the standings and going down. With this, you know, this last VR, that means that top may not change. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. First, we did want to remind you guys who has walked with the victory outs on the day. So we have a cool little graphic lined up to kind of break down everyone who won of the 5 games. Here at the top in game number 1, it was in fact Seek, G Monster, and Sid. Then we had Kicks, level 1 Crook, and Tottenham, Zeus, Creon, Tony. Donnie had the craziest clutch I think we've ever seen. He also posted his reaction on Twitter, so if you guys have time, go check it out. It's wild.
He said, "I'm the greatest Fortnite player." Oh my god.
Power, Listen, and Polis round us out. Overall, what do you guys think about the victory hours on the day?
It was awesome. I loved it, and especially obviously that 1v3.
So no, I'm the best fucking player. Oh my god, Donnie said.
Bring back the FNCS to the new year, the new chapter.
I mean, 5 games usually isn't enough to kind of give you all of the ways to sort of win a game, right? But I mean, we had, you know, teams that were able to hold high ground throughout all the moving zones. We had teams that were able to take high ground during some of the moving zones. And then, of course, we had that clutch victory royale as well from Donnie. So definitely an action-packed day. Group 1 delivered.
That's right. Now let's take a look at our top 5 who made it through consistency. Remember, it wasn't just the victory royales that sent us through. It's making in the top 5. Also in consistency. I wanted to see Cease and Blake get that victory out to punch the ticket, but guess what? They didn't even need to do that, baby. They're top 5.
Wow.
Let's go, Cease and Blake and Jack. Let's go. And at the top, Visual, Braids, and Diminish. We also saw them really ruling the high ground in many of these lobbies. I mean, these guys really showed us what a kind of finals lobby could look like.
That is insane. This is why you can never give up. Even in the final moments, the final game, it looks like you might be down. It looks like you might be too low to be able to get enough points to be able to qualify. But Cease, Jack, and Blake prove everyone wrong. And to just look at the names that we have here, these are a lot of the big names that everyone was giving credit to. Obviously, we have to take another quick look at Cease, Blake, and Jack. But I do want to give credit to Visuals, Braids, and Aminished. They played so well, having a 5th average placement throughout all the games. Their worst game was 11th place, but then after that first game, they were consistently in the top 5. And then, of course, Clicks, Batman, Booga, and Eamzo. We knew from the start of the game that they were going to be performing well. So glad to see that they are going to be rounding out the day in that 2nd place through consistency.
I mean, what a crazy clutch, though, from Cease. Being left as a solo. I mean, they weren't even really close to securing that top 5 consistency spot, like at all. It all came down to how many eliminations Cease actually picked up here in the very end as a solo. Pretty much carried them 100% of the way into that top spot because the team just right behind them was 195. So the point differential right there was just 10 points. Any of those eliminations weren't found and getting them bumped up in the 2nd place for Cease there, and they don't make it to finals. So what a clutch.
Unbelievable stuff, man. Again, that's why we'll keep saying this, right? You never know what happens until that last moment of the game, right? Again, shout out to C, shout out to Jack and Blake. We'll see you guys in the finals. But yeah, as we kind of start to look at maybe who missed out as we flip on over this page, 205 was that cutoff. We see 195 points going over. So it was a 10-point differential. And there's even a few names here, right? Like Reet, Bryce, and Vert. You know, they were super close. And had they just made just a few different decisions along the way, or maybe just different situations, they could have potentially made that. Really, like 25 points isn't that crazy. But, you know, they'll have to take it to the last chance qualifier there, right? Like, that's going to be its own different beast.
Yeah, you know that they got to be kicking themselves right now. They just did not have the game that they were hoping to, and we saw it during the play-ins too that Reet, Bryce, and Vert just weren't in the play. They weren't locked in. I'm feeling rough though. It says Peterbot on the screen, but Asian Jeff just missing out on qualifying. What an absolute shame.
Yeah, I mean, also, listen, 20 Walkers, Larson, another, couple of names there that we're used to seeing in some of these finals as well. They're not going to be finding themselves in the finals. So already, I mean, we could pick out some teams, right? Even Aiden, Hound, and Higher, who were playing pretty well throughout the early parts of the day. They didn't make it either. So already there's so many teams that are going into that last chance qualifier just out of group number 1. And we still got 2 more Group C. This is getting crazy.
It's wild, but that's what's exciting, right? Is now we get to look at these other groups and go, okay, what have you guys been doing? You've watched Group 1. How do you answer? What do your strategies look like, right? It's super exciting. What are you guys maybe looking forward to in the future next weekend when we come back for more action from the FNCS? Is there anything that maybe you're hoping to see more of, less of? What are your thoughts?
I want to see more 1v3s.
Yeah, me too.
I think next week I'm definitely looking forward to see Peterbot and Co. in action, right? Hot off of the Global Championships, ditching out on Pollo. FNCS for him is going to be kicking off next weekend, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table.
That's right. And again, no worries if your favorite trio didn't make it into the top 5 or get a VR this weekend. There is still the last chance qualifier. There is still hope left in the FNCS of major number 1. With that being said, we are pretty much wrapped up for today. We're back next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, for groups 2 and 3. That's a whole bunch of new trios coming in on each of those days. Victory Royales in the top 5 will see us through to the Major 1 finals. Fortnite fam, thank you so much for hanging out with us and doing this with us. We super appreciate y'all. And again, shout out to all the trios for competing and putting on some crazy stuff. Again, Donnie, I'm looking at you. Thank you guys so much. We love you. And as always, keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on that battle bus.
All right. So that wraps up EU and NA. Damn, crazy. Yeah. I want to see. Shoot, me too. I want to see more 1v3, 1v3s. That was so fucking awesome. All right, chat. So yeah, it's up for EU and NA. Now I'm gonna play a little bit of Fortnite. I'm gonna hop out. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit of Fortnite. Then I'm gonna hop off and for today's stream. I'll be back streaming on Wednesday for Solo Cash Cup. Okay, right back. Chat. I'll play a little bit. Then I'm gonna wrap up today's stream. That's cool. Oh yeah, so this is a new skin, the Air Superiority skin, or item bundle 1800 V-Bucks. This is like just a chrome, I was that Jaguar wearing Air Jordan hoodie. Got some kicks. Oh, the new Dunk emo is back. The Dunk emo is back. It's been like 1,000 days. Okay. Oh, you can let skin chat. I don't know. It's not it. Was this China? Oh, new skin. Yeah. Nice one. Rank reset. Wait, rank reset soon. New rank season in Reload will start on February 1st. Finish climbing the rank before our ranks reset. No, February 11. In 9 days. So yeah. I don't think I ever played Reload rank. Bro. How they have me so much, bro? Fuck. Where was a birds picked up? Can never be last. Gotta wanna fucking shoot, bro. Hey. Man, I'm gonna break this shit. I wanna break this mouse, bro. Don't wanna fucking shoot at all. I shoot the dick. I wanna break this mouse on the count. Cross.
I'm thinking me.
What the fuck? Oh, the ground. What the crab, bro? Not about too much. The fuck? Fucking Steve. Fuck Sting, what the fuck's your problem? Why the fuck you opened? Oh, sorry, I fucking closed you before I started my game. You. Fuck. You piece of shit. Fuck, I closed fucking Steve before I opened my game. If someone wants to randomly open, fuck yourself. Fucking piece of shit. Goddamn Steam. If I want you to open, I'll do it myself. But I'm still mad about that. I only had the fucking guy with fucking Steam open. Here's my shit. God damn, it took forever. I see the distance. Fuck this new movement against bullshit, bro. Bro, don't fix it. Oh, wait. Good. What a fucking pussy. You're a bitch, bro. Your mother's a whore. All right, good. Working with me. Oh, that was on my ramp. All right, chat. I'm gonna wrap up for today's stream. Good stream for EU. Good stream for. I'm gonna wrap up for today's stream. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm gonna wrap up for today's stream. Good EU, NA, FNCS, and I played play a little game, play a little, and looking forward to doing more watch parties on FNCS. So we're gonna wrap up for today's stream. I'll be back streaming on Wednesday for Solo Cash Cup. I think I'm gonna do the same thing. Do Middle East, EU, and NA. So Wednesday I'll be back streaming Solo Cash Cup at at 10 a.m. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much, and thank you for everything, for all the support, for real. All right, so y'all take care of yourselves, and I'll see y'all on Wednesday. Peace. Love y'all.